All right, so I'm gonna put you back as the host as soon as this is done doing its thing. Come on, set it up, set it up. Okay, good. And you are live.
Thanks.
Okay, well, people, sorry.
Well, hey, there's no such thing as a program that runs the first time, not even with the help of AI. I think this is a great start of day two, Jim. For everybody wondering where Jim is currently hiding under his desk, fixing his camera setup. As a matter of fact, we're going to have one of the other CRX crew probably join for a little bit with us so that Jim can see what might be going on with his machine. What a great kickoff day we had yesterday. Mr. Happel in the house,
Hey,
live
how are
from
you?
Chicagoland.
It's a beautiful day here in
What a
Chicago.
beautiful day
Amazing.
indeed.
I played tennis outside today. Completely crazy.
That is
And
fantastic.
now I'm hanging my Christmas lights in almost 70-degree weather.
You know, that is just the craziest thing ever, isn't it? Well, Jim, you're live on day two of CRX. How about that?
That's awesome.
That's
So
pretty cool, right?
yeah.
How much have you been able to see yesterday? Of course, we had the fantastic Bitscape event. I've got to admit, though, I may have fallen asleep a little bit. That was not due to the artist, but it was just too much. And I blame Saj as well with his Spaceman Part Two trip. That was in such a nice mood that kind of put me to to the place that I think he wanted all of us to go to. Hey Dan, good morning to you as well.
Good morning.
This is what a treat. I got both of you on. Day two has started officially. Tonight we'll have another Bitscape event at 5 o'clock PST. The remaining, I think, 9 artists. Yesterday was a treat especial. What I really liked was the combo of some educational start, like deep down in Sid, and then a trip to chip music paradise. I thought the change that Saj had made to not do like little interviews or evaluations or commenting after the sets was a good choice. To me, it felt more like a DJ set or an event set. So I thought it was a real good setup. I'm keen to hear from others what they thought.
Yeah, I
Um,
thought so too. Like just all his little sounds and intros and exits, and the way it all flowed was awesome. It just
yeah,
felt really, really polished, and
it,
really proud of what he put together there.
I think
I,
so too.
I'll
Superb
admit that it
artist.
was pretty late for me too, so I watched part of it. I got some catching up to do. I didn't stay for the bloody end of it, so I need to
Right.
catch up on some of that. But that's the great thing. It's on. It's there for us to view whenever it makes sense for us too.
I totally agree. Totally agree. And the good thing is there is 4K renders available as well. A lot of the source material had come in 4K as well, so it's going to be an even more glorious view on a second round.
Well, it
The
looked great. It looked great last night. Streaming live, whatever. It looked great. So
I
it
thought
was
so
well
too.
done.
Yeah, I thought so too. And Saj was early with delivering, which is in this business is worth the medal on its own. The other thing that I noticed, there was a lot of interaction. I really like that. All these artists being positive towards each other, discussing the rig and gear that they had used. I thought that
Right.
was is pretty cool.
Yeah. When are we going to get some controversy where people are at each other's throats?
That's only
Right.
if we bring more Ataris, I guess, or ZX
Yeah,
Spectrums.
I guess so. No, it's awesome that everybody is just getting along, sharing things, and supporting each other. It's really cool to see that.
Yeah,
I can't
I
can't
do
speak
agree.
for all of the 8-bit music community because I'm pretty new at it, but I would imagine it brings a lot of people together. Like some of my favorite setups have lots of different devices playing together and sort of wired together just to make unusual and interesting combinations of sound. Like it's all about making interesting music and using any tool available to make that happen. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I totally agree, Dan. I think what was the set where we had the live guitar play in there as well, and actually use the Amiga as like a sound processor. I thought it was really good. And again, I really liked bringing in a little bit of an educational element in there as well. Like, what am I about to do? Because just admiring the music, of course, is great. Jim is back. Good morning, Jim. Admiring the music is great, but kind of learning a little bit about the magic that actually goes into this, and just the crazy rigs that people have been hooking up is just really, really cool.
Yeah, and that's another thing, another perspective as a neophyte to chiptune music and stuff like that. Is I actually am really interested in the behind the scenes stuff. I like I want to hear from the musicians about the technology and how they're using it and how it all works together. I'm learning a lot from those things, so I'm glad that Bitscape has both talks or presentations as well as the music, but like separating it out like we did last night was really cool also, because then you can just vibe to the music after the lecture section is over.
I agree, Dan, and as a matter of fact, you bring up such an interesting point. Perhaps there is something to discuss on like asking the artists if they'll make a separate, maybe short shot or long shot, whatever they want to do, about like, okay, I made this set, now what did I use, and kind of go through that as well. There's so many people that are like learning and wanting to learn about how can I do some of this myself, and maybe the barrier to entry seems a little bit high there, and that may help as well. The other thing, by the way, that I noticed, you may have picked up on that as well, is Travis's cartridge. We had the great fortune of having Travis back on. It was everywhere. I know Saj used 2 of them in his set. It's just such a cool device. It's just so much more possible now in a more uniform way, because everybody has been using whatever was available from the old years.
Yeah.
But getting that to one platform, being able to even do MIDI over USB and all of that, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive to bring those.
Synth card in particular is great for live performance. You just turn it on and it makes cool sound. In response to MIDI events, like you barely have to think about it, and you're already up and running with it as a sound generator. It's really cool.
It's really cool. And one of the things, switch to gallery mode. We're gonna switch to gallery mode. There we go. We're on gallery mode. Thanks a lot for that feedback. So we're on gallery mode. We're probably better visible now. I don't know how we were visible previously. I do apologize. We make it up as we go. We are semi-prepared, but that's mostly on the theoretical side.
Not a good start for the day, that's for sure.
It's all good.
So Jim, this is what you're proving a point though again, or loyal machines, whether it's the PET, the VIC, the C64, the 128, or the Amiga. These machines, left in their original state, which not all of us have, but left in their original state, have proven to be pretty good at not blue screening.
Yeah, so this morning I walked in, I had everything going through, and we were like 2 minutes away from switching to live, and I ran outside to the bottle of water, and I came back, and Bill Gates got me apparently because my computer had rebooted.
It is.
Like, what happened here?
So the best thing about the feed, Jim, Drew, at the end of the feed where it ended, there was an explosion sound. It was just part of the music.
Awesome.
It exploded and then it stopped.
Perfect.
That is just awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
It almost seemed like it was purposeful.
Well, that's good.
I see that Dan is trying to make sure that that all of us understand that his camera can be a bit naughty as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem. Yeah,
autofocus.
I turn my back for one moment and it goes out of focus. I don't know if I want to risk setting up a different camera for this afternoon when
I was just thinking, just wing it.
Yeah. Well, I'll set something up and have a couple of backups, and we'll see how it goes.
Exactly, and see how it goes. So today's schedule. What is it? We've got about 14 minutes. That's actually we're kind of on plan, which is great. Obviously, or end time for the afternoon/evening is a clear one, because today we'll have Bitscape again. Bitscape starts at what is it, 5 p.m. PST sharp, right?
Yep.
So we got to work. So what have we got going on today, then, Jim?
Yeah. We can't do our usual 3-hour session, Yuri. We'll have to cut it off at 1 hour.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see what have we got going on then, Jim, today. Let's take a look at the calendar.
Okay, so what we've got today is us. What we're supposed to be nice, smooth transition didn't work out, but hey, we're okay. First thing we've got is Zarko coming up, and Zarko's got the new game thing going on, and I guess we got some big surprise too, right?
I think so too. For those people that are going to be on the Discord, it's going to be worth it. Now find the Discord link on the CRX event page. Join there, introduce yourself there, and be on the lookout. We got a treat especial there.
Yeah.
And then we got Lee today as well, don't we?
Chilling with Lee. So we're just gonna abuse Lee today. We're gonna
God, that's gonna
every
be
kind
a
of
journey.
question we ever wanted to know.
Yeah. That's
fun.
that's gonna be very, very cool. He's such a multi-talented guy. That's gonna be very cool. Speaking of multi-talented people, we've got after a short lunch break, we got Stephanie, right?
Yep.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. Stephanie, obviously, the multi-talented superwoman with her enormous set of products that she's been creating over the past few years, made a very recent announcement, which she'll talk through with us as well, and kind of talk about her products and the future on those.
Yeah, I had a quick 3-hour chat with her last night.
I did see late at night that there still was some activity on video going on. And I thought, like, okay, I'm gonna skip out.
Yeah, the diehards were there. I wanted to chat with Steph real quick to find out if she needed anything, whatever, and that turned into this like 3-hour session of talking.
That's the good news is she's never out of words.
Right. So then after that, we're gonna put technology to the test, man.
Guys, that is going to be great. That's going to be great. So let's make a C64 program with AI. Now I know that that's you and I on that. Maybe we'll try and see if Happel wants to come back from that as well, because Happel, of course, has got.
Hey, we should bring everybody who wants to come in because we put all our heads together.
Of the CRX crew. Yeah, that's going to be quite interesting. Yeah. God, that's going to be one big messy thing. That's going to be cool. That's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to combine almost 40-year-old stuff with stuff that has paint dripping still. That's going to be cool.
Yeah, I think you're right too, Jim, that the tools have gotten better pretty rapidly, like over the last couple of years. So I'm
over the last 6 months, there's been a huge increase. Because I've gone back to, like, I've got ChatGPT. I've had version 2 all the way through 5 now, and I went back to some of the projects I had saved, and I clicked on them, and I went and redid it. Total difference, complete difference, outcome. I was like, okay, well, things have progressed then for sure.
Certainly, what I've noticed, and I'm usually the skeptic in the room when it comes to generative AI for coding and for other purposes, but I am having some fun with it at work. They pay for the expensive engines and all this, so I get to play with it, and it's I've already seen it get better in that sense. And then I would come home and use some cheaper, older engines to get some stuff done, and they just go, just make a mess all over the place. It's like, I can't believe it. So like I'm like working backwards. I've gone back in time to the to the cheaper, older tools that don't work as well, and I can really tell the difference.
For sure.
Yeah.
So then after that, we have you, Dan.
Yeah.
Yep. And we're going to find out what you're doing.
Yeah.
Currently.
And hey, if there's anyone watching now that has questions that you want me to answer during my time, you should throw them in the Discord, and maybe I'll get to them. We always have plenty to talk about, but it'll be fun to know what anyone wants to hear about the Mega 65 or anything else I do. So let me know. Yeah,
that'd be very, very cool indeed. I'm looking forward to that one as well. And like you said, Dan, for a change, we're limited on time with you. We're not used to that. That's going to be interesting as well to kind of time box that a little bit. Let's see how well we do on that. It doesn't really matter because the cutover is going to be strict. We might still be going, but the cutover.
That's right.
To Bitscape for tonight. So
I don't want to miss Bitscape either. So I'll be motivated to wrap it up. But
I don't think anybody was.
I'll hang out in the Discord if anyone wants to chat afterwards too. So.
Right.
Cool.
You know what's actually interesting? I think it was last week we had an interesting conversation about, listening to music today in the way most people do. And most people don't listen to albums anymore. The whole ritual of getting vinyl and putting that on and kind of listening to the entire side of a piece of vinyl, where a lot of thought had gone through and gone into kind of sequence the tracks. I think Saj yesterday did a really good job at laying out the sequence, and I know he spent an inordinate amount of time on changing that around to get a certain feel there. I'm excited on what he's lined up for tonight as well, because we got the remaining list of artists, and who do you put on day one, who do you put on day two, or side A and side B, if you will. But these are two A sides that we're playing here, so it's gonna be cool to go through that tonight. Jim, you haven't heard the whole set yet, or did you hear the whole set yet?
Oh no, so this is the interesting thing for me. So since I'm not hosting anymore, I don't get to hear any of these.
So it's for you as much as a surprise as it is to us.
Yeah. So the only way we do is Saj and I, we do pre-record the segments of us together, and we talk about certain things, and mostly it's about combo related stuff. But yeah, I don't get to see like all the videos anymore. So every time I come on, it's like, okay, Citrix, what are you gonna do this time? So and so I have.
So I think what tonight we got 4 countries represented. We've got Canada, we've got the US, we've got Sweden, and we've got not 1 but 2 acts from Greece, which is pretty cool. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the interaction between the artists and whomever is listening to the stream as well. And again, all the streams are being recorded. They're all going to be released in 4K as well. I know that Saj did quite a bit of work to make sure that came out in a really, really nice way. So a lot of replay value there as well.
So this is kind of like newbie night, really. Johnny Jump was last year, and maybe the Vertigo, I think maybe. Everybody else is new. So it's like a new night. So last night was all the returning artists of everybody.
Almost all. Yeah, that was fantastic.
So except for Down Poly, did you check that out with the TRX 80? That was pretty amazing. I was very surprised.
I thought it was fantastic. It was really, I thought it was a really, really nice setup. I liked what Saj did again as well, the trip. After that, I had to rewind this morning to see the remainder as well. I think it's fantastic. So it's a full packed day again for us and for everybody listening in. Now we've got even tomorrow. We still have a day planned as well. So I hope people have reserved enough time in their family calendar to be able to enjoy some of this live. I encourage everybody to try and log in on the Discord as well. Don't be shy. There's all these people around that are dying to meet like-minded people and talk about our geeky hobby. And please do join and enjoy here.
Guess who's popped in?
Let me see who's popped in. Look at that. How's it going, Zarko?
Zarko.
Well, it's good. It's good. Actually, so I'm feeling much better. I think I'm going back to work in a week or 2. I hope.
That's fantastic. Yeah, because Zarko, you've your background fits well with your hobby.
Well, yes.
And it's actually one of the things that we will touch upon. We will touch upon at some point, because you made a tool to do something with what's behind you. But we'll let you explain a little bit about that as well. We're so excited. We're excited to have you on this year. You've got a real special treat for everybody as well, and it's been a lot of fun seeing that being born and getting to where it is today. It's so cool to share a hobby with people literally on the other side of the world.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
Well, and thank you for joining us. Okay, let's Jim, are we ready to kick it off?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm gonna
Zarko's
take
here
off.
already, so we're gonna
See you
be
later,
doing it.
Jim.
See ya.
Thank you,
Joe.
Dan, and
Have a
thank
nice
you,
day.
Jim, for holding down the fort.
Yep.
Zarko, a good late afternoon to you.
Yeah.
Well, evening actually, but yes, and I think good morning to you or something
It's
like
a good
that.
morning here. We're at 11 o'clock in the morning for me, and I
Oh,
think
Yep.
10.
That's
10
noon for me.
It's 10 for you now.
8.
8 o'clock. Yeah.
8 o'clock for
8
you.
o'clock. I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's
So,
actually perfect time for me for something like this.
exactly. So, Zarko, before we get into things, do us a quick
Mhm.
intro for those people that didn't read the Discord piece.
Oh,
Give
okay.
us a little bit. Who are you? Where
Yeah.
are
Who
you?
are you?
Yeah, who am I? So, I'm just a guy in Serbia who started collecting retro computers a long time ago. My initiation with computers came when my parents bought me Commodore 64 in 1986, and I still have the machine. I'm really glad about that. And I don't know. Somewhere in around 2000, 2001, I don't know, I saw one Atari XL on the flea market and I decided to buy it, and then I have this.
Okay, so you're already pointing to someone, because everybody must have been wondering, like, why we're interviewing this Zarko guy in a warehouse, but that's actually not a warehouse. What? Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here.
Actually, you can say that this room is a warehouse because in all the boxes is various retro stuff that I collected during the years, and I'm really proud that most of that stuff works, and let's say that a lot of computers work thanks to my friend Marco. He's really capable guy to fix almost anything. And besides collecting those machines, I really like to tinker with them, to I don't know, assemble some new hardware that has true hole
Right.
components because I cannot do SMD. And from time to time, I write software for those machines and sometimes software for the PC machines that is connected to all these old computers.
That is absolutely fantastic. So Marco, I love how humble you kind of present what you've got behind you, but it really deserves a little bit more time. You're collecting. You started with one machine, and then at a flea market you saw another machine, but unfortunately then it got like dramatically out of hand. Give us a little bit of
Yes,
insight on how bad.
you can say that, and I can thank my wife for that because she's the one who allowed me to actually buy all that stuff. And I mean, most of the stuff I bought, some of those I got from friends who said, "Hey, I know you collect these things. I have this, whatever. Are you interested?" And I usually say yes.
Yes. So tell us a little bit about your collection. Tell us a little bit about where that went to, because and I know a little bit about the backstory. I
Mhm.
know a little bit on how ultra organized you are. You are the envy of all of us combined. People often tell me that I'm the most OCD person that they know. That's only because they don't know you. Um,
Well, let's say that currently I'm pretty ashamed to show how my work table looks like, and no, I wouldn't do that. So you would know that OCD is not my thing, but regarding organizing all that stuff that I have, yes, there is a part of that. When I started collecting, I usually knew on the top of my head what I had everywhere together. But when the number of items reached above, I think 1,000 something, I noticed that I bought something that I already had.
Yeah, well,
And then I started because I forgot I do not remember what the thing was, but then I noticed that I have two. Okay, I
yeah,
mean that's a good thing. You always need to have a backup.
sure.
But then I started first in some, I think, Excel sheet, but that didn't work for me actually. It wasn't quite intuitive to use it. Then I found some program where you could make your own screen schema, and then I used that for a long time, but unfortunately that program got discontinued about, I don't know, 5 6 years ago. And then I decided to make my own program, and this is what I use now. It is open source and available at Bitbucket. I think I put the link
Yeah,
somewhere
yeah.
on my page.
Yeah, and Sako,
So,
I when this morning I went to your Bitbucket to kind of see
mhm.
what the release the last releases look like. This piece of software is really something that many of the people that will be watching this video ought to take a peek at, because many of the people that are interested in collecting
Mhm.
old computers or old peripherals find themselves in a similar situation as you were in, where you kind of know where you've put things, but it gets out of hand
I
very
do not.
quickly. And especially once friends start phoning you and say, "Hey, I got this neighbor, and he had found some
Yeah.
stuff on the attic. Should
Yeah.
I drop it off at your house?" And what is truly amazing about the software that you've created as part of open source is it's a very, very good way to catalog your collection at a level that can go as crazy as you want. You can go as detailed as you want, from the origin, the serial numbers, photos, everything, or you can keep it pretty simple, but also kind of, where did I put this? And I really think it's something that few people will have ever heard about. It's very hard to even find out, or how would you even search on Google for something like that? But it is something that many of us in this hobby, independent of what type of computer you started collecting versus what you ended up with, like in your case, hundreds of different brands. It's super useful, and I really I really highly recommend people checking out your Bitbucket and take a peek at that, because
I'm looking at it
it
right
is
now,
something really
actually.
cool.
You almost need some kind of a program to keep track of all your stuff you've got in here. It's got a lot of things in here.
Right.
Yes, there is. I must say that one important part of that catalog program is something that my wife made me. It's not on the site, but currently it is just on a few phones at my house. And it's a small Android application that can scan QR codes, because now I have, maybe you see,
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
the
see them.
QR
Yep.
codes in the back.
for
Yeah.
the boxes. I have QR codes for the shelves. I have QR codes for each item in the collection. Actually, not yet everything is sorted.
Yeah.
I got on. I think I went to about half the stuff. Then my back kicked in, and I had to stop that process. But I hope I will be back to it January, February, whenever my doctor
So
says.
Sako, to that point,
Hmm?
so you really, your end goal would be to have every item in your collection have a QR code, which you
Yes,
then can link up to a storage box, to
yes,
a
yes,
location, and all of
yes,
those
correct.
via QR codes kind of work your way down and up
Yes.
through your
So
collection.
if I scan something, I don't know if I have no. Oh, okay, lot of stuff that do not have
Yeah.
QR codes and on my table. But if I scan a QR code of something, I get immediately which box, which shelf is that item, and I can get it quite easily. And There is a few things that needs to be solved for that Android application, and when that is sorted out, I plan to put that also on the site. But that is kind of my wife's thing. I really have no idea how to program Android, and it's I don't know, not my thing.
It's so
But
cool that
she does it really well.
it's so cool that it's a husband-wife team that are kind of got sucked into this hobby and kind of amplify each other
Yeah.
with their individual professional traits as well as hobby joy. It's
Yes.
really it's very, very cool. It's one of the few applications where I'm renowned for putting feature requests up with anything. I think at this moment in time you're a little ahead of my feature requests, even, which is a very
Well,
rare thing. I'll catch up.
Super
Don't
rare.
worry. But
okay.
this,
I will be really glad to add.
Yeah.
I mean, currently that application has everything that I personally need,
right.
Yeah.
but I understand that my needs are not the same as everyone else, and
Right.
that probably are some things that could be done differently or better, or something is missing or whatever.
So,
Let's
so
see.
Zarko, in normal work life, your wife is I'm gonna assume here she's probably a web developer or something. I'm gonna
She
guesstimate here,
works
or
how it's called popularly, backend and front
a
end,
backend. Okay, backend
everything,
engineer. Yeah.
and
Okay.
everything in between. So
Okay.
she's quite capable programmer. Let's say it like that.
Clearly. And how about yourself?
I
You're a
was in
museum
the
director.
academia world for 20 years, and
Yeah.
then I got into embedded programming, and I'm now kind of between embedded programming and DevOps engineer, but not really DevOps engineer, someone who makes tools for the others.
Okay.
Usually Python and sometimes other languages, but mostly Python, and embedded C also. I did that for a couple, I think 5-6 years now.
Yeah.
I mean, I did a lot of C on the faculty, but not applied
Right.
in embedded programming. But that came quite naturally to me
Right.
when I switched. So that is, let's say. On the faculty, I was teaching computer architecture and compiler courses, and those things, especially computer architecture, helped me when I did the various tasks for embedded, and that knowing about compilers will really help me when I was working on those games using that TRSC environment.
Yeah.
So, I found a lot of errors in there, and had a lot of communication with its author, and he fixed a lot of things, and it was a really fun collaboration with him.
Oh.
Right. I think that's the interesting thing about you and what we've seen. You of course, the golden duo, Marco and Zarko. We've seen that work already in a previous CRX. Marco creating a cartridge, you creating the menu system for it, and like highly integrated. Several spin-offs of those products have been made, even for different systems now, which is kind of cool to see how that project kind of completely started leading its own life as well.
I know that there are really a lot of cartridges on the eBay using our software and hardware.
Using what you guys have created, and I think what has been so cool is both of you love the interaction with people that come up with questions or say, hey, have you thought of this? Or it's very interesting to see how that collaboration has worked out. Now, obviously, earlier this year, you started working on a game.
Yeah.
So first of all, when you got your Commodore 64 in 1986, I think you said, right?
Yes.
1986. What did you mostly do with it? You got that machine. What did you get? Did you just get a computer?
Well, I got the machine bought in Germany with manual in German, a language that I did not understand at the time, and the situation hasn't improved with years, so I still do not understand the word. A word of German. So for I think for 2 years, something like that, I mostly played games.
Okay.
And in Yugoslavia at the time, there was no such thing as original games.
Yeah.
We only had the pirate games, and we had a lot of those.
Yeah.
So I really had. I mean, not immediately, but I had a lot of games at that time, and I had a friend in the town nearby who also had a lot of friends with Commodore 64, and I had a lot of friends in my town,
Yeah.
and got kind of a bridge between those groups, and
Right.
got with a really lot of software.
Yeah.
Um, but somewhere around after around 2 years, wanted to check what is in that manual in German, and I started blindly just copying programs to Commodore 64 and randomly changing things to see what would happen when the
Yep.
things execute. And I think I spent a year and a half learning BASIC that way, but I learned it quite
Yeah.
well. Then I found about assembly language in some local magazine. There was a series of articles. Then I tried that, and so on and so on. I created a Minesweeper game in, I don't know, 90 something. Uh, Developed it over, I think, 4 or 5 years. Actually, when I was coming home from studies for the new year, I usually spent around 5 to 10 days working on that game, and that that took around 5 years. But that was actually my first completely assembly program for the Commodore 64, and for me, it worked quite well because I was not satisfied with any Minesweeper clone that was made for Commodore at that time that I could get my hands on, so I made my own. And for a long time after that, I didn't touch anything, but then I started, when I started collecting, then I started getting interested in programming for the retro computers again, and I usually had some small programs and so on. And okay, there is a lot of those on the Bitbucket site, but last, sorry, just to let my dog out of the room, he's getting restless.
He's getting restless. Yeah. He's heard the story before. He's like, and he doesn't like it in English either.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. So it's Zarko.
Okay,
You
sorry.
learn programming by experimentation. You know?
Right.
Yes. As I said, it took me a lot of time, but I think I really learned the logic that way. And I know that I read that all the time, how BASIC is really bad language and how it can destroy you, and it's something to be burned on the stake and so on. But my experience is quite the opposite. I mean, I really learned a lot of programming logic in that language, and I just expanded then I learned Pascal and object-oriented programming and so on and so on. And I never considered learning BASIC a bad thing. Never.
Right.
Me neither.
Right. I think it's also like, it's a very friendly intro, and it's interesting. It's interesting, even the X16 project, and even with Stephanie, several people have said like it is one of, if you want to launch a new platform, you're gonna have to have a BASIC.
Yeah.
It starts with BASIC. It is the best introduction for people that are new to coding as a whole. It's a great setup. It's very easy to explain. It's easy to kind of get quick results.
Yes.
So I think it's good. It's good
no
that it's still
compilers,
there.
no
And
tool
I'm
chains,
it's so interesting. I started in school. We had Pascal. Pascal was not a friendly language
No.
at all.
No.
And God bless that it's gone.
Well,
Well,
Mostly gone.
we'll talk about that.
Yeah. But it's interesting. It's interesting how basically all these people that you meet in this hobby kind of had a jump start into this life, kind of with these machines. And yes, there was a lot of copying of games and playing of games and all of that, but it was all in parallel of a lot of learning as well.
Yes,
Which is really interesting. It is really an educational tool as such.
Yep.
That in your case completely got out of hand. Now, so
yes.
from playing games to writing your own game and liking coding to writing your own game, what was the base premise for you to say, okay, I now want to write a game and I want to get to a level that it's actually a game that should be published? And because it actually
Okay.
has gotten to that point.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, I had a desire to make a game for Commodore 64 for a really long time, but I never had some, let's say, idea that I thought that I was be able to program. And sometimes in 2024, last year, I was searching something through old Yugoslav magazines and stumbled upon a comic text about some fake games that they reviewed by accident. I mean, a lot of magazines did that kind of stuff for the April Fool's Day. They would publish various impossibly good games and then
Right.
say April Fools and so on. But
Yeah.
this Yugoslav magazine forgot to put actually the title April Fools. And the thing was that a really lot of people were pestering the pirates in Yugoslavia for a month, asking for those games that did not exist. And one of those games was that Popeye in Space.
Yeah.
And I read the description and smiled about what the author of the text just rambled in there. And I decided that is maybe something that I could program. And actually, January the 1st this year, I gave myself a task to try to finish that game in 3 months and publish it on the 1st of April. That would be exactly 35 years after the that fake description was put in the magazine.
To make good for a promise that was never meant to be kept.
Right.
Yeah. So I never made any kind of action game. As I said, my greatest achievement was that Minesweeper clone, but this is mostly a logic game where you do not have much movement on the screen, except the cursor and some logic behind the revealing the fields. And I really wanted to try to make something that I would be proud of. I knew even then that I cannot compete with today's masterminds of Commodore game programming, and there is a lot of those people, and I'm really glad about that. But I thought that I could make something that would be good enough. Let's say like that. So the description in the magazine actually had the two different types of levels. One where you need to protect the Popeye's love Ollie from the rockets, and another where you need to attack the Bluetooth ship. So I started with some testing of the rocket routines, making first one sprite to follow another on the screen, then made the graphics for the rocket, then made logic for rocket to rotate, not just to change direction, but to nicely rotate when I change where the ship is, then added more rockets and so on, and got some basics of that first level. Then I started working on the graphics. The thing is that I really suck at making graphic, and especially at making music. It's really not my thing. Uh, but I drew something that was for me okay. And since I knew about the fantastic high voltage seed collection,
Yeah.
I went through some of the old seeds and found some that were, at least according to that collection, not used in the productions. They were just made.
Yeah.
I forgot the names of the authors, but they are mentioned in the game.
Yeah.
So I found some tunes that were not used in productions and decided to use those for the game.
Yeah.
So that's how I solved the music part.
Yeah.
And then let's say that level where you need to protect the ship from the rockets was relatively easy to make. And the other one, actually, from the description, said that there is a huge Bluetooth ship that you need to attack, and I didn't have enough sprites, so I had to find out how to make multiplexing, and that took me a lot of time. I mean, I understand now that it's not that complicated, but at the beginning of the year, it was really
Yeah.
complex for
Yeah.
me. So after some time, I managed to make that big ship move on the screen. Then I started to think about how to make bullets, how to shoot at it.
Sure.
And I had absolutely no idea how to do it. Started searching the internet, of course,
Yeah.
and found a thread on CSDB site that was actually exactly that topic. Someone asked, what is the best way to make bullets in the game? And there were, I think, several really good proposals for that. And I took one of those that looked to me like something that I could implement and that could be good for my game.
Yeah.
And that implementation came out quite well. Actually, I was surprised with the speed of the routine and how many bullets I could spew out.
Yeah. Yeah.
all over the screen. And this is then what I used for both levels in the game.
Yeah, which is, I love how you thought like, okay, this is something I can't do, but someone else has created something that I could implement in this in case of the music. And then with regards to, okay, I'm stuck on this piece, I've gotten this far now. How can I, find how maybe someone else has approached this and kind of look at those approaches as well, which obviously, the power of the internet that we've got available now, the super library, if you will, is something we could have only dreamt of when we were younger,
yes.
because you had a manual, if you could read it. You had a manual, and I grew up myself. I was able to read German before it was ever taught to me because I was so determined.
Great.
I was so determined to figure out what they were saying because I was stuck as well, and that was my only thing I had. I only had that magazine, and I had to figure it out. It's interesting how that type of determination kind of leads you to wanting to learn new things and not giving up and kind of doing that, right? It's interesting how a limited system like a Commodore actually can still pose challenges.
Yes.
That in a rational way, it makes no sense. Why would you spend 3 hours, 3 days or longer on figuring out something for a system that hasn't been produced in 40 years, right?
Right.
Well, because it's fun.
It's an intellectual challenge, exactly,
Yes,
which makes it so much fun indeed.
So
Yes,
Zarko, you released this on April 1st.
Yes, correct.
And so what was the feedback initially? Did people think it was fake, and was it going to be a game that was playable, or what did you see?
Actually, the feedback from the outside of ex-Yugoslavia was really interesting because people really did not understood what is the game is about, and several times I spent some time to explain to people why the game looks like that,
Right.
and that is why I put on that each IO page the complete description and complete translation of that original description of the game, and explained why the game looks
Yeah.
like it exactly like that. And when I explained to someone why is that, then oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I had let's say pretty positive response from the people here. I mean, there is not a lot of people here that actually remember what Commodore 64 is, but those who do, they actually tried the game. Someone liked it, someone not so, but that's okay with me. I mean, there are so many games that I didn't like and played, and those that I really, really loved, and that's okay. I mean, what I know is that at that time I gave my best and made the best game I could in that 3 months that I gave
Right.
myself.
Right. And I think the whole story behind it is what gives it its extra charm. In the
Yeah, for
US,
sure.
there's an arcade game from back in '81 that was said to be a government created game, Polybius.
Mhm.
Never really existed, but became its own legend, if you will, similar to the story that you got. And it's an interesting backstory. And then people started recreating it or creating it as if it was. I
Mhm.
think I think a lot of the stuff in our hobby is the story. The story is worth
Sure.
so much more than the actual result. They just go
Yes,
hand in hand, and it's like art. Art often needs a story as well to put it in context. And to me,
yes.
this is a great example of digital art. What has been so interesting though, while the game end result was a huge technical achievement for you,
Yes.
compared to kind of maybe modern game makers, yeah, you could argue that's it was fairly basic, if you will. But it actually did set you on a path of, well, I've conquered this hill now. I
Yeah.
might as well continue. And it's so how did this next one then come up? Because that's like a
Ah,
completely different cup of tea.
well, the thing is, because I was for that 3 months, I was. I mean, almost all my free time went into that game, and people around me noticed that I'm not that present. I decided to take a break from programming, at least for this year, and then to concentrate on cataloging all this stuff and trying to fix what I can when I find that something isn't working.
Hmm.
And that plan got shattered when I heard when my problems with backbone started, and I had operation, and I needed to be in bed for a really, really long time.
Wow.
Actually, before the operation, I was in some therapies that lasted, each one lasted for an hour, where I needed just to lay, and there was electrotherapy and so on, and I really couldn't do anything. Well, just lying there, and that is where I started to think about that algorithm, about how a ball would react in
Yeah.
a breakout type of game, and actually got my first version of the algorithm in my head during those therapies. And then I made some first Python implementation just to see if that what I thought about would work, and it turned out that worked quite well for me. And then I had that operation, and because I had to spend a lot of time in bed, I started coding for the C64. Actually, my initial thought was to make a breakout game for some obscure CPM machine that was a school computer in ex-Yugoslavia in the
Yeah.
80s, that actually does not have any type of any kind of breakout game
Yeah.
on it. And the thing is that programming for that computer is
Painful.
how to say pain. Okay, let's just say pain. It's not easy to make
Uh,
something for it. Then I decided to use the platform that I knew much better, Commodore 64, to iron out everything about the algorithm, and then when I finished there, to just port it to that another machine.
Right.
And
And can I pause you there for a
Mhm.
second, because people may wonder, why would you even, of the many choices that you have, why would you even go to a machine like that? I think it's interesting for people to know, hey, you are very involved with the retro scene. You exhibit as well. You make it part of what you do is you show young people and old people machines that they would have probably had very, very little exposure to. Has some the machines that you put on display are pretty rare, if you will, right?
Well, actually, that CPM machine, I have one working in this room, and
Yeah.
Mark also managed to find one, and we think that there is maybe 10 of
Right.
those left in the ex-Yugoslavia and
Right.
Also in the world.
Right.
And actually, last year, maybe Marco will tell something about that in his session. Last year or the year before, some guys from the UK started recreating a motherboard of that computer, and they actually made improved motherboard, and now anyone can make a
Yeah.
copy of
Amazing.
that machine.
Yeah.
And the thing is that all the software for that computer is lost.
Yeah.
We only had one system disk that was preserved, and actually last year someone found on some floppy a copy of Tetris that was made for the machine back then, but that didn't actually practically didn't exist until last year. And Marco and me went into reverse engineering of how that machine works. That was mostly Marco's part. He did a lot of stuff on that in that regard, and I used what he found to make libraries for that computer for graphics, and then ported those libraries to TRSC environment, and then used those to make a Tetris for the machine that actually won 5th place at revision to 23 or 24, and I was really, really, really proud of that.
Oh, nice.
So I really wanted to make, because there are now more than 10 working machines in the world, because I know that several people from these parts started to assemble that machine. I really wanted to make some games for it, because when you show it on the exhibition, currently Marco actually ported how it's called 2048 game to it.
Oh, yeah.
So it
Yeah.
has that. It has my Tetris, and it has the Tetris that someone digged up last year. I also managed to port some of the Infocom adventures to it.
Oh, wow.
But it is not something that someone would play on the exhibition. So you really need some kind of more active
Right.
arcade
So,
games for it.
Zarko, you said that there's a project that the UK people put together to rebuild this computer to make
Yes.
your own. Can you provide that information in your room for the
Oh,
Discord?
yes, of course,
Yeah.
of
Okay,
course,
great,
no
because I'm
problem.
sure
Yeah.
that people might be interested. I'm
Yeah,
interested.
might be interested in another obscure,
Yeah.
and now they know where they can get software to actually properly catalog their environment and put it
Yeah.
away like you do. There's really very little reason not to add a machine or 15, 20 to your collection, right?
Yeah.
But thank goodness you said, well, maybe I'll make it for the Commodore 64 instead.
Yeah.
Well, it's not instead. This is just
Oh,
a
as
step
as
to
a
the
first version. Oh,
Yes,
see, the
yes,
plans have grown already. So it's going to be the base
yeah,
version that will be ported to
yes.
other systems.
And then because I started working on that Commodore version and really ironed out the algorithm, and it worked to my liking, how I think it should behave.
Yeah.
And tried to make, let's say, the main engine part, let's say, platform independent,
Mm-hmm.
and then have platform part that implements graphics and sound that is called from that main part.
Sure. Yeah.
And the idea is then just to use that main part and make platform part for team computer. But last couple of weeks, things got, of course, a bit hectic, and my plan to keep everything separate is not that that hasn't worked quite that
Time crunch
good.
got to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think I can untangle that, but not now.
Yeah.
Any what I wanted to say, I got game for the Commodore 64 about 80% finished.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the point where I could start working on that CPM version.
Mm-hmm.
But then it was like, okay, I got 80% finished game. Why not make it 100% finished game?
Right.
And that's how I started cooperating with Crypto Boy here, and he gave me a lot of good suggestions. Jerry, you also, and Crypto Boy actually made several levels for several,
Yeah.
I think 20 or 30 levels
Yeah.
for the
Levels
Yeah.
even.
game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was really, really excellent person to test everything, because he has all the hardware, and because all my important Commodore stuff is in the boxes that I am not
You can't
allowed to
reach at the
lift at
moment,
the
eh? Yeah.
moment.
Medical
Yeah,
reasons. Yeah.
he was really instrumental in testing on the real hardware, and really
Yeah.
helped me
Yeah.
with things. So it was a really nice cooperation with someone I actually never met in
Right.
person, and
Yeah.
it was a really nice experience.
I think, and I think that has been so much joy. Yeah? We obviously for the past few years, all of us have had the opportunity to kind of see the projects that you and Marco work on, either together or independently. But this time, I felt this was a project where, at the very early stages, we got to see a glimpse.
Yep.
We got to see your excellent thought pattern in this. You invited us to challenge you and to kind of say, okay, this is what I'm thinking, which I thought was a really cool way. And it really reminded me kind of the old listings at the schoolyard,
Yep.
where you would like bicker with each other, think about new ideas and kind of provide feedback, but then across an ocean.
Yeah.
And across a language barrier, across philosophical differences on how Breakout Arkanoid should look like, because it turns out it's a pretty emotional game as well. You know, everybody knows that game well, and everybody has a certain idea of
Yes,
how that game should work and how the ball would respond. And I
Yep.
yes.
I remember at one point in time, you and I were talking about, okay, I think the bat is not moving fast enough, or the ball on the bat.
Yes,
And you were
yes.
explaining like how that couldn't work because the math of moving from here to there would not be fast, or would be too fast. And I thought that was really cool how, 40 years later, you kind of have the same discussion on a very different media and in a very, different way, but leading to the same type of input and output, which I thought was really cool.
Yes, and I must say again, all those chatting about the game with you and Crypto Boys really helped me to see some things that really didn't work, and to try to make them better.
Yeah,
So
I think all of us learned a lot.
thank you very
Learned a
much
lot
for
from
all of
that.
your
Well,
insight.
and likewise for sharing that, because and the baffling thing is, and I think all of us were like, when you came up with the first rough version, we were like, how on earth has he made this much progress from his last game to here? I think that everybody was like, wait, what? You're doing what? And we're looking at this, and it's amazing that unfortunate timeout that you had to take because of your health has actually been converted to an enormous progress in coding skills.
Well, I'd like to say in Commodore coding skills.
Well, yeah. Well, you got to start with the most important one, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I mean, I think I have a good general coding skills regarding the job that I'm working, but some of those can be translated to Commodore 64, but some of those really don't. And retro computers really have their own set of rules that you need to follow if you want to make anything that is remotely okay.
Right. And I think
those are the ones that I really need to conquer somehow.
Well, and I think that was good as well to kind of to tap into other people that may have a little bit more experience on the platform itself, to kind of give some input and look at your code and say, okay, have you tried this, or could you do this? And where kind of like generic frameworks get enhanced or adopted to the very specific subset of machine that you're trying to code for, which I thought was pretty interesting as well. And then, of course, what you did well again is because you wanted a music component, you had figured out the sound effects. Those you were able to kind of sound design yourself.
Well, no. For my previous game, I found let's say library called SFX Anywhere, made by a guy called Format.
Yeah.
And that library had some let's say very basic editor for the sound effects that I was really not using well, and didn't know how actually to make any kind of the effects, and I ended up just modifying some existing examples for that library. And actually that is something that I used for this second game, because of all the parts of the Commodore 64, its sound chip is something that I'm really know nothing about, let's say like that. And I again used that library, but because that sound editor was for me not really user friendly, I spent around a week making a new sound editor that is also on the site. And that sound editor is for the Commodore 64 and uses that same routine. And for me, it was a better tool for experimenting with sound effects, because I made all the settings available over the keyboard directly. So if I change something, I could directly change anything regarding the effect, and it will be automatically be played. So I could just press random keys and see what happens. Let's say that most of the effects came out that way. And I also implemented a random routine that would just put some random values in the for the effect, and sometimes something interesting came out. So that is the thing that I used for the preview of the game. But 2 or 3 weeks ago, I managed to make a contact with a Commodore 64 musician, Necropolo, and he's currently making a dedicated music and sound effects for the game.
That's super cool.
I hope that I will have that available in the next couple of weeks for the final version.
That is super cool. Now, another thing that you did is because you had created initially some rudimentary levels, if you will, kind of to test out the balls, the ball physics and all of that. And then you quickly kind of went overboard and said, well, if I want to make more levels, I'll probably need to create a better way for other people to contribute as well. And this
level editor.
Now you have a level editor program as well, which probably wasn't so.
Yes, I mean, I really needed something where I could quickly draw a level, and because I wanted a tool that is good for my exact use case, I really needed my own editor. And then I sacrificed, I think, around 7-10 days to make it work the way I want. And then I had, of course, input from several people over there who told me, okay, this would be a good option. And I would say, yeah, how did I forget about that? So now it is I think quite easy
it's a great
editor to
standalone.
use. And I actually 2 days ago sit down and made 40 levels in around, let's say, 2 or 3 hours.
Wow.
And I was quite proud of myself. So
Sure.
I think it turned out quite well, and it is also open source and available on my projects page. And I'm still trying to see if I can make it somehow inside the game, final version, for the users to load their own levels, but I cannot promise anything. It is that this disk access is something that I really didn't do a lot, so I will need to do a bit of reading to see how to do it. I mean, I did some of those things before, but I think that I really need to have some speed loader or something, because I really wouldn't want for a user to wait, I don't know, 5-10 minutes to load the levels on the regular um, disk speed for the Commodore 64. So I hope that I can make something like that. There is some support inside that IDE that I'm using, but I didn't try it, so it will need some experimenting to see
Well,
how
I
I
think
can
I
make
think
it.
what is cool is that you've been very deliberate about the staging of how you set this game up. Framework first, ball logic first, and kind of build upon that. And you didn't
Yes.
have to do a lot of rewriting. It's very clear that you're very used to kind of coding and working in frameworks with, because adding things with that has become a lot easier once you decide that you figured out, okay, how would I implement something like this on this specific platform?
Yes,
And that
I
too
think
has
I,
been
I even
interesting.
discussed maybe with you or someone else the how to code the levels, how the structure of the level description should look like. And yes, I mean, all of that actually is started on the Commodore 64, where I learned the basic logic of programming and how to decompose things.
Right.
And that is something that I'm really grateful that I had Commodore to learn something. I mean, the painful way of not knowing German and learning basic for a
That
year
is
and
a
a half,
huge
but
disadvantage,
I
right?
think it really put me on a good path.
Right. Now, Zarko, going back in time, 1986. How old were you in 1986?
I was fifth or sixth grade elementary school here.
Okay. Elementary school, the tail end of elementary school. Would you have ever thought you'd create a Breakout, an Arkanoid type of game and publish
Absolutely
that?
not. Absolutely not. I mean, as I said, my greatest achievement of those days was Minesweeper clone that was written in assembly, but its logic is something that is really quite simple comparing to what I made here. But it was a step. It was a step forward in this direction. Yes.
Yeah, which is kind of cool. Like back in the day, I would presume you had the machine with maybe already a floppy drive in '86. Was it,
No,
or was it tape? Still with
I had
tape?
only tape recorder, and a few years after I got that computer, there was a great crisis over here, and actually I was quite really happy that my parents didn't have to sold that Commodore
Sell just to put food on the
just
table.
to have something to eat. So
Yeah.
I'm really glad that I kept it and for all these years. And I don't know, special machine.
Yeah. No, I
Definitely.
agree. So
Yeah.
we have about I think 10 minutes or so left.
Mhm.
How about we take a little peek at what we've got going and maybe
Okay.
see because I think the big treat for the CRX event is that people may be able to get their hands on an early version of the game. Is that so?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be
Uh,
cool.
would you like me to share it on the
Yeah, let's
Discord
try and
chat?
see.
Yeah.
Let's try and see if you can you do a screen share. Does
Oh,
that work?
yes.
Have we tried that?
Yes, Jim showed me how to do that. I just let me see. Uh, uh, where is
So this is going to be the world premiere. How about that? Who would have ever thought in '86 you would do a world
Yeah, world
premiere on
premiere.
an application called Zoom that streams over the internet, visible to anybody connected?
Oops, let me just see. No.
So if you locate the screen of your game, you should be able to see
Mm-hmm.
that in
Yeah,
the
Vice, you
sharing.
should be able to.
Yeah, I had a desktop option just before, but now I have only application. Okay, well, let me just start the game and then
Yeah.
I will switch to it.
So for those
Just,
that don't know, the CRX crew is basically all the guys that went to the original CRX back in 2017. And at some point, not long after that, Yuri set up a Discord server for all of us. And so as people come in to our little group, there we go,
You go.
um, we get to see what people are working on. So that's one of the privileges of us being in this little clan is that we get to see what projects we're doing, and we have a lot of feedback for each other's thing.
okay, do you have the screen?
Yep, we got
Yeah,
it.
yeah, we can see
Yeah,
your screen. It's loud and clear.
there we go.
Is there? Am I
I don't think
sharing or not?
we'll get the sound through, but people will have to imagine that for a second in here. That's okay. That's okay, Zarko.
Do you have the share of the game?
Yeah, we can see the
Yep,
screen. We
we
can
can see
see the
it.
Oh, okay,
screen,
okay.
Zarko. Yeah. Just keep the volume at 0. That's okay.
Oh,
So
okay, okay.
so a little bit about the game then, Zarko. It's a Arkanoid-like clone, huh? or whatever. It's got a backstory in it, which I thought was really cute as well. I do like it that games have a backstory, and you clearly spent some time on that as well. It
Yep.
can be operated with both a joystick.
Yeah,
Mission Impossible for me, I got to say. F5 allows you to play on an easier mode, makes it a lot
yes.
easier for me. But it can also be operated by paddle, right?
Yes, I added paddle support. Someone here also suggested that. And then because I added paddle, why not the mouse? And then so I have now joystick, paddle, and mouse support inside the game. Currently, you can also play the game with music, just SFX or both, and there is, as you said, easy and normal level.
Right,
Let's say
and then it's got a high score in it as well. Every good game needs a high score. If you can't type
yes,
in your
yes.
name, then
Yeah, it's
what's
useless.
the point of playing?
Right.
And of course, you have a cheat mode, but I will leave that to participants to find out how to
There's a cheat
activate.
mode for the crackers to be found once it gets to CSDB, I presume.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think, I mean, Crypto Boy found the how to activate the cheat mode. I think in less
Oh,
than
that's
an hour. But so I guess anyone who is experienced with Commodore will find out. But I don't know.
yeah,
It is I guess it is a kind of a small challenge
right.
to find it.
So, and I think you said, and what I like is actually you've got all the tools that you use
Yes.
are in it. So if people want to kind of go through that, the entire source code will eventually be available. How's that going to work?
Well, my plan is to release the source code for the game. Also, I actually plan to do that with Papa in Space, and I almost did publish it, but then I found some things inside the source code that I really didn't like. And the author of the ID that I'm using was quite busy and was unavailable actually for some time. And I really wanted to discuss something with him before releasing, and he actually got back to the community, I think a few weeks ago. So yes, I do plan to release the code. I mean, it's not the best code, as I said. It started very organized, but as things got more heated, then I didn't keep that separation of platform and general code
Psycho,
that how I wanted. But
I think don't let perfection be the enemy
oh, no.
of
I
release,
mean,
right?
you can see, all my tools that I already published that
Right.
they're not perfect. I mean, I really I really like to have something that works than to wait for years to make a perfect version, and that is the reason why I gave myself a deadline of 3 months for previous game, and that is the reason why I think I will finish this one in I mean, the code is let's say done. I'm just waiting for the music, and I hope graphics for the game, especially this title, because I just used some fonts that someone before already made,
Yeah.
and I would like something special just for this game, but we'll see. Anyhow, whatever I have in, let's say, month or two, I will just publish, and that will be it. And then on to next retro, whatever that be.
I like that. I like that a lot. So, Sako, I think you've agreed to release the version 0.9 of this game
Yes,
as a CRX special
yes, it will be
on
on
the
the
Discord.
CRX release
So
channel.
this version will not be a CSDB release. This will only be released here. So this is going to be one of those.
Yes, I do not plan to release this on
Right.
CSDB, but probably will turn up there in one
Somewhere
form
at some
or
point in
another.
time, because one of the things that the community has gotten a lot better at these days is doing digital preservation as well. Everything that gets released at some point in time should be, available also 10 years from now, and kind of look at like,
Yes,
okay, what was the deal here?
definitely. Yes, that is actually the main reason why Marco and me started all that Team 011 story, and started reverse engineering and finding out and everything about that machine, because nothing was preserved.
Yeah.
And we really tried to do that in our town, and I usually, when I found, for example, someone is selling Commodore 64 discs and it's not too pricey, then I buy those and just image everything and put on the servers for everyone to have.
Yeah.
And I think I found one game that was missing for a long time, game made here in one of those discs, and was quite happy to find something
Yeah.
like that. So
Yeah.
I
Those are
think
cool stories, right?
yeah.
Well, Sako, I think this has been a really cool project. I love how at some point in time you opened the door for features as well, which you now learned that you'll never ask again.
No.
Because that
I
just adds.
really liked the input here, and almost all proposals were quite good. Maybe some of them I didn't implement because they didn't align with how I imagined the game.
Right.
But most of the proposals were actually quite good and made it into the game. So yes, please.
Yeah, I love what you've created. I love the whole process behind it as well. I'm very honored that you'll be putting up a pre-release and CRX special version of the game up on
Yeah.
Discord here.
Yep.
I encourage everybody to try out the game. Maybe you should press one button so that we actually can get
Oh, okay.
the game on the first stage as the teaser, and then we'll leave it to others to actually try out the game. Look at that, CRX 2025. How might it? I would have already been out of ball right now, by the way. I cannot. I've tried it. I'm terrible at this game. It turns out that whether it's paddle or
Well, as you
mouse.
said, playing with joystick is not that easy,
It's very
and
hard. Yeah,
paddles and mouse are quite good actually.
yeah,
Much
a lot
better than
easier.
this.
Yeah, a lot
We lose
easier.
a lot of
So,
translation through Zoom here, so it's pretty jerky. Obviously, it's smooth when you play the.
Yeah,
oh,
it's very
okay.
smooth. The
Yeah.
music is very cool as well. That's currently in it now. Obviously,
Yeah.
an original title, so to say, will be created with different sound effects as well for the final version. But call this the
Yes.
ultimate CRX Collector's Edition. This will not, many of the
No,
elements that you see there.
I really plan to include this version too in the final
Oh, you
release.
will. Oh,
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah, why
yeah.
not?
There you
I
go.
mean, it's there. Why not
I
use it?
I
So,
like that a
Oh,
lot.
multi-ball. Nice.
Yeah, I love it. All right,
Cool.
Sako, I think we've come to the end of this time slot, Jim.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna get Lee in here.
Thank you for having another great presentation for us this time. I think what we'll do for next year, because I saw some of the comments already, we're going to try and deep dive on your collector software. I think there's going to be a lot more. There's going to be a lot more people that have been seeking for something like this that you may not realize. By that time, I think I will have it implemented as well. Especially if you're going to go to a phone app, I think that solves some of my. And I am at least as obsessive about doing this as you are, and you know me by now. I'm the king of feature requests.
Yeah.
I know.
and
please keep them coming.
Yeah, and I really think that the way working with you and getting this type of interaction is just a highlight of the way this hobby is executed for so many people. I really truly appreciate that, Zako, and I appreciate you showing up here again today
definitely.
for us.
Thank you all for inviting me. It was a real privilege being here.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jim. For
yes, sir.
For our next slot, let me try and pick up our calendar or schedule. There's just so much on it. I get lost here every time.
So Lee's gonna pop in here, and Lee actually said that he's hanging out waiting to join, and apparently Lee fell asleep. I'm not sure what the deal is, but we're waiting. Come on in, Lee.
Let's see. He may have gotten himself confused with the time zones.
No, he actually just a few minutes ago he pinged me and said he's ready whenever. And so
it's probably having the cattle on.
Well, he's probably getting some tea or something. That could be.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So
this was great. While we're waiting for Lee, I really the process to this game has been a lot of fun. That really the interaction to
yeah, it's been fun to watch over the months of what's been going on. And so he's really super detail oriented too, because I remember when he was doing the Popeye in space.
Totally.
Hello.
Hey, Lee. Yeah, totally. So that's been a lot of fun, and it's really he's been very inviting for feedback and seeking feedback, and of course like people like David that says, oh yeah, I was watching the telly with my wife and I created 20 levels for you,
Right.
And
exactly.
that type of input is obviously that's gold. That's absolute gold. So that's great.
How detail oriented he was crazy, because when he was doing Popeye in space. So I have a little pet peeve about certain games. Like when you're rotating a spaceship, it shouldn't be clunky, right? And so his rocket rotation was super fluid. And I was like, wow, I'm so impressed with just that little, tidbit of thinking about how it should be. And so the same thing has happened with his breakout game. It's very fluid, so it
Yeah,
didn't surprise me.
yeah. It's very, very cool.
So
Oh,
speaking of games, we have Game Master right here.
there we
Can you
go.
guys can you guys hear me okay?
And speaking of an international crowd, so we moved the camera now from Serbia to London, UK.
Yes. Hello from London.
Hey, Ali.
How is
How's it
everybody?
going?
All right? Yep, I'm good. I'm very good. How are you all both?
Well,
Enjoying the
pretty good,
show?
Lee. How much sleep have you had? Because I did see you commenting on a lot of the sets last night. So, if I do the math, last time I checked, there's 24 hours in London as well. So, when
Yeah,
did you sleep?
I did stay up till about 6:30, 7-ish, and then I crashed out at about 6:30 in the morning. But yeah, it was I mean, Bitscape was so banging last night. I had to
Yeah.
sit through the whole thing. It
It
was
was
amazing.
really good.
And
Yeah.
the thing is, it's like I've done, my set's gone now. Should probably go to bed now and get some rest because I got another big day tomorrow. But
Yeah.
then it's like it just got better and got better and
Better.
got
Oh,
better, and
it
it
was
really
great.
peaked. And more and more people were coming into the chat too. So it was like people were like stumbling across the stream on the internet. They're like, "What have I found? This is incredible!" Yeah, and I was like, "Yeah, welcome to the party." It
Yeah.
was very good night. So yeah, 6:30 in the morning, and so I had a bit of a sleep in this morning. Thankfully, it's a Saturday, so
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah, exactly.
I hope you guys had
So
sleep.
we've got you today just basically chilling with you. So we're gonna talk to you about anything and everything we want to talk about.
It's the AMA.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Reddit AMA.
Oh, ask me anything.
So,
Yes.
so
Okay.
Lee, um,
Maybe we should introduce you for people that
yeah,
don't know.
maybe more like, yeah, exactly. Let Lee let us introduce you, but
Yes.
have
Okay.
you introduce you really, because you go all the way back to Aussie television.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, my beginnings are, going back to the 80s childhood with Commodore 64, parents buying me Commodore 64. Shout out to mum and dad. Thanks for one of those.
Yeah.
Um, and the data set and the koala pads and all the sort of accessories as you kind of went deeper into it and learned how to do a little bit of basic programming and then got on to doing, graphics and music and SID music and so yeah, I'd gone from there. That sort of essentially it inspired me to want to have a career in video games, really. Although in Australia back then in the 80s there wasn't any sort of courses or any sort of thing specific towards that. Not even really much of an industry as there was. All the magazines we always saw the adverts over in the UK or America or whatever, and yeah, so I kind of did graphic design and studied that at university and went on to do video graphics. So, and that's where the sort of Amiga and Commodore side of things continued through because um, in doing graphic design, I always had a Commodore sort of and went on to Amiga and did more Amiga work there. But specifically, my friend and I set up a little video graphics company and did sort of weddings and TV ads and whatever kind of video stuff for customers and a lot of educational stuff for the universities and things like that. And that was mostly done with, Amigas and D Paint and Scala. And
Oh,
I
wow.
worked for a little exhibitions company called Mega Fun. And if you saw my set last night, there was one song that was like a dedicated. Didn't
Hmm.
doesn't make any sense when you watched it last night without understanding in
Okay.
context. But that whole song was essentially a show reel of
Oh,
uh
wow.
of all my Mega Fun
Of
work, right?
previous projects,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, of
Wow.
all the
Yeah.
projects that, or a big chunk of the projects I've done actually. So that's one of the things of this year being the 40th anniversary of Amigas, and me having spent a huge amount of my life working with Amigas back in the 90s and through my university days and my early days as a professional and getting a job and starting business. Uh, that I'd done loads of work with that, with Lightwave and doing video graphics and TV commercials, and also doing deep paint animation for this, exhibitions company. So it was a lot of fun, kiddies animation, colorful, toyish gameplay related stuff, and that was the closest thing I could get to video games kind of work in the day. And and yeah, so in my set there is two songs. There's Mega Fun, and then there's I can't remember the name of the other song now. It's gone from my head, but it's a demo reel song which has all got like light wave animation. And yeah, so those two were essentially all the work, a collection of all the work I'd done, and then put together to an Octamed mods that I'd written or authored to kind of sequence them all together into a epic
Okay.
epic VHS showreel that I was then going to take to the UK with me when my wife and I decided we're going to move to the UK. And she's a nurse, so she, like getting a job over here was kind of good for her and very, very achievable. And but getting for jobs from Australia as an unknown was very difficult. So we at least were able to get over here. I had my VHS showreel. Sorry, I'm going into my whole life story here, but
Yeah, no
it's
worries.
all relevant.
That's what we're here for, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And so yeah, that VHS showreel with those two things was the little piece of plastic I walked around to all the games companies, and sat down and talked them all through, and that was quite funny. To kind of see what people saw that stuff, but they could see hopefully the quality of the work, even though it was on the fringes of video game related graphics.
Right.
And yeah, eventually I got that landed me a job at Codemasters, and so yeah, I ended up starting there, and then quickly had to transition from Lightwave to PC, and then into 3D Studio Max, which is a very much the video games industry standard back then, and still a lot is today. And so yeah, no, I was Codemasters and worked on a number of games there. Uh, and then on to what else? There was uh, yeah, quite a few over the years. Elixir Studios, um, with Demis Hassabis, and who's now in the Google DeepMind field. So he's a hardcore gamer at heart, that young man, and then went on to
Yeah, to something. Yeah,
yeah, to kind of go back and study how the brain works, and then take that. He was obviously a passionate AI, like the AI in video games was the only place you get to kind of get paid to do AI back in those days. But obviously, the power of computers taken him rocket him into a whole another plateau now and changing the world really. And so I was very, very privileged to work there for a while and work on a number of prototype games and yeah, mostly games that didn't get published, because there was always numerous games that got published, or a few games that got published, but a lot of ones that didn't. And that
Sure.
was very much a trend in the games industry.
Mhm.
It's like being a band, you're always doing songs and pitching them, and there's the label will pick up this, but they won't pick up that because
Right.
it's what they think's going to be what's going to sell and be
Right.
Yeah.
commercially good for the audience. So there was Elixir. I worked for a while back in Australia at a company called Blue Tongue, which was part of THQ. They were a small developer under the THQ publishing, and we worked on like games like Barnyard, which was like a sort of movie license of essentially GTA with cows. You
Yeah.
have to play it to understand it. Um, and we worked on, and I was worked at a games company called Rat Bag Games, which is based in Adelaide, where my family is from. So that was a nice time where I got to go back to Australia and actually have got a job in that industry in Australia. And eventually a job came up. I found out that they were starting a studio at Rockstar Games and in London, and we'd always been based in London before we went back to Australia. So we are like, oh, we've got to go back for that. That's an amazing opportunity. And I sort of called them up and said, look, I sent them my CV and had a phone call and said, look, I'll jump on a plane tomorrow if you need me for an interview. And I don't care, I'll pay for it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Just went out there with it, and they were like, yeah, okay, come on over, don't worry about it. We'll sort it. We've got money. And yeah, so and then I ended up being one of the early employees at Rockstar London, which was a huge privilege, really, to kind of work with a company like that.
So you
They
worked on a little game program for them known as GTA, right?
Yeah, I worked on a number. There was the first project we worked on was Manhunt 2.
Hmm.
Yeah.
The studio initially started to kind of work on that was that they picked up a project from the Vienna studio originally, that we're working on that, and ended up not being able to finish it, and so we took it over and took it to the finish line. So there was Manhunt 2, which was a crazy incredible project to work on, and insane subject matter, because it is extremely violent video game.
Right.
We're setting a tone here. And was like got published and instantly banned, and so it had to go through the whole process of like fighting it in the courts.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was a quite land breaking game from the point of view that it kind of changed the legal system around the ESRB ratings system in the UK,
Right.
because they had sort of basically said, look, we think this game's so violent that adults, because the game was never for children, obviously it was only an adult game,
Right.
Right.
but to ban it is to say that it's so bad that even adults can't make that informed decision about
Was
whether
wild,
they,
then.
yeah,
I think
why,
it was Ireland, and Germany. Germany
yeah,
outright banned it. They said
Yeah.
yeah,
no, not
Australia
even
as
a
well.
discussion, right?
Yeah, Australia as well. But
Yeah.
it got overturned. But obviously by then, it was
Yeah.
controversial in the news. But the
Right.
sales, that initial launch sales thing was kind of damaged
Right.
beyond repair.
Right.
But
Right.
it's still a game I'm very proud of and got to do a hell of a lot of
Yeah.
work on. And then from there was we worked on a few little prototypes, but obviously Rockstar, I can't talk about that stuff. They're very, very secretive.
Yeah.
And then from there we got to work on uh, uh, Max Payne 3.
Oh yeah.
Again, a wonderful franchise to be a part of, and
Yep.
a game that's being a linear game, you get to concentrate all the artistry and detail and that into a really rich environment, which in the sort of Xbox kind of 360 PS3 days, we managed to get it looking really amazing. I mean, we were obviously part of a number of studios working on that. That was a really big game.
Yeah.
And yeah, we got to also work on GTA 5, and then on to Red Dead Redemption 2. We were on that for quite a few years. And then GTA 6 after that. So and I left in 2023. But yeah, by then I was about 5 years in on GTA 6, and quite a few years on as I was there 16 years all up.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what's so interesting, Lee, is when you were a little boy, you already knew that this is where you wanted to end up.
Yes.
So now, because you're privileged enough to be able to take a little break and kind of look at other parts of the hobby, did you think it was going to be like it ended up to be?
I yes, I guess it did. Like I think there's definitely I was definitely get my head down and focus on the work, really. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, just in like the way I'd sort of started out, learning how to do stuff on the Commodore 64 and creating stuff for that. I'd take that approach to all of my roles, and it's I mean, as you go, that you're working in a business, and so I've certainly had like studio shutdowns and layoffs and all
Right.
sorts of things like that are an unfortunate, but unfortunately too normal situation in
Yeah.
the entertainment industry. But yeah, I I didn't expect that and I didn't want that, but when it happened, you're kind of aware of the reasons why, and you're
Right.
just like, well, if I keep my head down and get the work done and do a great job as much as I possibly can, you're building up a portfolio
Right.
of achievement
Right.
that is going to be of value to someone else,
Right. And
And I was
at
never
the
out of a
end,
job for a long time. This is the
right.
longest
And at
time I've
the end,
had a
whether or
break.
not whether or not the title got published or not is for that portfolio not necessarily super relevant. That
Right.
I presume.
No, not at all. I mean, generally speaking, you kind of tend to. I mean, there's always NDA around interviews and that anyway. So you can talk. You tend to kind of talk about projects you've worked on and details of things you've worked on within the secrecy of a job interview. To But I mean, yeah. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, a lot of projects, yeah, didn't get published, and you can talk a little bit about them, but you can't
Right.
give away
No,
too much.
and there's
Yeah.
no need. There's no need. We well understand the sensitivities there
Yeah.
in that world. So let's start rewinding all the way back. The Amiga, obviously in Australia, when you got into this, and thanks to your parents that clearly were amplifying the talent that they saw in their kids. And I happen to know your brother's super talented as well.
Yeah.
You were like ahead of anything and everything, right? There were very few people operating in this space at the moment that you were already experimenting.
Well, I guess so. I don't know. You just do what you do when you're a kid, and and yeah, our parents were always supportive, but more in a sort of like they just let us get on with it sort of thing. Like, "Well, you need
Right,
something, yeah, we'll try and to help sort of thing, and make sure you get out and play in the yard a bit, won't you? Sort
right,
of
Yeah.
that sort of thing. But I was never like hothoused or anything. Um, but they obviously had ambitions for us to go to university because that's at least
right,
get a degree or something, and then you've got a
right,
chance at a better job and start higher up a ladder somewhere.
right,
Um, and they knew that and as much. But yeah, I guess I think I was just, you just when you're at that young age, you sort of look at things, and there's a certain golden age around your 10, 12, 13 years old where you sort of
mhm,
where your childhood brain just wants to absorb stuff so much,
right,
and you find something and get into it, and that's where
yeah,
the programming and art and music,
right,
and I knew that. I definitely knew then with the beginnings of Amigas, and my parents were like, well, computers are going to be the thing, you better learn computers, so
right,
they were supportive in that respect, and I was like, well, multimedia is everything, we've got to do multimedia, so I was like, well, and I had no idea that, well, there's departments that will do the
right, right,
audio, and
right,
there's departments that are going to do the graphics, and departments
yeah,
that are going to do the coding. It's like I'm just going to need to learn how to art code and
yeah,
do,
do everything. Yeah,
do
it's
yeah,
gonna be
yeah. I got
me.
to
Yeah,
become a
yeah,
good at drawing and good at
right,
and so if anything, it was my own stupidity that led me to kind of work, you know, sacrifice a normal childhood for having fun on my 64 and generating all this content,
right.
Yeah.
And
It's
but now
interesting.
here I am 40 years later, and it's all sat there, and it's like, come on, let's get it out, dust it off and throw it out into the world with my friends on CRX and see what
Yeah.
happens.
Well, it's interesting, because Zako said something very similar. He was at the very same age
Yeah.
in '86 when he started this, and he basically had to figure it out himself. In this case, even with manuals, he couldn't even
Yeah,
read
yeah,
or and figure that out, which is kind of like the push to the creative process is enormous there. Now you you started your own gig fairly quickly
yeah,
with the May,
yeah.
where
Well,
you kind of
he was
maxing.
he was from a quite well a more well-off background than me, and he was older
Okay,
than me, and
okay,
I'd done some animations on my
yeah,
Amiga, and I needed to get them onto videotape, and he had already started his little own video business
yeah,
and had the equipment to kind of genlock stuff off and
yeah,
things. And so and we met at like you did back in the day. You had the Amiga
yeah,
Club, and you go get your Fred Fish discs and
Fred Fish.
at the weekly meets and things. So I met
yeah,
him there, and
yeah,
someone said, "Oh, I know so and so. He's got a Genlock," and that's how we started a business
yeah.
Oh.
together. Well, we sort of collaborated in a business. So
Hmm.
Right, right, right.
yeah, yeah,
Which is at that moment in time, um, that was brand new. Using an Amiga was
yeah,
quite the revolution
Yeah.
yeah,
to be able to do that at that price point, and
Sure.
opened up an entirely new set of skills and tools to television stations or to
Right.
businesses, small businesses, that all of a
yep,
sudden could make advertisements,
yep,
Hotels.
broadcasting those eventually
Yeah.
on television, where none of that would have been in their realm at that moment in time.
no,
It
no.
opened up
It's-
a
Uh,
completely new business segment.
I don't really know the rest of the world, but I know at that time it felt like Australia had quite a uniquely pro Amiga thing. The whoever was heading up the Amiga office in Sydney, the Commodore
Right.
marketing people in Sydney, they had a good team there, I think,
Mhm.
because by my understanding, and I don't know this for sure, but I'd heard some kind of rumor that they had friends in the sort of government education department, because one of the
Right.
big things that I got exposed to was in high school. Our high school all bought Amigas to use in the art department, right?
Mhm.
Uh, so we had Commodore 64s. They had other, they had BBC micros and that. So they had a room of those, and they also had a room of Commodore 64s. But if you did art and design, which I did at high school, you'd get to use Amigas, and that's where I was like, oh great, and that got me doubled me down into it as well to do more Amiga stuff at home and at school, and talk the parents into, can I get an Amiga, and so so that Australia had I think they had a quite a uniquely strong Amiga presence there through the education department, which got a lot of kids into it, and a lot of parents on side with it, and businesses as well. And one of the side things we did was, having done a lot of deluxe paint animation and that, like there was the Channel 9 Adelaide, they used to do a TV show called Humphrey B. Bear, which was like a kids cartoon animation, big furry creatures,
Right.
men in furry suit kind of, Saturday show, and his beloved character. And yeah, they said, oh, we need someone who can teach us how to use this software to do. They had an artist who wanted to do animations, and they wanted to use Amigas, and so there was lots of little opportunities like that with Amigas around Adelaide. And the other thing that was a big influence in Adelaide was, we had a little company called Phoenix Technologies, and there was the very original Amiga 1000, and they designed, I don't know too much technical about it, but they designed a new motherboard essentially for the Amiga 1000 that sort of upgraded it to more of a ECS 1 megabyte kind of, like a Amiga 500 plus quality machine, so you could re-motherboard your Amiga 1000 and take it up a notch. And I think that was quite a successful little project for them. And they had a nice little office, and that office did become a bit of a hub for the Amiga people who are part of the clubs and that. It was through these people and their connections that I met my mate Anthony, and we did our video business things together. So yeah, it was a community just like this, like what we've got now.
Yeah, the ancient version of community outreach
Yeah.
programs, if you will, right?
It was just a bunch of people who were all into the same thing, who were like,
Right.
how can we find ways to make a little bit of money doing this all together and
Right.
having fun,
Yeah.
And
That-
but it was state of the art, and it was technology, just like, sorry, I'm talking over you there, but
No, please.
it was state of the art in its day. We all totally believed in it, and unlike other computers in the PC world and DOS and all that, everyone was completely bought in of like, if we're going to do computers, this is the one to do it on. This is a great platform.
Yeah.
And hats off to the Dave Haneys and all all those guys, all the original Commodore and Amiga people, because there was such a passionate following in all corners.
So the interesting thing is that your parents said, we'll support you guys anyway. We'll support you and do this, and computers are going to be the future. Everybody said that. Everybody said, there's going to be something. No one knew quite what, but they knew it was going to play a role.
Yeah.
But you
just
still
don't
have
put
to
your
go
head in the sand. Follow it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you still got to finish your education. You still got to go to uni and make sure that you do that. Do you think, at what moment in time do you think that they thought, like, this boy of ours that's talking about becoming a game developer or something like that is actually, not just serious about it, but you may actually be able to put some bread on the table with this as well?
Oh, it was primary school. Yeah, it was primary school, because I'd written one of the games that's one of the early games I wrote as a basic game was like a Jupiter Lander clone called Lander 2, and actually on my YouTube site there's a whole SID track that's got that as a thing for it, so people can check it out. But that was like one of the first games I wrote, and it was like, I've got to send this off to. I tidied up the code enough, because obviously I'd learned a lot of basic reading out the back of the magazine listings is a great way to type them all in and debug and learn basic, copying other people's basic, right? And so I'm like, this is where I can make some money. So I've got to upload, or not upload, they couldn't upload back then, but I've got to post.
I could send it. Snail mail. I
got to find a friend with an 8-pin printer and print it out and send a floppy disk and do all the stuff that you had to do to submit it to the back of the magazine, right? And that got accepted and published, and I got a check for £50, and that was cool. And then I used that the other funny thing, and this is the sad thing, that I lost the discs for this, so I don't have the original, but the that piece of gameplay, the landing through, navigating your ship through the cavern to land on the landing pad on each planet.
Right.
I'd seen people might remember the Are You Keeping Up with the Commodore advert, right? That's
Right.
got
Yeah.
it's got the school teacher and she's pointing at the screen and it's got
Mm-hmm.
the picture of Jupiter. Remember
Yep.
that one? It's got like
Yep.
the Jupiter and it's all done out of like, blocky graphics.
Yep.
Um and I was like, oh, that'd be cool. And so I made a school project where it was all of the planets of the solar system, essentially like that, all made out of sort of Petsky and all the 16 colors and Petsky and stuff,
Uh,
and just had really basic stats like the sort of orbit times and the masses of the planets, all the stuff that I'd find in a National Geographic somewhere. And
mhm.
so I just made the game where you'd land the lander all this time, and then at the end of it, you'd be rewarded with this little info page teaching you about the solar system and all the planets of the solar system. If you got all the way to Pluto, then
Right.
you clock the game, right? You won the final thing. And I put this in for school, right? And I didn't realize, but my school submitted that to a science awards, educational
Oh,
education
Wow.
department science awards, right? It's called the
Yeah.
Sir Mark Oliphant Science Awards. Um, so that's so Mark Oliphant, people might not know, but he was a physicist who was part of um, the Manhattan Project, one of the early
Oh.
physicists in the Manhattan Project, and he was from Australia as well. And
Mm.
so part of that kind of covert
yeah.
secret group of people that all worked on that project and the Oppenheimer, and we all
Hmm.
know the rest is history, right?
Sure.
So, but yeah, one of his legacies was that he created this um, medal for science education kind of excellence, so supposedly speaking, for kids. And I won that, right? So they submitted it, and
Oh.
I got an award for it. So I got
Yeah.
the Sir Mark
Wow.
Oliphant Science Awards. And so this time I'd published one. It was 1988, and I'd published one game, and I'd gotten a science award for education software, quote unquote
Pretty good,
education
right?
software.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
and and I think the parents were like, this is it. He's going to be okay. Um,
At
so
least one down, one more to
yeah,
go.
so
Yeah.
so yeah, so until I met a girl, I was kind of all in and good, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So
That, that is
that's the whole story, I guess.
just
Yeah.
that's just awesome. Now, one of the things is you've been pretty good at keeping some of the artifacts that you've created as a private person over the years as well, right?
You say that, but I lost all the six. I've lost all my 64 discs.
Well,
So I
yeah,
know
come on now.
I've only saved
Even
the
in the best
cassette,
of climate.
but I've managed to revive it all from that cassette for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But
So was that deliberate, or was it just, there happened to be storage space at the house?
uh, No, well, I made a good effort to save that. To I had when I got rid of the 64, I made a good effort to back everything up onto the discs. I
Right.
didn't know back in the day the idea that you could actually do multiple backups for safety, but
Yeah.
I just done one backup and taped up the box and put it somewhere safe. And I have, for the life of me, don't know where it's ended up because since I moved to the UK and lived between I've been back to Australia and back to the UK for 30 years now,
Right.
and lots of moving and doing sort of things as part of our career and travels, and it's been amazing. But all the stuff you left behind kind of gets thrown in storage, and then it gets pushed from some person's house to another. And anyway, it kind of I lost that stuff. But all the stuff I did with the Amiga side of things, because that was then going into a professional side of things,
Yeah.
and it was a later time when floppy disks, and we actually were getting into the era of CD-ROMs. So before I moved to
Yeah.
the UK
Yeah.
and done my show reel, that was a great way to collate everything. And
Right.
I also burn everything to a great expense, burn everything to a 600 meg CD,
Right.
which
Yeah.
obviously
Yeah.
could fit my life's work of Amiga stuff.
Yeah.
Sure.
But yeah, so luckily I've kept all of that.
Good.
Yeah, so actually I haven't prepared anything to show today. Unfortunately, you've brought that
No,
out
that's that
All
that
right.
quickly,
that
but
that's
we
okay.
could share that another time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
But it's all
Hey,
on the show reel. Basically, it's if you go through my Bitscape set, the central section
Well, I
of
was curious when I was watching that what
yeah,
all that was. I
yeah,
didn't realize that there
like
were
all
taking
that
it.
section of like there was like a whole Blade Runner
Yeah.
section and a steam traction engine and mechanical stuff, and there's like a CD64, like a futuristic design for the next generation
Mm-hmm.
CD32, and all of these sort of things were all lightwave demos and stuff I did, and some
Oh,
things with the TV set fly, the camera flying through the TV set
TV.
under the
Right.
pillars were all part of TV commercials and
Yeah.
intros and and countdowns for our
Mhm.
show reel bits, and so that all got kept and saved, and especially because we had by then we'd got some better hardware, so we had a DPS personal animation recorder, which was
Mm.
like a big deal back in the day, full 24-bit video, broadcast quality video from a hard disk on an Amiga setup. So that was so I was able to record all that stuff off onto Betacam, SP tape, and have a really high quality copy of it, and that now survives through to be on my silly little YouTube channel.
So how do you kind of see like when did the Amiga for you as the last Commodore machine kind of fade away? Or was it always there? Was it always there throughout all these years? Because you've traveled a lot, so a lot of stuff couldn't even come with you.
Yeah.
Where did Commodore end for
Oh,
you, or where
Where
did
did
well,
it
it
I
draw the
mean,
end?
line?
it's the same because I'd been so passionate and had been the cornerstone of our professional lives, really,
Yeah,
and our hobbies as well. So I used to follow all the Amiga reports and all the stuff that Commodore was putting out back in the day, and there was always the talk about the Hombre chipset or the AAA chipset and all
right,
these things. So we kind of knew that was coming, but then of course, that was the other side of it, actually. There was an Amiga Developers Association, so I had friends associated with that as well. The Australasian Amiga Developers Association, and so those guys actually did have a direct thing into Commodore, and I'd have conversations with them, and they'd always be like, "Oh, this has gone off the rails," or they didn't believe in decisions that were being made
right.
in the marketing side of things. So just all the stories that everybody hears about it, sort of tailing away, and then them sort of running out of money and missing the thing, and of course at that same time for us personally, like I had an Amiga 3000 and it was, 25 megahertz machine and lots of memory. And it
Yep.
was the love of my life, kind of as far as the
Right,
best Amiga I'd ever had. I
right.
just
Yep.
loved that machine, right? But
Yeah, me too.
but we also had just bought like 120 megahertz, 486 DX266 kind of, or whatever. Uh, and or early Pentium, should I say? Actually, it was back
Hmm.
then, and that had they had a PC version of Lightwave, so we could take I could set up my Lightwave scenes on at home on my Amiga, and then
Mhm.
take it into the studio, put it on this PC, and the
Right,
frames were just blaring out of this machine,
right, right, right.
and
Yeah.
so and I could feel my heart sort of sink. That I was like, wow, this is
Yep.
This
Commodore's
is the
really going to have
future.
to,
This is going to be
yeah,
the next.
Commodore's going to have to
Yeah,
do something because there's no way like this is just so much better having 120 megahertz versus 25,
Yeah.
right.
and yeah, that machine just powered through it. And then of course it just got better that it could just natively play with the graphics card. You didn't need the personal animation recorder and a dedicated video hard disk
Right.
and the glitchiness of all of that. It was just like, oh, this PC can just play it like it's a depaint file.
Right, right.
And yeah, so that was when, and it never came back from there. And then they went bust, and so I just had to, bite my finger and move forward. But by then I was moved to the UK, and yeah, PCs were all the go.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Professional life took over,
yep,
and
yep, yep. That was it. And
so
then you're into PlayStation, which of course is amazing. Like the PlayStation 1 was just an incredible
yeah,
machine to work
yeah,
on, and like 3D was only just beginning on Amiga. On Amigas you could do 3D, but oh my God, all the textured stuff and the amount of
right.
polys, and when you saw those first dinosaur demos on the PlayStation 1,
Yep.
there's the Jurassic Park demos, people might remember those. It
Yeah,
was
yeah,
just like,
yeah.
well, this is it, and so as a person who loves technology and 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 wants to pursue the glorious future we were promised, to quote a certain, like PS1 was it, let's go,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so
yeah.
yeah, so all those hobbies got put aside for 40 years, 30
So
years.
when did you start picking back things back up? Where
Yeah.
did that interest peak from, or what triggered it, or can you where?
I've always, when I've had quiet little moments, like I sort of, I've had all those things just sitting there on my PC. Like I kept all backups on my PC of the bits and pieces and the recordings off the, pardon me, the recordings off the SID chip stuff.
Mhm.
Right,
And I was like, I'll sit down and remaster this one night, just as a fun sort of nostalgic time, just when you want to unwind one night after work. So I'd done that on and off between all the long hours of, obviously in the games industry, we had a fair bit of crunch in the early days and
Yeah.
you didn't have energy to do those sort of things. But sometimes it's good fun to unwind. And I've always built my own PCs as a hobby too, so doing electronics and building your own machines, which is something I learned from Amigas too, building and adding RAM to my Amigas.
Right.
Sure.
And
Right.
so I've lost my train of thought now, but I was just, I just did that really. Yeah.
So when
So
did you jump back in?
yeah. When
Full
when
speed.
Yeah. So when I got back in, that's right. So yeah, I'd done a little bit of remastering, and I guess like many people, it was the pandemic really. We were stuck in a lot more and
Yeah.
doing a lot more remote work from home, and but back then I was commuting a long way to the office from living in London. It was like a 2 hour commute, sort of to and fro between my office and my home, and then suddenly you got sort of 2 hours of your life back, and you just had more time and the work from home situation. We pivoted to that very quickly at Rockstar, and like many companies had to do, and got it working very well. We've got such incredible IT staff and support. And all got everything's working. So yeah, there was a little more time, and by then also we were sort of on we were the work and the amount of crunch and overtime and that we were doing on the project was quite minimal. Part of the goal of doing software and games development, because it's such a multifaceted sort of cooking pot of
right.
elements that all need to come together and be polished in just the right way, that often leads to things going wrong and getting out of sync, and then parts of the game being remade a lot. And we've we've
Sure.
we've dealt with that in the games industry for so long, and it always ended up in crunch and delays and things like that.
Yeah.
But at Rockstar, generally, from my experience, it started at we did have plenty of that, I'll admit, and a lot of people say so too. But we got it a lot better over time, and over the pandemic, it wasn't too bad. And of course, there was also very much a culture of look, everybody's going through a lot of stuff with family and school kids and all those other things too. So there was a lot less pressure too. And my wife and I, we don't have kids, so there wasn't so much of that pressure. And so on the side, I was just like, well, let's bang this stuff onto YouTube and put that stuff out there. It was a world where it was pretty scary and frightening, and a lot of people worried, and you were all hearing awful stuff on the internet and conspiracy
Mm.
theories and lockdown stuff. And I was like, it was a bit overwhelming, like I think it was overwhelming for all of us in our own ways. And I was like, how can I put something good into the world, something positive out
Right.
there? And I'm like, let's, I'm 40, midlife crisis, who cares? Let's get this, let's put these kind of terrible Sid tunes that I thought were
Yeah.
terrible. Anyway, when you're a teenager, you're like, no one,
Yeah.
no one can hear, no one can listen to my music. It's too special. They'll
Right.
think I'm weird. But I just said, look, screw it, it's going out there. And so I did a bunch of videos, and that was my whole CRX set last year.
Mhm.
And but I put all that out back during the pandemic, and it got such a huge, well, not huge, but it got a really good response, and it ended up, leading, Sarge trying to find my channel and be like, oh, do you want to meet up and be a
Yeah.
part of this show and meet
Right.
you guys? And so, yeah, that's where it really sort of snowballed. And then, of course, later when I kind of came to leave Rockstar and have a little break, because I was unwell over the pandemic too, like many people had health
Yeah.
issues with it, and I had to have a little career break. And so this is where I've become much more deeper into this side of things, and and the support and of friends and hobbies and rebuilding a new career, out
Right.
off the back of a game, having a break from games, and retro gaming stuff and all these is a growing thing. And I've just think, well, this is a real cool opportunity. And then
Mhm.
as fate would have it, just when you're in that kind of headspace, that you're like, how can I turn this into a little thing? And this is where I got into the 3D printing and the minis side of things,
Right.
and building computers and all that, all the therapy and fun of that, and the joy that brings for people. They love the little machines like that. And RGL have had a huge success
Mm.
with those machines. And then of course, Perifractic comes along and buys Commodore along with Jim and many others. And it's like, wow, this could actually be something really amazing to kind of stay a part of.
Yeah.
And
I think what's been
if they'll let
fun
me.
there. what's been fun is, of course, when you kind of look back at your career, your hobby became your career, then your career kind of created your hobby again, which now may become your career again. It's interesting to see
Well,
kind of how it
I
kind
think
of goes in
I
circles,
think
right?
I think part of the art of living life is you got to do where you got to go where your heart takes you, really.
Yeah.
Right.
And as much as possible, you want to do jobs, try and find work that is work that
Sure.
you believe in,
You
and
enjoy.
that makes sense to you and gives you joy, and then you're not really working and you're happy to put in the hour, because you've got to work hard at anything, no matter what you do. It's a competitive
Yeah, and I think, and
world
that's
out
a
there,
very
isn't it?
humble way of
So
putting it. But
yeah,
obviously, what stands out in your case is none of your skills have gone unused. Where you're at now, so let's kind of forward a little bit to where we're at in these last 15 odd minutes.
yeah,
Is you've started creating mini versions
yes,
of much of the equipment that has come by out of your Commodore, your
yeah,
favorite Commodore machines,
yeah. I
and
have.
just the way, and you do a great job with publishing your YouTube videos,
I can do
and
a wide
people
shot.
get to see some of these crazy build videos
There we go.
of the
Yeah,
stuff that you then 3D print.
yes,
Obviously, for
yeah.
you've done this for so many years. For you, it's become second nature in the way you approach all of this. But how you now went from this virtual world into a physical world again is just amazing to see. And there's not that many people that publish about that either. If
Mhm.
people just want to kind of get inspired by, okay, someone starts with with a design program and then ends up with a fantastic example here, a complete mini Commodore setup with, if you may notice, a banana for scale. Uh,
Yes.
it is just
Banana for scale.
it's surreal, and we had to do the banana. Remember, Lee, how we spoke about the banana
Yeah,
and
yeah,
how
yeah.
Yeah,
important
that
the
was
Bananas,
important for
banana
all
the
of
all
is.
us.
important banana. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
The banana
so
became so important because the level of detail to your builds, completely ground up design builds, it was just indistinguishable, and it made no sense. Whenever you shared a picture, I'm like, well, here's Lee again. He's sharing a picture of an Amiga 3000. I'm like, okay,
Why? Okay.
why indeed? Until you see the banana.
yeah. Well, it's a case of there's the back as well, but it's a case of, well, that's one of them. But it's a case of again, you talk. I think it's a good point you make about skills not being wasted. Is that obviously in my day job as a games artist, video game environment artist in the video games business, it's one of the things that's really great about it is you are building all sorts of, in any business you might be building one thing, and that might be a factory
Yeah,
that just makes, toilet roll holders or something like that. I
right.
don't know. But
Mm.
in my job, I got to design and build all sorts of things, like designing, building assets, park benches and trash cans and whole massive bridges, or tunnels, or aircraft, or anything.
Yeah,
You get to make all these assets for video games, right? So modeling and detailing, researching, detailing, and modeling in 3D is becomes just like, yeah, that's how your brain is hardwired after doing that
amazing.
for many, many years. And so that's where the mini stuff comes in. Is it's like, well, I love these machines, and I was like, I can model all that stuff, and obviously the 3D printing coming on means that I could physically turn them into real models, and so that's where I went, really. And then of course, talking again about the RGL and their mini 64s, I was like, well, if I get one of those, I can make a case for that, and I did that. Um, that was where I started, really, was the taking a 64 mini and turning that into that's an Aussie case
All
um,
right. Yep.
version
Hmm.
of it. But
Yeah.
that's their machine, but with, hang on, I hold it there, but with a sort of slimline case of it. And I've
Yeah.
I've since recently designed like a more proper Commodore original slimline case. Hang on, let me give you a better one of them.
So I
Yeah.
have to
So
say,
yeah.
one of the
So it's just modeling and building these, really. Ooh, open up.
Right.
okay.
That's
So
an empty.
one of the
Yeah.
themes with our little group here that we have with CRX is that it seems like everybody is extremely detail oriented. And I
Mm.
want you to take a look at Lee's monitor and
Oh,
notice that your monitor actually has a bezel, a glass
Oh yeah.
bezel.
Yep. Yes, it does.
Yeah, it's got the CRT,
So
it's got the CRT curve and
it's
everything
got
to it.
it's
You
got
know,
the
it's
curved
just,
glass.
it is,
I
yeah.
I don't really have a separate one to show you, but I do. Yeah, that's actually got the actual curved glass. Here's a if I can
And a
find the.
functioning door that's not broken. That's good.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh well, what's funny about it is that these doors are actually really floppy. Like so there's one that I'm still building,
Yeah.
but that is a resin printed clear resin. Oh, it's dusty. That's a resin printed clear one, and I've polished it so it works. But
Yeah.
in future, I'm working on better ways to achieving that. But yes, the door works, and you've got all the controllers inside.
Right.
But if you use it a lot, you can break it off just like the authentic thing.
Right.
But so don't do that.
And so these minis now, because you've become quite involved as well in the let's say Greater London area Commodore meetings and meetups that are
Yep.
becoming more and more frequent
Yeah.
as well, and actually demonstrating some of these designs. And what is cool about these designs is you actually make them all functional. So you
Yeah.
either take out of the minis, the A500 mini or
Yep.
Raspberry Pi setups to make them actually fully functional
Yep.
machines for
Yep.
people
It's a
to
fully functional
actually,
machine.
yeah, to use. It's not just a beautiful piece of art, but it's actually something that can be used as well.
Yes, if you want, I can fire the 3000 up, but I don't know how much time we've got left.
Oh, we're
But
fine. We've
yeah,
got time.
okay,
We got a lunch break to go to, so we're fine. Yeah, so
okay.
3000 is my love as well.
Yeah, I've always had a absolute
Yeah.
passion for the 3000 as well. So, whoops.
I did
So
most of my work later on. We started with the 500. We'll start with 1000 and then a 500 and 2000 and 3000 and 4000. But even though I had a 4000, I always used the 3000. I like the machine better.
yes, and it was just a nice machine to sit in front of and use, just because you felt like, wow, I'm a serious professional with a really nice looking machine.
Yeah, it's a
There
good
was that
looking
there was
box
that
for
aspect of
sure.
it as well. It really was like Commodore's finest uh finest hour,
I
I think.
agree. That whole design of that, the way that looks, I think that was the best looking machine.
And yeah, so this one is based on an Amiga 500 Mini, right? So this is the Retro Games Limited's Amiga 500 Mini
Oh,
internally.
nice.
There we go, turn that on.
Oh.
So hopefully that'll power up. Give it time.
Power button in the
It's
right
crazy.
spot, LEDs in the
Yeah,
right spot.
everything's like, and this is, and I guess this is where it's really important to making it a really authentic experience, is that it got right down to making. There we go, and the
It is
speakers
just
work.
too good. I'm looking at it and it's still not making sense. The banana there helps so much
Ah,
because the whole thing makes no sense.
Yeah.
Your brain needs to constantly remind itself that this is a mini. It's just,
yeah.
it's so cool.
So there it is.
It's really, this is fantastic.
And I can just take it around to the memory stick. This one's running I'm running Mini Mega on this one.
Hmm.
So if I hit that, and then it can take, and then it takes it through to a full workbench. And then you're in real Amiga territory. And the other aspect of it, the other fun thing too, is I done a mouse. So there's your. Hang on, let me open the box. So I found a very inexpensive, like Chinese mice that have this kind of thing, but I've designed that into a working tank mouse, right? So just for comparison, I have an actual. That's a legit. There's your legit tank mouse. So and the half size edition. Hang on,
It's crazy.
if I hit
That's awesome.
bit of there, is that, I don't know if you can see better on that camera, but there we go.
Yeah.
So, but that's, yeah, so that's 3D. That's a 3D printed thing. You see the little thing for the optical mouse thing in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and it just the fun really continues of just essentially there we go, and it even glows when it turn it on because you get the
Yeah.
light
Yeah. The
underneath.
red glow. Yeah.
So
Fantastic. That
yeah,
mouse works better than the original.
yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, well, if I make it right, it does. If I when I glue the PCB in, if I get the lens just a tiny bit
Oh,
out of
then it
whack,
will work
then
just as
yeah,
well
the
as the old
alignment's
one.
wrong and the chip can't see the surface. But
Then it works
it's sort
just
of
as well as the
yeah.
original.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can probably hear the
No,
little
we can't
mouse
hear
click.
that. That gets
Can't
Oh, you
hear
filtered.
it.
can't hear that?
Yeah, that
Oh,
gets
so I thought you
filtered.
might be able to hear it. It's too
Yeah.
subtle.
You get
But
the
yeah, anyway, so
authentic click.
Yeah.
so there's that. Yeah, running.
So Lee, where is this? So right now, it's a hobby and a lot of proof of concept.
Yeah,
Are
basically.
you thinking bigger than this? People that may see this may think like, dude, I need this. I always wanted a 3000. I definitely do not want a 3000 today because they're horrible to keep up and running. But a mini one would be fantastic, and it's got a wide
Yeah,
acceptance factor as
absolutely. I'm
well.
going to turn it. Absolutely, I want to turn them into something nice and take them further so that people can enjoy them. I've had a lot of fun building them and then taking them. You'll probably see on my YouTube channel going to like the various Kickstart events and Zap Live events and a few things that I've gone to over the last couple of years, taking these machines with me, and yeah, people are always like, wow, like just love them. And I think the thing is that they're just you can this the native Amiga workbench resolutions, your 640s, 480 sort of resolutions on an 8-inch monitor is actually really lovely and comfortable and crisp
Yeah,
to work with.
yeah,
It's the two are, and but you get all that authentic thing running off a USB thing. It's no big heavy hot power bricks
right,
or
right.
high power draw. You can run it off a power bank, and they can just sit on your shelves like a piece of a little
Yeah,
piece
yeah,
of art on
exactly.
your
As
shelf.
art, a piece
And
of
pull it
modern
down.
art, right?
Yeah, exactly. And of course with the modern storage, hang on if I unplug the entire catalog of everything that Amiga ever made can fit on
Right,
that tiny little USB right there. There it is.
right,
Yeah,
right,
you so that's the other side that you couldn't store every game ever. Well,
right.
not to say that I've got
Yeah,
every game ever on there, but yeah, the memory sticks are
right,
so small and inexpensive and cheap.
right.
So
So
what people don't see is that in the background, we get to see all the stuff that Lee's working on. Is that it's just not a 3000 and it's not just a monitor over there. There's a 1701 and there's a whole bunch of stuff that he's done that's small.
It's
It's not like one
volume.
yeah, okay,
thing.
let's do the tour. So there's the 1701. Um, so that's a 1701 mini there, and again with the glass lens. Although this one is a test, is one that my father did. Like he's got a really well equipped shed, and I said, can you get some acrylic and a blowtorch, a hot
Yeah,
heat gun sort of, and blow a shape, and so he's done that. So that's what that is.
yeah,
Um, and you can see so that's, and at the back that's got all the hang on, there we go. It's got all
yeah. All the connections.
the
Yeah,
connections for VGA and everything,
yeah,
and yeah. So and a USB, even got a USB media player in it, so you can
yeah.
pop a USB stick in there.
They're just
So
so good. It still makes no sense. It's really problematic. They are just
yeah,
too good.
and then there's
Oh wait, wait.
Yeah, so this is the one that I
Yeah,
was like,
it's
man,
this is
crazy.
so this one's actually in the process of being reworked, but it's a SX64, and that's got a full working keyboard. Hang on, let me show it in that direction. Same thing again, the nice lensy thing. And the full working keyboard. It's got the this is running a Raspberry Pi 3, so the SD card is just there underneath the floppy drive. So you've got that. Now my goal was to actually have proper working floppies, so I've actually printed real floppies, and they've got you can see that little circle there where my finger is.
mm,
So a what do they call the little tabs thing that can be read
NFC.
by, yeah, NFC reader, that's right. So the goal is to be able to shove that in there and do it, but that's not working so well on this one. But anyway, that's the SX64, and you can see at the back there it's got the power and the networking from the Raspberry Pi and 4 USB slots. So it's all the modern stuff, but just driving on the little screen there.
Right.
And the keyboards, and being modern, that's a proper wireless keyboard. So that means you don't have to have a cable and it just works and you just slot it in together like that.
Yeah.
So that's the SX64. And my other machine that I really want to take further is the Amiga 600, a mini Amiga 600. So there's that.
Crazy.
And that's again the same keyboard, but just in a tiny thing and running a Raspberry Pi 4. This one does, so you
Right.
can see all the outputs for the Pi 4 there. And yeah, so there it is. And same again, that's got a card reader in it. And oh, hang on, here we go. Here's your banana for scale.
Yeah, it's
And,
your
and
NFC. It's an NFC.
yeah, and so I've been working on a little system of floppy disks. So they're banana for scale there to see the floppy disks. So they're all 3D printed, little 3D printed floppies. And again, the same thing where they've got the little disc. The little reader disc is there in the back.
Yeah.
And so you want to load your game. You just have the oh, this one's autographed by John Hare, by the way.
Nice.
I saw John Hare at a show recently, and I said, please sign this, because he's such a gentleman, that guy.
Nice.
Yeah, and so floppy disk just goes in the side there like so,
Yeah.
and it touches the reader and load the game basically.
That's awesome.
And if you want, I'll quickly open it up. Maybe people might like to see what's inside, or is that giving away trade secrets?
You shouldn't do that. Trade
Okay.
secrets for sure. So, but
Trade
let's
secrets.
talk about that for people are going to see this. People have seen this. People want to buy this. They want this. What are you going to do? Are they going to phone you?
What's the story here?
Are they going to have to be patient? What's the story there, Lee?
I have to set up some kind of website or sales thing for them, but I'll obviously set that up and put some details out there in time.
Good.
Yeah.
I haven't got that sorted yet, I'm afraid.
No, I hear you. But right now, it's very much. You've got a production process for making these type of units.
Yeah.
Down. Hey, you've really been perfecting this. This is something that obviously creates quite a bit of joy for those that get to see this, as well as you that creates this.
Yeah. Well, I think there's still things about them that I want to improve before I call them I'm going to mass produce them kind of product, but it's close, shall we say?
Right.
Yeah.
So how do people best connect into you? Where should they pay attention?
Well, my
Instagram, YouTube.
My email address is on my YouTube channel. I guess if you want to email me, that's probably the best way to get in contact and reach out on my YouTube channel's connection there. Yeah. So,
and you're very, very good. You're a super prolific producer. Every day is us that get to hang out a lot with you. Every day it's like, wait, what he's doing? What it's just. What is beautiful to see someone that is really, really, really good at what they do.
Thank you.
In an industry that most people will never have insight in, and is using skills learned throughout those decades in that industry, and share some of that outside that industry, because obviously it's a very secretive industry for absolute good reason.
Sure.
But uses those skills to make stuff outside that.
Yeah.
It's just a joy to see a skill and a trade at play like you do. It's like, and for you, it's like second nature. That this is what you do, but it's very cool to see. And I can only recommend everybody to subscribe to your channel, because
please come and
you're going to learn something new every day, and you're going to
come and see my channel. And I like I say, I love to put up those build videos, and you'll see when you see them, they're quite involved and go into all the little details on the parts, and I often have people being like, well, can I get it as a kit or whatever, and I'm like, well, just give me a chance to get it together and because if you want to if you want to launch something out there, you want to make it just right, sort of thing. That's one thing working in the games industry all these years, is that and Jim will know from doing his keyboard campaigns and that sort of stuff, is that attention to detail and quality means that when you put it out there, it's out there in confidence, and people are going to get all the joy out of it, and you're hopefully going to get very little backwash, of unhappy customers and things getting out of hand. So I very much want to, and I really passionately believe in doing that stuff and looking after customers if I get this out there and build a community of these things.
Well
I
said,
really
Lee.
want them. I
Yeah.
want to do it right and make sure they're having a lot of fun with them.
Yeah, well
Right.
said. Well said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lee,
Well,
you bridge us to lunch. Well,
yes,
lunch
Oh,
thank
is
you.
in
perfect.
the US for some of us. I know
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
little bit different for those in Europe.
Yep.
yeah,
No, we got there in the end, the most important part of the day. No, I
yeah.
kid you. I'm joking.
Well, we
So,
appreciate you sharing.
Yeah, thank you
thank you,
so much
Lee.
for having me again today, guys, and all the
Yeah,
whole
no
show. It's been
worries.
really, really brilliant.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so we're gonna go take a lunch break and we'll be back in 24 minutes or so with
I
Stephanie
hope
Allaire.
a little bit longer than that. No, what is it? I'm gonna look at the calendar myself again. Oh, it is only 24 minutes you're giving us.
Yeah,
Holy moly. Okay,
Did
yeah,
I
quick
talk?
lunch.
gotta go to lunch.
I've
All
talked too
right,
much.
I'm gonna switch out to Slay Radio.
Thank you, Lee.
Have a
Thanks,
great
Lee.
day.
See
Have a
ya.
great time, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the show. See
We'll
ya.
see you at the show.
Bye.
Okay,
Okay.
get this thing to work.
All good.
Nice. All right, well, we'll be back in 23 minutes.
Okay.
okay?
Okay, I think we are back. And let's wait for Yuri to pop back in here. So we have coming up now is Stephanie Allaire. And let's see if we can get our guys back in here. Okay, there's Yuri. Are you there, Yuri? You lost your microphone. You have to unmute yourself.
In the nick of time.
In the nick of time. Okay, so I'm going to put Stephanie back in here. And she is joining. And Stephanie's going to be muted. Earth to Stephanie. Oh,
She's
hi,
muted.
Steph. You're muted. There
Okay.
we go.
Hello.
Hello to you.
Stephanie, what's cooking?
Hey, Yuri, how are you? What's going on?
How's it going?
Good, good. Are we live or are we just?
We're live.
We are live.
It's all live. The camera is on and it's immediately live.
Okay,
Yep.
so I cannot start talking about Commodore.
No, you cannot
No.
talk about that, and you got to put a filter on language use, and but you can always say it in French.
You say I can swear, but in French.
Yeah, it's what is it? Je me fous, like you got to make that movement.
Putain de bordel de merde. Is that
Exactly. Hey, super cool to have you back on.
it? Thank you, thank you, thank you for inviting me. You know, it was a spur of the moment, I suppose. Jim felt guilty.
I think it was. I think
You had
because
your
we all
announcement.
and we had seen your video as well.
Yeah.
Everybody
Yeah.
had seen your video, and so we got so much to cover. Let me start with something completely unrelated first, though.
Yes.
Your background has changed. I'm not used to see this angle. I'm used to have
behind
all
you.
I'm used
Oh,
to seeing
yeah.
all this equipment in the background. What
Yeah.
happened?
Well, you know, you move things around at some point, you know. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
it
sure
looks-
you're doing the same thing. I mean, aside of Jim Drews, who has been having the same room forever. No, I mean, I have a small apartment, so sometimes I get tired, so I move things around.
You moved it around. Okay,
Yeah,
that's what you did. So
yeah. Don't worry about it. It's the
Okay.
same place, different angle. That's all.
Well, let's start out first telling people who you are and what you do and some of your background,
Oh,
just in case
I
people
think
have
a
not
proper
no
introduction.
clue.
That's good for
But
those
let's do a
few
proper
people that
introduction
haven't
for
heard
you.
of you.
I thought people knew me already. I created so much chaos in the community. People should know me by now. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm Stephanie. I'm the creator and designer of the Phoenix Retro Computer line at that point. There's many of them. The whole thing started in 2018 when David Murray's and the 8-bit guy says, hey, I'd like somebody to design a retro computer. And I think a couple of people actually did it. I think the only one who came up on top and kind of been showcased. And then me and David, we didn't get along very much on the terms of what it should be. But since I was footing the bill for the production of that machine for myself, that version of the machine I thought that should be. So I went on my way and everything, and came up a bunch of machines, and we went through COVID and all the thing. My background is I'm a hardware electronic design engineer by trade, but I pretty much do everything. I started so many different companies, failed, did it again, failed, did it again. And it's funny because this time around I was like, oh no, I don't want to make a business out of it. And then I ended up making a business out of it. This is how the universe is great sometimes, like, oh, I don't want this, and it just happens. So yeah, that's pretty much who I am.
Stephanie, I'm going to add a little bit to it. You're a serial entrepreneur, as that is called here in the Valley.
Yeah.
Really?
Bill, as serial entrepreneur.
Okay, fair enough.
You're good at everything.
Yeah.
You're not just good, you're great at everything. You're like world standard at about everything. You're probably you are the smartest woman that I've ever come across. And I think you do a fantastic job. I think whether it's product design, whether it's software, whether it's hardware, whether it's just going through things and picking it up when everything is on the ground for the fourth time. I always imagine you as just having built Starship Enterprise in Legos. You're trying to show it off, it falls on the ground, and you just sit down, you pick it up, and you build an even better version of that.
It's true.
Yeah, that's kind of what's happening right now, isn't it?
Yep.
I
think
think
if
so,
you
but
look up
I
the
think and what is so cool about it is I love how you called it your line of computers that you've created. Have you kind of in official releases, how many have you created so far in these last few years?
Well, you mean the one I sold or the one I designed and I failed and then I had to make another one?
No, the ones that you sold, because obviously there's so many trials
Yeah.
and tribulations to
Iterations
get
don't count.
right?
Yeah, so C256 Phoenix, the C256 Phoenix FMX, then there was the A2560K, the Gen X, the K40, the K60, same design but different processor.
Yeah.
And then the F256K, the F256 Junior, the K2, the Junior 2. I
That
think
gets me
that's
to
it.
10? 10?
9, close
Nine or
to 10,
10,
yeah.
yeah.
Nine machines. Nine
Yeah.
machines. You
Yes,
are a
9.
prolific creator.
Yeah, listen, I'm not sure everybody would agree with you. Yes, they agree on the fact that I produce a lot. I'm not sure they agree on the fact that I should produce so many. That's a different story. We'll get to it later.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, that's I don't know. I think it comes from my background where, if you design product for corporate and everything, it's like you cannot stand and sit on your laurel and just sell one product forever.
Right.
It's not going to work. Although some people apparently are okay with that model and they go with it, then it's okay. So I'm quite the opposite of all the other. And again, it's not, what I'm going to say is not a judgment on the other.
No. It's just who you are. Your person.
Yeah, exactly. So Mega 65 is one unit, the X16 is one unit.
Yeah.
Like, although David wants to create a second one, but like I had a different model for me. But it stemmed from also the fact that, from, I would say, insecurities to a certain point of view, because since I always been like a one-person business, it's difficult to thrive. I kind of put myself in that situation because I was like, I like to create new things. I get bored easily, ADHD type of thing.
Yeah.
So I moved on to the next thing and next thing. So the silver lining is that throughout the different variation, I always brought something new, and you get better and better and better.
Yeah.
And so if we take the F256 family, for example, that's basically what happened. We started with the Junior, and then it just grew to become the K2, and it's right now it's very mature.
Right.
And that's a good thing. But yeah, I got lost at some point. Like, I'd like to do something new, and then I didn't have enough time to deal with all my creations.
Right.
And which lead us again why that action was taken to just go back to focus and everything. And because I think it turned off a lot of people along the way, right? It's like, oh yeah, I'm interested in this, but you're not spending any time on it. So it's like,
I can see that. And what is interesting as well is a lot of your designs, I wouldn't even call them iterative designs. There's just such step differences between some of these designs.
Yeah.
It's almost like overnight, a bunch of elves have been working on the in between steps, and then all of a sudden, like, there's this new thing that comes out, which obviously has got a lot to do with your personality of prolific creation. But I can also see that, for some people, they may be thinking like, okay, how long is she going to stick with this? So I think it was last week when your video came out where you said, okay, I've been giving this some good thought, and I've had some opportunity here of someone that said, hey, a part of this line, I'd love to become the keeper of this. And you kind of sold or gave away or whatever you want to call it, doesn't really matter. But one of your babies is basically going to be flying under a different flag, and it's going to basically leave the house and go its own route. Tell a little bit more about that. How did, because that's a big step. I don't think I can't remember you've ever done something like that.
No,
Well,
no, it is a big step because I feel, to be honest with you guys, I really feel like I'm going through a breakup right now.
Yeah,
You know,
I
the internal
can imagine.
monologue
Yeah.
is like, okay, I need to give away everything. I need to,
Yeah.
and it's okay because I keep repeating myself, this is for the best of everybody. Everybody will be happy about this. I am happy about it.
Yeah.
No, there was, I mean, it's weird because it started like back in VCF Midwest, but not this year, last year, where like I start seeing for myself, like, okay, for me, I start seeing that the retro is kind of changing to a certain degree. Like the world is changing a lot, and it does impact people whether they want to admit it or not, and it does impact the retro community. So I already had like, okay, there's not super consciously, but I felt like, okay, it's like things needs to change for me.
Right.
And then it led me to VCF East, which is really the beginning of the whole thing. Because at that point, when I came out of VCF East, I was like, there should be a place for the new retro computer, the fantasy computers. I'm making joke about it now because I need to. There should be a place for us people, Mega 65, X16, in all of these shows, because it's like it's the future retro computers for the newer generation.
Yeah, yeah.
And I thought it would be great to next year at VCF East, and it might happen or not. This is kind of out of my hand, although I didn't talk to Jeffrey so far about it. But we were thinking about doing a class of the junior of the Phoenix computer, just to give a spotlight to say, hey, and then the idea of to do ed tech with the platform came up. But throughout the different months, then along the way, I meet, what's his name? The person who started the Gazette again.
James.
James.
Yeah.
So James forewarned me that there's something that's going to happen. He didn't tell me what it was. He's like you, Jim. He's keeping his NDAs, so it's good. But we were supposed to do an interview. It didn't happen. But he kind of warned me, and I gave him like a pitch of where I thought I would want to go. But I had so much work. I was so overwhelmed with everything I had to do that eventually I was kind of, so I kind of sent the idea out there, and then Alexi kind of resonated with it, and we start talking. So I was thinking about, okay, I'm going to start a new entity. We're going to do some med tech. I want to get out of retro because, the Phoenix is just like a slice of a slice of a slice of a bigger community. And we are so niche that, I would have to do a lot of marketing to really spiff up the sales and everything, which I'm not super cool about it. I mean, creators don't like to do marketing.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, so along the way, so Alexis sticks around and we talk. He wants to get involved. And he is younger than me, of course. And he has like 2 daughters and they're perfect age. And he got a K2 and he got them involved and he was super excited. And so I could see that Alexis had the flame for it, like the ambition. He wanted to do something. And then throughout the next 6 months after VCFEs, then it just came to a point, like I said, listen, I don't have that energy. I see the potential, but I don't have, because at that time I was like barely making it. I was going bankrupt, literally. So 2 or 3 things happened for me to not go into that direction, but recognize, and we were getting along well. He's a respectful person. He's like really trustworthy. Like I felt very comfortable with him, and I thought that'd be a great person to carry it on.
Yeah.
And we made a deal. Like I'm not gonna buy Twitter with this tomorrow.
No.
But it was enough for me to be whole again, feeling content, happy. Like, okay, I can survive. I pay my stuff. I'm good. And in exchange, it's like, okay, you get all the F256 family. I'm going to support you because I really want you to succeed. So I'm going to be there for you for some amount of time. Yeah. And from that then came the time where, well, we are in this during this time. So the idea was like, okay, I'm going to keep going on the other side. So Phoenix Labs was born. I still want to get out of the retro community, but then I will give myself some times to really make some free space in my mind to say, okay, where am I going to go with this?
Yeah. So and for simplicity's sake, can I say that it's 8-bit? 8-bit is is exit now,
Mhm.
and anything not 8-bit is with you.
Yeah,
Can
well, yeah, what, Jim? What do you want to
you
say?
tell us what you are keeping and what is going to this other company then?
Well, basically everything that is 32-bit, everything that is 68,000, I keep.
Okay.
So the Gen X, the 825 60X, which is the Gen X part of the 32-bit of the Gen X, you know, the K, the K40, of course, 60, the new model, the M, the new one, M Pro that will be coming. They're all 68, 40, 60. But I also I'm on the process of creating a 60,000 core for the K2. So the core is mine, but it's going to be run on his stuff. So anything that is not a 68,000, Alexi will keep. So the 6502, the 816, and the 6809.
Okay.
And he keeps all the cartridges, the adapter for the forehand, the Nintendo joypad, all these things.
Yeah.
He keeps. So I only keeps I think the only thing we didn't split yet is the drive, but I'm not sure if we're going to keep making them or not. So that's a different story. There's one child that needs to be split. And it's like, we'll see when we get. I mean, Alex is busy enough with what he has to do with just bringing about the K2.
Right.
So I just told him, like, let's talk about it later. Because for me, it doesn't really fit in the family, but it was a great moneymaker. But since there's so many people making them as a copy of a copy, then I'm like, ugh. It's a lot of trouble for nothing. So anyway, so he holds all the IPs, the design, everything for the course, for the K, the junior, all of it. And I think we talked about it. I don't know. That's his decision now. He might release the open source, the K and the junior.
But that's now all for him. That's all for him to do and
Yeah.
decide.
That's
he
his
basically
thing.
is now.
So, yeah, exactly. That's his prerogative. The deal was made. It was paid.
Right.
So I'm just here on a support basis.
Right.
For me, my allegiance is to him, to supporting, make sure that he can go through the process of fabrication. And on the other end is for me to kind of close all the orders and finish the cores that they're not finished, and that type of thing. Because Alexei is a great guy. He's a technical software engineer. He's not an electronic engineer, so I'm supporting on that end. Make sure they add everything so he can produce it, put it in the box, ship it, and then from that moment, like the 1st of February is the last day. At that point, he's going to spread his wing and be on his own.
Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, I think it's good. I obviously you're going through the whole curve of kind of like mourning and all of that, of course, because these are all your bells. Of course, you spend an enormous amount of time on this with a vision of where each and every one of it would go, and all of a sudden, that now needs to come to an end. I get it. That's why I really That's what I really liked about the video as well. I thought it was a very un-you video, but at the same time very you. And I think that's kind of like what makes you unique in this whole odd ecosystem of people that work on retro or retro future devices as well. There's very few people that are as authentic as you, which is the good, the bad, and the ugly, right?
Yes, very much so. Yes.
And you gotta take that with it, So let's think about February for a second. We're just winding forward. That door is now closed. You've delivered what you ought to be delivering, and now your mind is free to kind of go to the other side, the side that is going to require all your attention. What are you most excited about now? Now, given that you've been able to create a bit of space in your mind.
Well, something I realized, and I think it's normal for everybody, is like you go through the paces, you do your thing, and I've been doing this for 7 years, and like I said, there was so much weight because I was carrying the big machines behind me, but I was focusing on the K2 because that was the most successful.
Yeah.
So of course I kind of neglected that group, and they were kind of, they're very right to be upset at me about this, but then I'm coming back. So in between now and February, before I go into after February, I would say that it's really about stabilizing things, getting everything, set up in a way where people is happy to play with their older machine. This is great. But something I've lost along the way was the pleasure to design them, to make them, right? So I don't know if I don't have to tell you that I've learned a lot of lesson along the way. Whether I really took on the lesson and absorbed it and will I'll be able to apply it again. Not quite sure about that part, but I've learned a lot of things.
Yeah.
So there's two things I'm excited about. First is to hopefully I can gather back my troop, my big machine people.
Yeah.
Because that's one part of the loss I'm getting through right now. Is like I build this huge. Well, I mean, for me, it's huge. It's not huge, but it's big for me. Like the Discord community, and I'm going to lose a lot of people in this because they're not interested in big machines. So I need to go get those people back, but also, come back to a point where I'm having fun designing a machine, and it's getting more complicated. It's fancier because I kind of threw the retro restriction out of the window. I mean, it still have a retro flair. Don't get me wrong. It's important.
That's why I like the name as well. The future, it's future retro, right?
Yeah, it's like the future retro, if you will. It's like the high end of retro with today's technology, but I don't bound myself towards like this set of rules that I did before. Which is great. So it just opens up for a lot of people the possibilities and everything. And people tends to want more and more and more, which is great. So, and the other thing is really to change the model where whatever I'm going to like focus on one or two machine. Basically, it's going to be one machine, but different variation, but also be able to release it being complete. Going through the process of finishing it, or at least being at 95%, 96% done. So people can enjoy it now, and I can retain them as opposed to, oh, it's not finished, I'm going to go do something else. Because we all have a span of a net.
Yeah, an attention span that's limited, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's the two things. So regain this pleasure of doing things. And then try to bring about a product, ship a product, even if it takes a little bit more time to ship it where it's complete. People can play with it right away and start enjoying it right away.
Yeah.
And maybe that way I can retain more people and bring more people to the fold, right?
Yeah.
So that's basically, and the facts that we kind of, without making a decision about it, we kind of standardize on using FuseX as an OS for all the machines. FuseX is a small footprint Linux, if you are Unix, I would say, which is really cool. So I've been working on this lately to start kind of implementing on all the different machines.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people are coming on board about this because 68,000 people tends to be more productivity type people.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that the machine is not capable of doing games. Or
No. But that's the background. They tend to gravitate more to it. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of plans to people. There are definitely a group of people interested to bring over EmuTOS on it.
Okay.
There's going to be OS 9 on it.
Yeah.
There will be FuseX, EmuTOS, OS 9s will be the three major one.
Yeah.
And we'll go from there. And I guess it will come organically which one they really prefer.
Yeah, it's almost like you're now kind of starting to do the steps that probably in hindsight would have been steps that you've taken a lot longer ago to kind of harmonize the the product set that you've created, right?
Yeah. But I know people might be upset at the fact that I kind of abandoned them along the way, but the silver lining is that throughout the time you learn more, you gain more knowledge, you know where you want to go, and then you kind of reach a point where you're going to look at it at a different angle. So, a year ago, I would never thought, 2 years ago, and I would never have thought that, I would be excited about putting a Unix OS on this.
Right.
But I see the benefit of doing it now.
Right.
Because early on, I was really against the idea of putting a Linux on the system because it was like, dude, Linux is so today. Why would you put something from today and putting on a retro computer? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Right.
But over time,
you've had your journey on that now to kind of come to a point. I think though, and to that point, I think what people will realize very quickly is you are very prolific. The pace at which you work and design and create is like running YouTube at double speed, right? So I think when it comes to people gaining trust back from the people is what you're doing.
Yeah.
And once you set your mind to it, people have seen what happens. And I think once that spark gets back, I think that a lot of people will see, okay, so it's not abandoned. It's actually the love is back, and it was more like, you know, I had to go through a little of a period of learning or whatever it is. And that's, you know, and that's okay too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, listen, for the last 2-3 years, there was a lot of energy on the F-Food 256 family. I think that was I'm not regretting my choices. I just wish I could clone myself, and I have a tendency to be doing all my things alone. And I think for the most part, people understand. Because, you know, everybody else, like X16, there are 2-3 people. The Omega 65, there are a group of people. Commodore, like they're I'm talking about Commodore. Sorry, they're like a group of people.
Right.
I don't even Alexi has a group of people around him. They asked friend. He brought a lot of people on board, so he's not going to be alone. So that's why I believe he's going to be very successful to bring it to the next level. Me, I'm just one person. So for me to step from, and I really would like to get out of that. That's one thing. If I could find a way to get out of the retro community, that's the reason why I want to get out. Is like to bring this to a level where I can actually have my place as a home and a store or a warehouse somewhere where I can build my stuff, and really being able to hire people to help me out, and then expand and expand and expand.
Yeah.
But I never really crossed that threshold with everybody, with the other project, because it was too much. Because if you're doing design, you're not doing marketing. If you're not doing marketing, you're not doing any sales. If you're not doing any sales, you're not making money. How can you expand if you're not making money? So
it's hard to wear a lot of hats at once, for sure.
yes. So I'm in this vicious circle of I need to survive, I need to pay my bills, I need to get out of there. And that's the thing. Now the challenge is that I need to reform a new vision, and I need to expand on that vision and see how I can come to that point where I could get out of that vicious circle, because that's a bit of what I'm afraid now I might redo that mistake again, to be comfortable, but then I create these different machines, and then people want more, they want more, they want more. So it's a vicious circle I'd like to get out of. So that's part of the whole thing. I don't know. Sorry, I forgot your questions.
No, that's good. No,
well,
I
think
good
what
for you
is
to think about that.
I think what's interesting in this is obviously is because your interests are pretty broad, and they're very like, you almost have created something, and you're already 3 new products in your head have been born, right? It's almost kind of like slowing it down a little bit and saying, okay, no, focus. Are you seeing kind of like more in your head now, a bit of like almost like a punch list that you need to go through, kind of as next steps, punch list, and I'm going to hang them up on one of those wide boring walls that you got behind you, and I'm going to look at them to kind of stick myself to a plan? Or what are you going to try and do different to not come up with another set of 10 products, I guess?
But that's the thing. I need to.
I'm asking, by the way, the question that plays in the head of those people that felt abandoned. I know that for sure.
It's difficult to say, because I promised myself early this year, I told the community, listen, I'm going to finish this, I'm going to finish that. So I did the K2, finished the K2, finished the junior.
Right.
I got them manufactured externally, so that's the thing I was doing before. So I freed myself from that.
Yeah, huge step. Yeah.
Yes, the A2560M was the next, which I designed a prototype, but I've been neglecting it to a certain degree. But at the same time was like, okay, I need to finish everything else. I mean, for the last 2 years, it's been, I need to finish this. I need to finish this. Right. So the future, so I've kind of managed to stick with this for a while. Now I came up with the Pro because, you know, I'm at the heart of who I am a pleaser, you know, traumatic childhood, whatever. So I want to please everybody, but then I need to recognize my own desire. What do I want out of this? Right.
Right.
So, but I've been trying to really realize that, Stephanie, the more you get out of the more you go and try to create something new, the more you're going to create pain and suffering later.
Right.
So you need to kind of stop and focus.
Yeah.
And because that's the thing, that's the problem. Is like, I want to have people's attention, because that's my fuel. You know, people are fueled by money and this and that. I'm fueled by the fact that people are enjoying what I'm creating, right? But the fact that I'm so afraid that they're not going to be satisfied, I'm going to create something new. And then I get the surge of dopamine again. Oh, it's all excited. We want it and everything. And that's where the mistake is. Like I cannot do that anymore. I need to find solace and excitement in one product and say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. So I kind of, the A2560M, which is like the mini ITX 68,000, 6806 board, when I started respinning it to make an official version, I realized, well, you know, it would be great if we could do this. It would be great if we could do that. And then I came up with the Pro. The Pro is the same thing, but a bigger FPGA, but it's exciting. I was like, oh, this is so cool.
Yeah.
I got it into it again, but I tried to convince myself, and that's what I do. It's like, oh no, it's not that far away from each other. So I've talked about the Pro. I'm not sure. I didn't commit yet. I'm not selling it yet. It's like in my mind, it's like, okay, before I do this, I kind of need to go through the paces of finishing everything else. And I need to keep people on hold for that part. Because when I have one, I mean, they're pretty much the same, aside of the fact there's a lot of PCI Express devices added to it, and FPGA is a bit faster. But otherwise, it's structurally or speaking is pretty much the same type of machine. But I've been kind of restricting myself, like, no. Don't
Oh yeah, and you gotta think also of people holding out for something. You gotta be careful with that as well. Speaking about what a next thing might be, might in itself break the business of your current product suite. And your current product suite at the end is the one that pays the bills. That's kind of the way you're gonna have to run a company, because if you only talk about the next product, then
you're killing the one you have. Yes, that's the thing. I need to commit and build.
And it's restrained. At the end, it's restrained. It's the restraint of a creative mind, right?
Yes. If you want to do business and sell and be out, for me to be out of this
constant crisis.
Well, survival mode.
Yeah.
You know, I've been in survival mode since the last 5 years, right?
Yeah.
And I want to get out of it, and I'm out of it now. I don't need to survive. I'm fine, but it's not going to last forever. So I need to go back in the battle, but I need to do it right. Because even when people commented on the video, they said, "Hey, are you going to start making the old machine again?" And I was like, "Really? You want me to do Gen X's again? You want me to do K's again, and so on and so forth?" I'm like, "Okay, I didn't think people would want them again." So. Again, there's a sense of me. There's a sense of responsibility for me to bring those machines up to standard, which is going to take a while. I want to have some fuel to create something new, because this is really working on old stuff is usually not something that is super interesting for a designer. You know, you kind of I need to go back, but then you need to find a way to excite you about it. But that part is really created by the community, and I keep telling the community, listen. I'll give a lot of energy in those legacy or Gen 1 machines if you're here. Like if you really want to be back on it and you're really excited to be back on them and really create stuff for them,
I see that with you, I see that. I see how your mind works like that. But the reality obviously is different. The reality is that you're the product owner, and as a user buyer of that product, it starts on your side. It starts on your side to make it a fully fledged, finished product.
Yes.
To then say, okay, now this is a finished product, not 80% there, 95% there. It's 100% there product. And now I can start telling the community, hey, and now it's up to you guys. And that reciprocal relationship, obviously, you're always going to have to be more of the giver than in that one. That's always going to be, you're going to always have to be 101%.
Yeah, it's all about the more I focus, the more they will focus.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But I'm afraid that they won't come back if I focus, and I'm going to waste my time, because there's a fine line that I need to thread between supporting my community with what they have now to make sure they're happy, and not spend 6 months in finishing everything and not selling anything.
Right.
I still need to sell something. And unless I decide to start producing them again, or at least optimizing the production so it makes the production a lot less burdenful,
Yeah.
I would need to come up with something different.
Right.
Sure.
And again, this is me speaking. You see, so there's this line of, if I don't produce, I don't sell, then I cannot
Right.
keep going in
Right.
that direction, right? So
Right.
I need to find a new model where I can actually make a living
Yeah.
being comfortable without
Yeah.
being rich.
Right. Right.
And having the time to satisfy everybody. Because if there's about maybe between 50, 60, 70 big machine in the field right now, overall, like all accounted for. So if there's only 5 people coming back, what is this supposed to, like, I cannot spend a month of development on the machine where only 5 people use. I'll make sure
Right.
the machine works, but it's not
Right.
like it's not a viable solution for me to spend all that time for implementing new features that people might not even use.
Right.
And that's
Right.
one of the things I've learned a long time ago. It's like I can come up one day and say, oh, that'd be great to have
Yeah.
this. It doesn't mean people
Yeah. No,
will
that's
use it.
why I think the whole framework idea that you have makes a lot of sense. A universal framework that would overlay on all of the machines created, including machines that you might be creating next, is a good way of doing that. But then you
Modular.
have a same basis
Yeah.
that can be expected, and makes it much easier for people to transition between machines as well, right?
Yeah. What I can tell is that, and it's weird to say that, is like my community, my past community, if you will, was definitely a reflection of who I was. I mean, I'm really proud of the community I gathered. The people in the community are absolutely awesome. They're great people. I mean, rarely no drama. And if
Right,
there's drama,
right.
it's me. But they're very, very good at what they do. But that's the but. They don't finish anything. Okay.
Right.
And it's not to complain.
No.
It's the nature of who we are, right?
Yeah.
But that's what I do.
Yeah.
So I should not be surprised that my community does exactly the same. So we're
Right.
just jumping from one thing to the other. So I need to kind of curb that thing and work on my own desire to do new things and focus. And I believe that if I really focus and I stick with it,
Mhm.
then more people will come, and I will
Right.
realize that there's no need to go spread to design something new. There's no need to this, because people say, okay, now she's really committed this time. I want to partake in this development. I really
Right.
like the machine.
Right.
I want one. And then maybe decide to recreate the old ones and keep
Right.
making the old one, albeit I would need to, like I said, optimize them for easier production
Yeah, for
and
cost
reduce
and assembly
yeah,
and
for
timeline and all of
yeah.
that. Yeah, which makes
Yeah.
sense. But the platform doesn't change. It's just cost optimized or logistics
Exactly.
optimized or
Then
whatever.
it makes sense to
Right.
keep making them, right?
Right.
So
Exactly.
this is the work I need to do on myself and
Right.
controlling my urges to create something new,
Right.
because it's so fun, it's so cool. But when I start making them, it's like, oh, it's so
Yeah.
painful.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
and that's what the Gen X was. The Gen X was the peak of this. Like the Gen X is a beautiful box. It's pretty and it's gorgeous, but it's so much a
High
pain in the butt
maintenance.
to make.
It's a high maintenance unit.
Oh yeah, it's so
Yeah.
much, and it was like this thing I should have never done
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Gen X is the one I regret making.
Yeah.
So if I was going to keep making it, then I would probably go through a small development cycle to shrink it and to make it smaller.
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
too
Yeah.
big, it's too much pain in the butt. The board is too big, it warps and
Right.
Yeah.
So
Right.
so
I
that's
think
another lesson.
The
Yeah.
thing here, Steph, is that you're not alone in this whole way the developers work. I do the same thing as far as creating 50 different things. In fact, you look at my Discord right now, I've got 19 things in there
I know
that
you,
are
yes.
probably 80 to 95% done. I haven't sold any of them though. I don't need to sell any of them, but it's like a double-edged sword because I know exactly what you're talking about. If you don't tell people what you are doing or working on, you are no longer relevant at that point. If you do tell people what you're working on and you give them an idea, then they're mad because they can't get it. And so now you got to go and finish something. And so I learned a long time ago, you are never going to make everybody happy, period.
True. Very true.
You can make a group of people happy and you have to pick what kind of group of people that is. And for me, I like making people happy that are low maintenance. So I don't
Yeah.
have to do so. So when I try to create a product, I try to, I finish it all the way out to the very end and beyond. And then, if you did a good job, because you don't have hardly any tech support. And if you've created something that's a tech support nightmare, then you didn't do a very good job, or you should not have made that product. And
Yeah.
you need to recognize that pretty quick and either fix it or get rid of the product, destroy it, where it's like going to be moved into some other kind of product or something. Because at that point, you've got so much headache and heartache trying to appease these people for something that you had an oversight in, or that was your vision, but it wasn't vision of somebody else, and they bought it thinking it was going to be that vision. It just, you have to like be fluid so you can actually move to something else. But we all have the shiny object syndrome
Hmm.
when we're
Yes, of
doing,
course.
and when we're doing the programming and the hardware design. And I think your stuff, Steph, is probably much like mine, where you design something to get to another point. So if you're doing
Yep.
like a DMA controller for something, but you're doing it in some kind of a small platform board because you want to put that in something else at some point. And so it's a stepping stone to get there.
Yes.
The problem is that it's not the stepping stone. That stepping stone ends up being a product. And so now you've got, all the time spent on that product to get it out and do tech support and all that stuff, but you really wanted to get over here anyway. And by the time you get to that, you're like, oh, I really wanted to be over here. And so you're chasing your dream basically the
Yeah.
entire time. So you got to try to cut one of those out at some point. And it's difficult. I know. I mean, I've been there many a time. It
Yeah.
sucks. I mean,
I
other
think,
developers I know
and
too.
I think what is left out of that dialogue is you're gonna sometimes you have a couple of really boring products that are like super boring, but they pay the bill.
Yep.
Always start with that. Make
Yeah.
sure that you know which product pays the bill, and it doesn't matter what you think about that product. That is the product that you got to make because it pays the bill. It pays for everything else, and you got to know which one that is. And you may just be so averse to doing that one because it's boring and it's yesteryear and people shouldn't buy it and whatever. Yeah, that's typically
Yep.
the
It's
one
true.
that irks you most. Is typically the one that you should focus on
Yeah. I've
and
had products before in the
optimize, cost
past where
optimize, deliver optimize,
literally it's
whatever
that
it
way.
is.
Yeah. I've had things that in the past where I don't like the product, but somebody wanted it and it just took off. I'm like, God, I hate this product.
Yeah,
I don't want to make this anymore. But
yeah,
it's really popular. It's like, oh, okay. So I
Well,
got to
that's
keep.
just what I did with the F256K too. Not that I
Yeah.
don't like it. It's like but and again, I'm not regretting doing what I've done. I think because for me it was a mature product, so it's like it has a lot of potential. In the right hand, it could be great, and because that's part of my breakup, process.
sure,
My
sure,
I need to realize that, yeah, it was great if I got rid of everything else, but then it didn't feel right for me to, 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 to let go of a community that was there for me, that helped me out and everything. So what you're saying, guys, it's true, absolutely true.
Yeah.
But it is something needed to give, and I give it to a
sure,
different pair of hands. It's going to be great. As far
yeah,
as where we are now, well, it's a different the interesting thing part of this is that the 32-bit for me is a bit more exciting overall, because Commodore just kind of put a damper on the whole 8-bit world for me. Again, I don't want to get into that portion of the conversation, but it's a different crowd, right? The 32-bit are different crowds. They're more technical. Actually, they're even more deeper, and they have
right,
plans, they
right,
have big ideas and this and that. And again, this is where I'm struggling to know where I'm going to bring this. And if you ask me, where do you see yourself in a year from now? I have no idea. Because right now it's just try to shut down the urge to create something new, to bring back the
right, right,
attention.
yeah,
In reality, the attention, I just need to focus on what I have now,
right,
finish it off, broadcast it, let people
yeah,
know, come back again. We have a new OS. That's a new thing. We have a general OS for everybody. It's like
right.
Linux. You'll love it. Come back, build application, because there's zero
Yeah, you're gonna go through.
software for it.
Yeah, you're gonna go through 6 to 8 months of just hunkering down, going through world's most
Yes.
boring part of your life as you see it,
Yeah.
pouting pouting about it on and spewing about it on YouTube or just on your own against that door behind you or something. But you got to get through that. It's the cost of entry.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And you got to do that. And if you don't do that, then the fear will be is that you end up with 5 more products.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that cannot happen.
And that
Because
cannot
I'm
Right.
back to
No,
square
no.
one.
Then you're back at square one indeed. And that would be a pity. That would be a pity. And there's no need for it either, but it requires an amount of discipline
Yes.
that you may have allowed yourself in the past to sometimes forget about, that you're now going to have to instill, and all on your own.
So one thing
Yes.
about you, Steph, is that I know just from you talking about this, is that you have a fear of abandoning your people.
Yes.
And you didn't abandon anybody by doing this transition, that's for sure. Because you're putting that machine in capable hands.
Yeah,
So,
you do the opposite. I would agree with you,
yeah,
Jim.
yeah.
You do the exact opposite. You actually
Yep.
give it a chance now.
Yeah. And
Are
then
you
you've given
saying
the
that
other
I'm
half.
doomed with me on 32-bit
No,
machines?
but you're
No,
giving
no,
it.
no, no, no,
No.
no, no, no. But that
Now
one,
you've given
the
more
one
time
that
for
you
that
split
one.
off, the one that you split off, you actually gave
Yeah.
a future. So that's great.
Yeah. And
No,
then
no,
you gave the other
no.
as a future as well, because now you have more time for the other.
It's two different world in reality. In my
Right.
mind,
Yeah.
the way I see it is that two different world. Yes, the K2 and whatever subset will come out of it eventually, like more in tune with their market, is still, yes, it does have a lot of potential. I believe in what they're capable of doing, and Alexei and his group and the community, they'll do great because they're not bound by the same restriction I put upon myself, or I was, because I was one person limited with money resources. I could only do them one at a time. Alexis has money. He can get way more done at the same time. He can push for them. He has many people who can support him. It's a great setup. Now I'm back, like I said, like I'm back to square one with the 32-bit machine, and there's some work I need to do on myself to not fall prey to this desire to do more and create something cool just out of coolness, and maybe figure out a way to make enough money to actually create my own company, my own separate entity, and be completely on my own. I mean, with employees and everything, create my own company, but having sales, being able to survive and get out of that loop that I've been cut in.
Yeah.
And being afraid to be successful, because that's the thing. Fear of rejection, fear of success is the same thing, right?
Yep.
So it's a lot of, so these are projection of my own fears, and I keep repeating them, although I'm very much aware of them. But it's not because you're aware of a fear that it necessarily gives you the power to overcome them.
Right.
You know, there will be a time where I will be able to cross that threshold and say, fuck, I beaten my dragons, I slay my dragons, I can now go around the hero's journey, come back and say, okay, I did it. Now I'm free, I can do it. So maybe the 32-bit machine is this new version, the new, it's a reborn, it's a phoenix coming back again and trying again and try to not fail this time around.
Right. Phoenix rising.
Yes, and I think that the focus is the key word here. Focus. Stick with what I have, not design anything new. I mean, I can design accessories and stuff like that. That's the boring product
that's the
to
thing.
make
I think
money.
if you think like that, you can do that. Anything that plugs into a number of machines that has been created will do two things. It obviously generates cash.
Yep, revenue for sure.
And the other thing it does, it pushes people further towards making use of a unit and
the
anticipating. Exactly.
Adopting
So,
the machine.
but being super disciplined on that, and I think a third thing that you cannot forget is whenever you get the question, so what's next? You're only going to talk about what is next on the platforms that you've created, not anything that's next beyond those platforms. And you have to be getting out of the mode of the art of the possible and all of that. That is for you in a different type of dialogue. That's not a commercial dialogue. That's not a public dialogue, because that's not what a company would do that creates a product either.
Yeah, no, I think that, well, for me as a one-person clown doing everything, the first step is like you said, is like the next 6 months, 5, 6 months is to really reconnect, bring everything to the right level and stick with it. But also to, I forgot what I wanted to say.
You wanted to say that you are very busy hunkering down in your IDE, creating whatever software stack that needs to be created.
No, but I mean, it's really fuck, it was so beautiful.
Which is
It was prosa. It was so well worded in your head.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, no, the deal is really like, yeah. So between now and then, it's really about stabilizing everything, focus on everything that I said many times already, I know. But then by the time I'm free of this, then it's really to contain and to just push. Oh, that's what I was going to say. To get out of the design cycle.
Yeah.
Because for the next 4 or 5 months, I need to stick around with the design, finish the design, bring everybody up to speed, finish what I set out to do, and then get out of the FPGA design cycle, get out of any involvement. So then I can be free of selling it, marketing it, and doing YouTube videos and all these things, because I find myself in development cycles and I'm comfortable because I love it, because it's all cozy and everything, but then the money doesn't come. I go back in survival mode, this vicious circle. So
Sure.
This is another portion of where I need to get out of design cycle so I can start pushing it and focus, instead of creating something new, just push for getting more money or
one is the hobby. Well, the way to look at it is, one is the hobby time and one is the business time. And right now you don't have hobby time, you only have business time.
Exactly. So hobby time needs to be something else. That I need to create a life for myself where I do this, I make money, and the other aspect, I'm creative. I do side stuff, artistic stuff, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Go take pictures, go make film, whatever it is outside.
Exactly.
Run around, whatever.
That's what I want to do. Yeah. But again, to be up and up with everybody, I still need to go through this 2, 3, 4, 5 month cycle of, okay, I need to finish
6 to 8 months. Yeah.
No, 4 or 5 months, 5, 6 months. No. Fuck, guys, I've been doing this for 7 years. I'm not going to do that again. But I need to figure out a way to really get out of that cycle, and at least to reduce the amount of time I spend in design from 90% to 10%, 20%. That's it.
And it's tough too, because you like to do it.
Of course.
I know, I'm the same way too. It's tough.
No, you wouldn't say.
But at some point, I'd like to be, I don't have to worry about money right now for a certain amount of time.
Right.
So I'd like to stay in that place, right? I'd like to, so I kind of need to reprioritize the idea of making money is more important than just having fun designing something, because in the normal circumstances, in a more balanced life, there should be the money-making portion of my life, and there should be the artistic, creative portion of my life, which I really don't care about money at that point.
Sure.
So this is the balance I need to create for myself, and
for mental health and everything else.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So by unloading, yes, of course, right now I'm going to the grieving, the separation. It's like I'm looking back, like, why I created all this big Discord channel. People, they know me, they really like what I do. There's a lot of people that just went the other side quickly. And from that moment, then new people will come in. I'll talk more about it. More people will come in and so on. I will recreate a new Discord that will be probably quite different from the other one. And it's okay. So probably the bulk of these people on the wild bits will go with the wild bits, and they'll be pretty content and they'll be happy because there will be a new and bigger audience. So a lot of people will stick around with these guys with Galaxy, because now they finally have the audience they wanted from the beginning. Because a lot of people, creator, it comes along, they join in with the platform. They want to have an audience. They believe in the platform because they believe that, people will come. If you build it, people will come. They'll develop on it. We'll create this new. But it never really happened with me because, I cater to more developing crowd as opposed to users in general.
Right.
Now I'm starting from scratch, new system, getting the OS in place. There's no application. There's nothing. We're rebuilding from from ground up. But again, hopefully things will be different and I can stick to it.
So
And
the recommendation I would have is that when you get the design itch again, which you will, design a widget or an accessory, not a computer. Design a modem add-on, design a floppy disk controller add-on, just design something that you can add on to it. So it's interesting. If you look at the history of computing, Commodore, Atari, Apple, everybody, they made a base model and then they relied on developers, third-party developers, to promote their computer basically. Because look at
Yeah.
how many different accessories that were made for 64 and for the VIC-20 and even the
Yeah.
pads at first. And then how many Apple II plug-in cards were there? And then the whole thing kind of went awry when the PC arrived because there was no, set architecture for a PC anymore at that point. But there still was widgets. They still had, modems that plugged in. They still had joystick controllers and things that plugged into the computers. And I found, like with my stuff, modems are still hugely popular for some reason. I have no idea why, but they are. But
you're
but there's cool things you can add onto your computer. So if you get that design itch, look at something that's going to aid what you have and not try to make something that's a replacement for what you have.
Right.
I think I did a great job with the first, like the A2560K and the Gen X, to be so closed that there's a lot of room for improvement. The M, the one with the PCI and everything, there's a lot of room to do a lot of things for this. But yeah, I had some ideas at some point, but you're right. Sitting down, doing schematic, a board design, getting the board made, debugging it is the fun part.
And
But
it's
then you have
quick.
to deal with the production. But you need if it's simple, then you can get them produced separately. You receive them, you test them, you ship them out. You're
Yep,
done,
Yeah.
and you
exactly.
made some money. No, I hear
Exactly.
you out. I hear you out. But that's what I'm saying is, like, I've done such a great job at closing the system so much. Like, at least on the F256 kit, there was like a cartridge or something you can add or something,
Right.
but not with the legacy Gen 1 product on the 32-bit side, because it's basically a parallel port, two serial port, and that's about it, right?
Right.
There's nothing else. So there's no much room to do this. But the
Well, the good news
A2560M has a
is,
lot of room.
but the good news is that you won't have time for that for the next 6 to 8 months, anyways.
I like it.
So
It's like
there's
6
nothing
months,
to itch there either, and because
5 months.
at the end, there's only so many ways to
Yes, of course.
get to Rome, and that's making the first step. But otherwise, it's
Well,
all theoretical, academic.
Well, by the time I'm through with 6 to 8 months, I have a working full core. And since people have been asking if I was going to make the units again, then that's a product that the design is finished. So I can sell it again if I want to, albeit being optimized for production, but that's a different story.
Sure.
So, like I said, like if I finish the K properly the way I envisioned them, then okay, it's finished. So I have a choice. I can either say, no, I'm not going to go there again, or I spend a little bit of time, optimize it for production, and say, yeah, I'm going to take one of these guys, I'm going to produce it again and again and again. I'm going to take the 60, for example. I'm open for business. You want to buy one? Okay, you can buy
Well,
one
you
more and
also
stick
have
with it.
answered that question before you start the journey. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
You do not want to start development. So how do I make an analogy of how it plays? There's an iPhone 4, okay?
Mm-hmm.
No one wants to create an OS update for an iPhone 4 if you're never going to produce another iPhone 4.
Yeah.
That's abandoned. That product is done. It's gone. So you got to do what you're going to do for the product that you're going to further produce. And you got to keep that in mind, because otherwise you're literally spending software creation time cycle on a product that you're not going to make more of. That makes no sense whatsoever. No commercial
10.
company would ever do that.
Yeah. You'd have to make a
No, I
lot of them.
understand.
Yeah.
No, I understand that. And that's a part of what I was trying to say, is that I need to make up my mind about, and again, it's going to take a few months, at
Right.
least not 5 to 8
Right.
months to make that
8 to
decision.
12
But
months.
before the end of the year, I need to make the decision whether I will be fabricating the legacy product again, albeit being optimized for fabrication, or not. I still have some kind of allegiance to a certain degree to bring the product to a level where it's usable by the community for the community I already have. If I'm not updating those machines with something better, granted it's going to cost me a bit, then I'm going to lose a lot of people interest because say, well, she's not up to her word.
Sure,
She
but
sold
pick
us.
one of the products, but pick one of those units out of that range and say that's the range, that's the product I'm gonna optimize and produce.
Cost
Don't make
versus
yet another
reward.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like ultimately I could say, well, I'm not going to make the Gen X anymore because it's too much trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll stick with the K because it's a keyboard
Right.
version of a product.
Yeah.
Albeit it's still a Gen 1 product, but it's a keyboard
Yeah,
product.
that's fine.
And
Yeah.
then there's a new generation, the Gen 2, the M, the Pro, all these guys, but they're
Right.
very much the same circuitry inside. So the developing
Right.
for one means the developing for the other.
Right. Right.
And since it's using PCI Express, then I don't have to worry about the external new devices on the bus.
Right.
People develop drivers. As long as the connection works, the rest is not
Right.
my problem.
Right.
The driver,
So,
right.
so these are the future products, and I think a lot of people have been looking on those new products. So this is where I need to focus a lot to bring those about.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think making the sacrifice of or the concession, if you will, make the concession of pulling an OS to it that's available, if you will, and porting it or whatever the correct term is that you want to use there for the platform that you've got is time well spent, because then there is an ecosystem that's already built
Yes.
on top of that.
Yeah.
That whether or not you like that ecosystem, that's not up to you. That is not your
Right.
role. It's available for people, and people will then take that farther. But you know, and you gotta really think that way and make, you know, pretty harsh decisions for yourself.
Right. And so
Well,
one thing you don't want to do, Stephanie, is you've already said this and you've already contradicted yourself on this, is that Gen X that you didn't like, well, I could just, I could repackage it, make it smaller and all this stuff. That's going to be a waste of time to do that because there's going to be no future for it. It's a passion for you to do to want to go fix it, and it's natural for you to want to go make it the way you wanted, but it's not going to be something that's going to be lucrative to you ever. Make
I
one
hear
for
you.
yourself someday if you wanted to, but not going to be something you're going to be able to market probably at all.
Yeah. No, that's true. But again, like I said, it's like I totally understand you guys.
Yeah.
The deal is really like I said, and I told the community that is there now that the future of me spending time, my valuable time into legacy product is depending on the engagement of the community. Right? I'm not going to spend 3 months designing something if people are not there. I mean, I have the responsibility to make sure that the product works, like it's not going to fail along the way, like it used to, because there was this tiny jitter bug that was getting the machine to fail constantly, which is one of the reasons people never worked on it. They're just like, there's a bug on it. She has no time to fix it. So let's forget about it. This is my responsibility for them to have a machine. I mean, even right now, they have something working. So I'm putting, for example, FuseX on it. It's going to boot, and then they can spread their wings, doing their things without me getting too far. Now, after that, whether I spend more times to make it even better is upon them. Like if there's like 50 machine on outside and there's 45 people that owns those machines in the community, I think it would be okay to maintain these things without spending all my time. But I know what you're going to say. It's not business-wise, doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
If I have like 40 orders of the 82560M in the pipe, I should do the 82560M because it makes more sense. That's the most, common product that people can buy. There's no inclusion. It's manufactured. It's a lot of time saved for me. I just get them made by GLC PCB. They come back. I sell them. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's me finding a balance between all of these things, being have integrity towards my past. That in other words, not fucking my community by saying fuck you, I'm not going to work on your machine because it's too old, which normal corporation would do, but I don't have that luxury because they might be the base, the foundation for them supporting me in the future, and then work on the new stuff. But again, I still need to shape a new vision, which is
I think you've made one big step towards that by cutting a part of the scope of products out, which is a big step.
Oh yeah, it needed to be done.
Yeah, and
Otherwise,
that's a big step. So that's good. So now the question is, next year we're going to be around about this time. We're going to eat a bit. Well, we're going to be virtual in any case. We're going to be virtual. We're going to be on this this event again. You're going to be there again, and then we'll
and
have
I'm
to
going to
see
tell you
what
what
that
happened.
brought to. Whether or not the product line had expanded, or whether it's more accessories, or it's a different software stack that lives on it, or something else, which is kind of cool, right?
If there was enough money coming in, and again, we're going back to the vicious circle, but if there was enough money, the urge to design something new would go away, because I'm self-sufficient. I can sell these products all the way. So why would I need to design a new one? There's no point. Right. So that's why most of the time I design something new. It's because, I'm not selling enough K. I'm going to design an eighth one out of necessity, of thinking that I need to reflame this design, because I've been milking my community over and over and over. Some of those people have all my products, all of them, bought them all. It's just that it's really to go against my own nature, to go do things that I really don't enjoy, which is to sell, to talk about it, to make videos. Although I like making videos, but making videos, good videos, takes time, takes a lot of time. So if your time is precious, you have to make a choice between finishing a product and making a video about it. What choice do you make?
Yeah.
It's very tricky. So my nature is like, I enjoy designing, so I'll go back designing. Fuck the video.
Yep. Well, as always, we're here to hold your hand.
I have my own C-suite with you guys.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. You know what I always appreciate, and I think again today you've proven that you're extremely transparent.
Yeah.
Sometimes to your own detriment, but you don't care about that either. You rather be that than anything else, and I really do appreciate that. It's obviously a privilege to get to hang out with someone that is as smart as you are and that can really do it all. And there's gonna be a video one day again where we just do a full product life cycle with Stephanie, because where we get to see all the awesome stuff you do, from real product design, like the keyboard design, the case design, the whole marketing around it, the architecture, how you glued it all together, why you glued it together, the coding that went into that. It's all truly a one-woman show, unique in the industry.
Yes, definitely.
Truly unique in the industry. And that's really cool. And that keeps people coming back as well. That is, and you're an artist. You're an artist in a digital space.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good call. That's how I see myself.
No, and you are a Vermeer or a Van Gogh or whatever you want to call it.
I wouldn't go that far, but
in the digital space.
Stephanie.
From the moment I don't sell 100,000 version of these guys, it's just a piece of art. Every unit is different, and that's how I see myself. That's why I value. It's very contradictive in a way, because I value the fact that I have a small community, and I would rather sell 5 of something that is very expensively. They're handmade, they're beautiful. If I could do custom works or commissions, I'd love that, because it's creative and everything,
maybe
and then
at
you
one
can
point
charge
in time we're going to have a CRX where you and Lee are going to be like the match made in heaven.
Who's Lee?
Well, you got to look back. You're gonna when we log off here, you're gonna be looking at the videos of the person that was prior to lunch break with us and what he does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, take a look. But there's a term that's called starving artist for a reason.
Yes.
So you ever heard this before? The term starving artist? Oh yeah, that's
starving artist. Yeah, it's
starving artist.
It's that.
Basically all artists starve.
The trials and tribulations.
Oh yeah, I starved a lot. I can tell you that, guys. I starved a lot. No, I didn't starve, but the survival mode is just killing me.
Right.
Yeah.
And I've been wanting to get out of that situation a long time. And you develop things, time passes quickly, people are busy, people come, people go.
Yep.
And that's and yet I come back to it and I'm like, I don't want to go back to it. And then I just go back to it.
It's kind of like, your story in a way is the modern version of Van Gogh. You should read about Van Gogh if you
Yeah.
haven't before. Van Gogh never sold a painting
Yep.
to anybody but family
Yep.
prior to his death. It's
And now they're pretty valuable,
oh,
right?
you'll be
Oh, yeah.
you'll be okay if you have one on the in
Yeah,
the
but that's the
attic,
thing.
yes.
Being successful post-mortem is not great for me.
No, that's true.
That's true.
That's true.
Okay, well,
Bye.
we're here to hold your
Stephanie?
hand anytime, Steph. So
Thank
we'll
you,
help
guys.
you.
You're
It was
really,
a
really
pleasure
awesome.
again.
Thanks, guys.
You bet.
Have a
Take
good
care,
show.
Stephanie.
I'll talk to you soon.
Take care.
Bye.
Awesome.
All right.
So,
I need to leave
Jim,
now.
I think you're gonna have Dan come in.
Yeah, Dan's gonna come in. Whoever wants to jump in here, we're gonna try to do some AI stuff. You're gonna check out, right?
Yeah, I gotta check out. I will
Okay.
jump back in at let me make sure.
Because Dan's the
4
next guy
p.m.
up anyway, so we're
4
just gonna
p.m. my
transition into
4
Dan
p.m. my
at some
time. I'm
point.
back. I'm back in.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty, man. See
I'll
ya.
see you in a little bit.
Okay, so what we are going to try to do now is in the schedule, we had this great idea that AI is basically part of our life every day now in some capacity, and it's going to be more and more so moving forward the rest of our lives. So I thought it'd be fun to see what we can do with AI for making a Commodore 64 program. So I just let Dan in, and Dan's here. I think you're probably muted. Yep, you are muted. There we
That's right.
go. All right.
Always joining muted,
So,
yeah?
yep, we're good.
All right.
So, yeah, we're talking in the chat about how we're going to do this.
Yeah.
I know that well, ChatGPT is easy to pop up. I've got a full account for it, so I can pull that up and I can share my screen or my. I think I can just switch monitor screens to do it that way. Um,
Did
so
you
I
have a
think
development workflow in mind already, or would
you
you like
do
to let...
awesome, awesome. That's great.
Well, no,
So.
but did you? Like,
Oh no,
you...
I have
Oh,
nothing. Dude, so
okay.
what I thought we'd do was do something basic, like let's do a hello world.
Yep.
That's a very basic type of thing. So I
I'm
don't
sure it'll
know
get it right.
if this is going to share correctly. You can read that, right?
I can, yeah.
Okay. So
Up
this
to
is
you as to whether you
ChatGPT.
want to, I don't know what you're sharing with the stream, if
Oh,
you want the full screen on the stream or whatever.
I can actually adjust that here on
Yeah.
mine, but I'm gonna do a gallery view like this so people can see right now.
Okay. They
So
don't need to see me while while you're coding, but
well, yeah, it's okay. Let me switch this to speaker mode.
yeah, just we'll be voices in the background, and then they can read as much as they can
Let's see if I
fit
can
on
do
the screen.
spotlight this actually. How do I spotlight this? And okay, well, it's not letting me. That's okay. I'll figure this out in a second. Um, so I just realized that they have 5.1 now. So that this got upgraded since yesterday. So there's a whole bunch of different ones you can do. So let's do like, okay, let's say hi. I don't know why I always talk to AI with like they're a human. It's bizarre. Let's see, I have.
So I'm still on stream. If you want to
Yep, you
switch
are,
to...
and I don't know how to spotlight this actually.
Okay.
What happens is when you go into speaker mode, it'll highlight the screen, and then when you talk, it'll actually switch screens. I guess it might be
Yeah.
okay. Let me try that. Okay, how's that? That's better. All right, so I say, hi, I've got a Commodore 64, and I want to write a basic program that, what, does what? Says hello world? That says hello world. And let's see what it says. It's the simplest possible program. So obviously we know from writing code, this will work for sure. So the 10 print hello world, go to 10, it's going to run over and over again. And then it's funny is it tells you how to enter it, turn on 64, type the lines, press return, type run and return. And yeah. So if you want to do something fancier like colors, scrolling, custom character sounds, just let me know what you want and I'll make it. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to make it play a sound, or do we want to do color scrolling? What do you think, Dan?
I want to see the Hello World running in Vice, so I want to know how you're getting this code into
Okay.
Vice and running it.
So, all right, let's ask it. So, how can I take this code and put it into Vice without having to type it in? Let's see what it says. There are 3 easy ways. Method 1, to create a PRG on your PC and load it. Well, we knew that. CBN, oh look, CBN Program Studio.
There you go.
Which is what I happen to use. Shout out to Arthur.
Yeah.
So that's method 2, drag and drop right into it. Method 3, create a virtual disk with the program on it. Okay, so we have to create a basic program, but so let's see. How can I create a basic program that I can, well, program on a PC or through you? Let's see. Yeah, that I can just drag and drop. Let's see.
Oh.
Because I'm this is what kind of the dilemma is how are we going to create, something on the computer to actually get it over there without having to run a development environment to start with. Dragging out Commodore 64. So download your program here.
Download
it
your
made the
prog
program
file
for me.
here?
Yep.
Okay.
So, okay, we'll download that program, which I just did.
God.
And so I'm gonna double click it. Actually, I'm gonna go have Vice. Let's see if I can run Vice and move it over to this window. Okay. So my Vice, my Vice is showing, right? Yep.
Run a binary that ChatGPT is just given you without looking at it.
Yep. So all I'm going to do is I wonder if I can do this. No, I can't grab it that way. Oh, well. I was hoping I could just grab it. And so I'll just say open. Where is it? We can't open files, can we? How do we do this? We have to attach it to a disk for this? Or can you run
I'm so used to just dragging and dropping the PRG directly onto the window.
Right. So actually, let me try this. I actually pull up let's see if I can drag and drop from another screen. Ah, this will work.
Okay.
Okay. Hello world. So let's list it. Whoops. Wrong screen to list. Hello world. So it did it.
Wow.
So we literally wrote a program and without having to actually
without having to build it locally. It produced the PRG.
Use it to do it. Okay, well that's new to me. I didn't think it would do that, but hey.
I guess I'm out of a job. All right, well.
Okay, I'll see you later. Okay, so if that's the case, I'll just move this out of the way momentarily. Let's what else should we do?
You think you could make the text bigger on your browser window or the ChatGPT window? Just for the stream's sake?
Yeah, I think I actually have to share the screen to do that. So let me try.
Oh, wild. Okay.
Yeah, let me try.
You can't just increase the font size in the window?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Recursion. Okay. Try this again. Yeah, let me share the actual screen. I guess it's Firefox, right? Yeah, share. All right. Is that any better?
That is definitely better. Yeah, that's the Zoom screen share mode.
Yep, that's the Zoom.
I should say it looks great in Zoom. I don't know what it looks like on the live stream. Maybe
I'm sure it's the same. Yeah, it looks way better here too.
Okay.
So, so we know that worked. It's not showing to the bottom of the screen, so it's okay. So now what do you want to do? We'll I'll say, okay, take that program. And what are we going to add?
Well, it depends on how far you want to stretch on your first step, I guess.
Okay, well, what do we want to do? We made Hello World and it worked. So, how about add?
If you want to ask it to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, I mean, I would be really curious how close it comes. But,
you want to go that far? Okay, let's do this. All right.
Yeah, it's up to you.
I'll say, let's make a new program. Let's make a new program. that plays quote twinkle. And I'm having some typing issues today. TWIM little star. Okay. Let's see what it does. Wow, we've stumped it.
We broke it. We broke the bot.
We have totally stumped it because apparently now it oh, analyzing finally. It might be busy today too. Who knows how, much people are sitting there doing what we're doing.
Yeah, the audience is following along.
Here we
Good work,
go.
chat.
He says, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star basic program is ready. Download and drag and drop onto your." Okay.
Tell it
So
to
what I have to
give you the
do is
PRG.
I have to stop the sharing of this screen because I can't share multiple screens.
Oh, all right. Oh yeah,
So
it did give you the PRG. Wow. All right.
let's see. What I will do now is that I have this that I can put back up real quick, and then I could go grab that program out of the directory. Oh, I actually have to copy the file first. Let's see here. Twinkle, twinkle. Download the file. So downloaded. And now I can put Vice back up over there. And then I can drag it onto here.
Don't know if Vice Audio is going to make it to your stream either. But
Uh-oh.
oh no, let's see where it went wrong.
Okay. 20. T equals 54,272.
It's not inherently wrong. There might be something in the binary.
Maybe I'll just hit return over top of the T to see if it will clean itself up. Maybe
Oh, maybe.
syntax error in 30.
So that one makes
Oh.
more sense because of the input line there. What is it
I won't
doing?
get. Let's see. I won't do the data statement. I'll probably say the data statement's wrong too.
Yeah, no, it's not reading the data. It's trying to use the input command as the read statement, so it's
Oh.
confused.
Input something. Like number F. That's wrong.
Okay, so there are a couple of things wrong with this. It needs to read.
Yeah.
The ad. So it's these. I assume that these are address value pairs. I guess.
So poke T comma F and so that's correct. So what's wrong with this one? Input number F. What the heck is that for?
It's not. It's confused. It thinks it's reading this data from a file, so you want to get rid of that.
So do we need to put where's the read statement for the data?
It's missing. That's the problem. So we need one. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what it thinks the format of the data is. Which is definitely wrong. Like these numbers with spaces between them, that's not going to work. So we're going to have to fix that
so
too.
I'm going to go back to Zoom. I'm going to share back the screen and
so I think these are frequency values and durations.
Yeah,
right?
it could be. Oh, because there's the actual program. Oh, what's weird though is that look at this. The program is read F, which is what it should be.
Wow. Okay, so it used the wrong token.
The program that it saved didn't generate that.
Wow. Okay, so whatever method it's using to generate the PRG used the wrong token for the read.
Yeah.
The read statement.
So here's what I do. I always talk to it. Say, hey, look at what was generated for the PRG. It doesn't match the code you showed. Okay.
He'll say, I'm so sorry. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, really. Like, oh, that's on me. I've seen a lot of that in recent times, actually. Oh, I'm sorry, it's on me. Let's see. User pointed out discrepancies between. Yeah, it looks like there's an issue with tokenization. I apologize and explain for the issues.
He's planning to apologize. I can't wait.
Yeah. So I'm thinking the easiest way forward is to do something. I am kind of surprised that it already knows how to do music and poking and stuff for the sound.
I mean, there are tutorials out there for this kind of thing.
For sure.
As long as we're in tutorial space, it can do pretty
Right.
well, I think.
Okay, you're absolutely right to call them out. Thanks for catching it. Okay, so the first I generated doesn't exactly match the listing I showed you. That's on me.
Okay, so F for frequency, D for duration,
Yep.
T is the SID address, and so it's taking the 16-bit frequency and trying to poke it into those two registers and setting a fixed value for T plus 4. It then waits for the duration just using a empty for loop, and then closes the gate. So yeah, so the T plus 4 is opening
Right.
the
So this
gate,
should
T
look.
plus 4 is
So I'm going to see if
closing
I can just switch to Vice
the-
directly.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I downloaded the program, and so I should be able to drag it. It's called Twinkle Fixed.
Yeah.
I'm going to drag it over this. And, oh.
All right, let's look at it. Wow, same issue. Huh.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is with this. So if I'm gonna hit the return key over it, it's like the binary is being generated corrupted or something, maybe.
Yeah, it would be fun to throw it into a hex editor maybe or something,
Oh,
depending on how
yeah.
educational you want this stream to be.
Same thing with 20. So I should just like,
Maybe. Yeah.
okay,
Yeah. First
that
glance,
re-enters
program
everything,
looks
so everything's
okay.
tokenized correctly again. Okay.
Not hearing anything on Zoom, but
Nope, there's nothing here either.
Okay.
So
I do not remember my SID registers, so we can
I
look that
don't
up,
either.
but, yeah.
So
I mean, I'm gonna on my side, I'm gonna be the human coder that tries to compare these things. Let me see.
do you want me to drop this into the Discord so you can look at it?
I don't want to see that bot's garbage. You
Okay.
maybe in a minute. I'm gonna do.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
Look up documentation.
Okay. Yeah, the sharing like this is gonna be way better if I switch back and forth between these two.
Yeah. Chat, you're free to help if you want to play along and look up all the errors that it's making.
Yeah. Somebody who's watching the stream, you could let us know.
Yeah.
I'm not actually looking at the Discord. I probably should pop that up.
I have both Discord and YouTube open, so I can mirror comments.
Okay. Actually, I need to move this over to here anyway. There we go. Okay, there's my Zoom, and here's my program. Okay, so we're sharing. Let's share. Oh, we are sharing that one already. Okay. Zoom meeting. How come I'm having a problem with this? Okay, there.
It didn't set the volume register. I remember that part.
Oh.
So that might be one problem.
Right.
I can tell you how to do that, or you can ask it to do it. Maybe that's
okay.
what I need to do.
Okay. Well, that didn't work.
There's no.
See, there is no audio. There is no audio, and also for some reason there is a syntax error on every single line. But if I simply press return on every line, then it is fine. So maybe they'll try to fix two birds with one stone here.
Oh man, it's very trusting.
We will see.
It did get the gate register correct. 54272 plus 4 is 54276, which is the register that has the gate bit in it. So 17 and 16 will turn it on and off as appropriate.
All right.
So that part should work. I think the only thing that's missing is the volume setting, which I can tell you what it is, but we can see if we can figure it out.
Okay. Well, while it's thinking, let me go back to the share and switch screens to device. What do we need to put in there? Like in line 5?
Yeah, I would say, technically, line 15 would be poke T plus 24, comma 15.
15?
Yep, that's maximum
And
volume.
that should set the volume. Okay, let me try running this. Oh, it went click, so it got the volume correct.
Okay,
But
let me think about this.
it's actually going thump, 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 thump.
Okay. Is that where you set the frequency? Where do you set the frequency? 54273, 54272. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so it does the typical click when you turn the volume on, on the 64. Then it's kind of like a thump, thump, but there's no actual sound. So,
okay.
All right, let's switch back over to the screen and see what if we come up with an idea.
We're not setting the envelope either. I don't actually remember what.
Okay, so nice catch. The fix is sticking with it. Let's fix both problems properly. Syntax error was due to how I tokenized the program.
Good.
The link setup was wrong. Okay, that makes sense.
Good.
Which is why it would fix it when you press enter over every line.
Yep.
Okay, so I will download this again. Let's see what happened here. So now it's doing, oh yeah, comma 15.
Yep.
And then comma 33 and 240 on these registers.
That's the ADSR envelope.
Right, that's the ADSR registers. Okay, so
yeah, getting there, man. I think this is really close.
Okay, let's give it a whirl. Let's share back to here, and I will Twinkle V2 as it's called.
Yeah.
It actually clicked, but we have the same tokenization issue, it looks like.
It got line 5 okay, but yeah.
Yep. So let me just push return over these. I did notice that half the data statements are gone now, though.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Oh! It played it!
Yeah. Okay. I did not hear it, but I
Oh,
believe
yeah, it's like about 4 octaves lower than it should be. It's all bull, 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 bull. Out of data error in 30 because we're missing a line, actually.
We're missing that last data statement, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but it actually did. Let me see. Maybe I can pick it up on the microphone. So hang on. Am I sharing my audio as well? Share audio. Share sound. Okay, let me try this again. Maybe this will work. Do you hear that?
Yeah, I do. That's good. That's really good.
Hey. Okay, so I would call that a pretty good success.
That's successful. I would never have expected it to try to tokenize it into a PRG. That feels like a stretch. So this is the thing, right? I actually have some faith in agentic versions of these workflows, because an agentic workflow would actually reach out to a tool. Like, it would probably run PetCat itself to do this properly, and that's the kind of thing that would keep the chatbot on the guardrails that would produce a quality result. But here, it kind of looks like it's sort of using its own intuition to determine the tokenized output, which is, that's funny, but not what I would want in a compiler.
It's pretty cool, actually. You can actually go from one. So what do we do now? So we know that we can play some music. Now what do you want to do? I want to do something cool. I want to do some like creating a bitmap screen and then clearing it, and then maybe we could try to put some text on it or something, or lines or something like that.
Sine wave, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Wow, sine wave would be good too. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. All right. I'll say.
So I want to circle back though. Do you want to continue asking it to generate PRGs, or should we move to a workflow?
Oh, I like doing PRGs. It sure makes things easier.
If it works, but it's not working very well.
Yeah, let's maybe we can try to fix that. I'm gonna say, okay, let me share the screen. Maybe we can resolve that first, and then we can. So moving forward, it will actually, continue to generate good data. Okay. Let's see their application. Oh. It did not share my screen. Stop the share. Okay, I'll try that again. Screen, share. Oh, well, that's odd. Do you see the screen now?
I see the ChatGPT screen.
Okay. You see okay, you see this, okay.
Yep.
All right, so we'll see. Okay, that worked, except you are missing the last data statements. By the way, I almost use always audio now, talking to ChatGPT. I don't really type anymore to it.
Yeah.
Statements, yeah, because it does a good job of interpreting what your voice is.
That's probably pretty good at that.
So that works missing it. But the big issue is that the lines are all bad, so that any one of them ran, say, I'll do it this way, generates a syntax error. So there is something wrong with the linking of something. Let's see what it thinks about that text. And then while that happens, I am going to go on my computer and I'm going to go look at the program file, the hex of it, and see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Let's see. Options, hex only. Maybe it's the end is not right. No, it should be. Actually, what I should do is resave the file and just do a compare to see. So it says understanding the issue.
Do you have a hex editor open? It's not on screen. If you want to put it on screen.
No, I did, but I just looked at the data briefly.
Okay.
And let's see. If I stop the sharing, if I change the sharing, let's do that. Let's change the share. If I didn't have 50 different windows and 3 different monitors open, it'd be a lot easier. Discord, Vice, Documents, Zoom, Advanced. Huh. Well, they don't consider it a screen. How's that for funny? I have to open up with HXD or something. For some reason, this doesn't think that the Zoom doesn't think it's an actual window or a screen. Let's see, open with I could open with O and O. Say, oh, because I can't. Okay, so it came back to us.
That's on me. That's what you said it would say.
Yeah, you think? So here's all the data statements. How to turn into a drag and drop piercer with no typing 64. Okay, instead of me relying on it, all right. Open CBM Studio, Program Studio, and download and install Program Studio, create the basic file, and then paste it into an editor, and then build and then drag the file over to. So basically, we have to use a build environment.
Yeah.
That sucks. I was hoping it would actually generate. I'm gonna tell it, say, okay, so why can't
I'm building the binary program structure by hand, links, pointers, tokens, and Petsky, without being able to actually run it in a real C64 Vice environment. That makes it very easy to end up with a subtle mistake in the link pointers and a program layout, or keyword tokens versus Petsky text. List looks reasonable, run, hit some internal garbage, throw syntax error. Rather than keep throwing iffy PRG binaries at you, it's more reliable to let CBM, Prog Studio, or PetCat do the heavy lifting.
Right.
Yeah. I agree.
Also, I agree. But say, okay, so knowing what the issue is, why can't you fix it yourself? I want to know. If it knows what the damn issue is, you'd think you'd be able to figure out how to fix the issue.
How well do you know yourself, ChatGPT?
Okay. Explaining.
Yeah, see, after this, it's just going to update its models so it'll give every answer as CBM basic to all users. So, oh, Jim told me I needed to tokenize correctly.
Yeah. Okay, considering all the options, at the end of the program should always be. I looked at it briefly and I thought, it doesn't look right at the end of the program.
Yeah.
Short answer, I can reason out what's wrong, and I did, but I can't run a real 65 tokenizer emulator here. So every time I try to hand build a program, I'm doing brain surgery blindfolded.
Yeah. I'm not a compiler. Stop asking me to compile things. That's what it's saying.
Look what's going on. So it shows all the stuff.
It's great. It's a great explanation. I'm
Yeah, so
enjoying
why
it.
can't I fix that?
Yeah.
Okay, why keep pushing you towards this? Yeah, doing the. Okay, so if that's the
The
case,
only feedback loop I get is you telling me this one still explodes.
right?
with you emphasize.
Okay, so it keeps wanting me to do CBM Program Studio.
If you
And
really want, I can take one more shot at building a PRG with everything tokenized.
yes, I do.
But I want to be transparent. I
Yes,
still
please.
wouldn't be able to prove it's right without you testing it.
I have faith that you
Oh my
can
God.
pull
Okay.
this off. This is good. There are thousands of people watching you live on CRX 2025.
Yeah.
Don't look bad in front of everyone.
My friend Dan does not have faith in you.
Okay, while that disaster is unfolding, I'm gonna go and pop up Arthur's program.
Okay.
Let's see, create a new project, 64. Next, I haven't done a basic program ever in CBM Program Studio. Okay, twinkle text in your PC. Make a new text file, twinkle text, and paste this into yada yada yada. Run a token. Oh, run a program to make it a real program.
Yeah, it's not going to run the program for you.
Use some other program to take the text, and so put toke 64.exe in the same folder, then run it. I've never heard of this toke program. Where's it
It
at?
probably exists, but Petcat does fine. So do CBM Perk Studio and all those.
Yeah, I've not. Let's see. Let's do next. Explore folder. Create my own project structure. So create a project structure for me. That's fine. I'll do that. Okay. I'll say create. And
good idea for a MCP toy. I don't know if somebody hasn't built one yet, right? Just like a little web server that takes some basic and runs Petcat on it, and then publishes it as an MCP.
Yeah, are there any programs or any websites we can just drag and drop stuff in like that?
I haven't looked at retro programming MCP servers. I don't know if anyone's built one. Be fun though.
Just gotta go back to here. We can talk. All right, so clearly it wants us to do something in CBM Program Studio.
Yeah.
And do that. But it generated no problem except for the tokenization. It actually made the twinkle twinkle little star.
Yeah.
Which is kind of surprising after some coaxing. And so that's one thing I've learned about this. It's much better than it used to be, but it seems like you can steer this to get a result that's functional.
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed that with stuff I've played with as well. But you kind of have to give it a lot of guidance. And so I kind of equate, people are saying, well, AI is cheating and all this. Remember when the calculator came out, the same thing was said too. Oh, the calculator's cheating. You can't use that in schools. And then later on, schools realized that you have to know what to put into the calculator. And it's kind of the same thing with AI right now. You have to know how to guide it to get a result. But once you learn that, and you finesse enough, I think it can do quite a bit of stuff that's pretty amazing. Okay, so how are we going to do this? What do you recommend? You're talking about some kind of a dev environment or something before?
That would, I mean, just for the sake of the stream, so the stream
Yeah,
isn't watching us argue about PRG files. I
right.
would certainly, that's how I would do it.
Okay.
Because I have higher confidence that ChatGPT will produce us valid code. So we just need to be able to put that code into
Okay, so what do you recommend?
rigid
Because
tool.
I only use like CV and Program Studio and Assembly, and that's it. So I have no clue how it actually works with BASIC.
Okay. I mean, I'm not a Windows user, so I'm not super familiar with those
Okay,
tools.
so what do you want to
But
use?
well, I mean, I don't want to waste a lot of stream time on you installing tools either. What I'd
Right, yeah.
recommended was just a command line version of Petcat, which comes with Vice, so you already have it.
Okay, so where
And
would I find this?
I sent you a make file, and one of the lines in the make file is the path to your Vice installation, the bin directory. Again, I'm not familiar with how it's on Windows, so you
Oh,
might have to
gotcha.
poke around a little
Okay,
bit.
so let me go and see you PM me that or
I
where
put it
what's
in the panic room, yeah.
oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay, so there's a make file I can download, and then there's Hello CRX Basic, which is you did.
Yep.
Okay, so now what? Because I'm. It's funny, is it? Inmate knows me. I'm an assembly guy, so unless it's already set up in an IDE or something, I have zero confidence in actually building anything at all. So
Okay.
I got to go to. So where should I
Do you
put these
have
files? In my Vice?
Make installed? Do you have make installed at all?
I mean,
Do
I
you
can
use it
drop
for
into
your?
a console and find out, right?
Yeah, that's the idea. It would be a command.
Yeah. Okay. Type make.
Yeah.
It says make is not a recognized or internal command. Okay.
Okay. Well, that'll be a problem. Are you on Windows?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe one of those IDEs is a better choice then, other than but like
Nah.
the idea would be that you would be able to run the command. I mean, the make file has just got some commands in it, so you can use it as a cheat sheet without actually
Right.
running make. But in there, I have the commands, the petcat command, all the arguments that it would take to convert a
Gotcha.
.bas file to a .prg, and then separately the command to invoke Vice with the right arguments that would automatically load and run that PRG.
Okay. So theoretically, then these things could be just typed into a console if you're in the proper directory.
Yes.
Okay. So we can try
You're willing
that.
to try that out, yeah.
We've got like 40 minutes of time to burn off here before we have this Dan guy come on.
That's right. Don't eat into my time. I got lots to say.
Well, we got tons of time before you come on, actually. So I want to do something. At least we can try to get this to work.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got to go figure out where my Vice directory is. Let's see. It's under I know it's under H emulators, and then 64, and then Vice 39. So I can just copy this link. That's where that is. Okay. So let's try to share this so it's not so boring. Share this. There. I'm guessing you see this, right?
I can see that.
Okay. So
Fair point, Travster, about possibly using the one that ChatGPT recommended. We're going to try it with just text editors for now, but we might switch to CVM Perg Studio if this doesn't work.
yeah, really.
Yeah.
Okay, so CD H. Oh, I'll tell you,
There you go.
I don't ever play with Windows stuff anymore, ever. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're into the directory.
DIR.
Oh, this is
This
there.
is Windows.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's a bin directory here. Look under bin, and this should be familiar. DIR in here.
Yep.
Yeah, so petcat is here. Petcat.exe is here. So is x64sc.exe. Those are the two that you care about.
Okay.
And then, yeah, look at the make file I provided for the arguments that it would take, and then you're
Okay.
just gonna have to figure out how to type that in.
Right. I can just cut and paste it into it. But don't I have to put the those files are going to be dropped into the same directory though, right?
Yeah, you'll have to set this up however you want. So
Well, I
find
don't
a
want
place
to do an assign a path or anything. I can just take the two files that you did and drop them into here, into the binary one. Let's see, bin.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't much care. I mean, it's There. Okay, so those magically appeared. So at the bottom, you can see that they're here.
Okay. So yeah, all right. So type pet cat.
Okay.
I'll just read it to you.
I could just simply cheat
Oh, cheat. Yeah, look at the makefile, but yeah, I can explain the arguments for the room.
like that.
Yeah. So W2 is going to write in basic version 2. -O says this is the output file name, so it's going to create a file hello crx.prg.
Okay.
-- just says there's no more arguments, and then the rest is the path to the basic file. So this is converting from a basic file to a PRG. Try that.
Okay. Done.
And let's see if there's a hello crx.prg file now in this directory.
Want to do list or ls?
There it is.
There it is.
And now x64sc and the rest of the command from the make file.
Okay, so gotcha. So this is what you have now. That's
Yep.
the
So what I was doing is this is going auto start PRG mode is just a mode of Vice that says, oh, I'm going to actually take a PRG and load it into memory and run it as an entire sequence. One just means yes. Silent means don't spill stuff into the terminal, and then plus confirm on exit is just a really nice way for doing testing with Vice. It normally Vice will actually pop up a dialog when you try to close it, and in this case we actually do want to close it quickly so we can do iterative development on this file. So
okay.
yeah, so now try that.
Okay. And so there it goes. It says error. Oh, nope, it popped up. It says warning, no version tag found. And okay, so now if I switch screens to, I actually probably should close the other device out since it's still open.
Oh, okay.
Okay, say okay, well, because this is loading a different device anyway.
Okay.
This is gonna be this one. There. Now
Hey,
you see that one?
that's it.
Yeah. That's it. And then so
that's the .bas file that I gave you. So that's what it does.
Yep.
And so now you should be able to, you can just exit out of this and then open that .bas file in any text editor you want.
Right.
And then run those two commands to.
Okay. So I think I will move this to here, and I will go back to sharing this. So now we're back to this window here, right? But it doesn't return until Vice is closed. Oh, no, it goes, it returned. Okay. Do an L shift I for list 64.
Yeah.
Go figure.
There you go.
Okay, what we could do too is make a batch file, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, that's all I was trying to do with the make files.
Right, I understand that. Yeah, that's what a
Yeah.
make file is. It's exactly like a batch.
Yeah.
That would help us for having to rerun this over. So will this keep the same file name? What do you think of that?
I think so, yeah. And then we just copy paste code into that one file.
Yeah, exactly. That way we can just do it over and over again.
Yep.
So let's do let's take this make file. I'm gonna call this CRX.bat. Okay, and then I'm just gonna edit this file real quick.
That's great.
So that I can simply just have it type in these. I think this will still work. I haven't done a bat file since the PC days. Let's see, save. Let's see, I'm gonna copy this over here, and we'll do directory. And so we have CRX bat, so I should say type CRX.bat, and that's what it does now. That should be correct, I think, right? No, I guess we'll find out if I just type CRX.
Yeah.
Actually, .bat. Yeah, it did it. So cool.
Huh.
Yep. So that'll be a nice way to build for us. So,
All right.
okay, cool. All right, so we've got that under control, and so now what we need to do is take our Twinkle code. Oh, except I just lost my screen share. Okay, so I need to. Oh. Well, Firefox, oh, there it goes. Weird. Oh no, it's blank. Discord. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I can share this again. Okay, so we're back to this, right?
All right.
Okay, so now we should be able to literally just take and copy this,
Yep. There's that
and that would give us our
copy code button in the upper right corner of each little box too, if you need that.
What's that?
There's a copy code button in that
Oh
rectangle.
yeah, it's up there. I do that too. I was highlighting what we're gonna take.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll take the Hello CRX program
Mhm.
from our directory here, and I will say Alt, and then V, and then save, and then so there, and then we go back to sharing of this. Okay, and if we type, whoa, caps lock. If we type the, come on, CRX, what did you call that actually? It was called, oh, hello CRX,
Yeah.
duh.
Hello CRX
Yeah, hello.
BAS was the thing.
Yeah, so we type it, that's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So that should be all correct. So we just do CRX now, which should give us our bat file, which will run the code, which is now run Vice, and now I have to share to that screen. And we get syntax error in 5.
Oh, come on. Oh, wait. What is all this?
I don't know. We see the code that was in the file.
Boo. Okay.
So
Doing this by hand doesn't work either.
well, that's kind of funny, is it? Let me.
That's nuts. I mean, like we use the actual petcat. I don't think there was anything wrong with that text file. Well, we could look at it again.
Yeah, let me
But this
hang
is
on a
definitely
second.
the wrong tokenization.
Yeah. Whoops. Hell. I got to figure out what keyboard this is on. Or I'm on caps lock. That's why. Okay, then this is the break key. So yeah, look at line 5. It's like it's totally tokenized wrong.
No, yeah, like so, like each letter is being tokenized as something, which is wrong.
Well, why would Petcat do that from this file? Because this is
I
an
don't
actual.
know. Petcat's good about these things. What did we do? Did I specify the wrong argument? I mean, like, the make file I wrote was for Mac. I don't know if that makes a difference. As to
I don't think
its
so. But
arguments
we
were.
just ran it though with the Hello World.
Oh, yeah, we did.
That's what I don't understand. And then when we look at the actual data here,
oh wait, no. This is uppercase. Of course, it's uppercase. Okay, so we've got a bit of a problem here. The code that you copy pasted.
yeah, we need it all lowercase.
Yeah, a petcat needs this to be lowercase. So we'll have to do something about it. Ed64 says we can just drag and drop the text file into Vice, I assume is what you mean. I think that's like, isn't that the copy paste feature?
I thought that was a feature it had.
Yeah.
So
like it would like type it in, right? It wouldn't actually run petcat on it and as a perg. Like that would be interesting. We could try that, but
okay. So
I've never done that before.
I haven't either. So let's do.
But yeah, the fact that the file that is uppercase is the problem that we're having. So
Okay, I just dropped it in. Whoops.
yeah, we're not seeing it on the screen yet. So.
Yeah. Oh, right. I'm not sharing it. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, so you see that, right?
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have the text file, the .basic, and I simply, you can see, do you see the little mouse that
Yes.
shows a plus? Okay. So if I drop it in like that, it resets it, and it doesn't do anything.
Well, that's very nice. It would be nice if it worked. There's no
Right,
program in
so
here? Okay. All right.
Is there a paste in here, like a cut and paste, or
I thought Vice supported that, yeah. So if it's
copy and paste? Yeah.
if it's on
So
the
let
clipboard,
me
it
try
might type it.
Let me try doing a copy and paste and see. See it. Copy. And then let's do paste.
Yes, that's uppercase.
Yep. So that is in fact the problem, is that we've got this. Okay, so I'm wondering, okay, let's try this. We'll stop the sharing on here, and we're going to go back to Firefox, and we're going to go, okay, now I'm going to tell ChatGPT to make it all lowercase. Okay,
Sure.
this kind of works. Kind of works. But I need the text to be all lower case. Please change the program. Let's see what it says.
This is an easy one, ChatGPT.
Yeah,
Come on.
absolutely. Okay, so
Yeah, there it
this is
is.
going to be the quicker way of doing basic programs for sure. I
All
might
right.
keep doing that. So I'll say copy code, and I'm going to go to back to Vice. Okay, and I'm going to say new, and I'm
paste it
just
in.
going to paste it in directly.
All right.
Okay, so
Run
list, run. Hear it?
Yep.
Yeah. Of course, it leaves it running with the audio because of the.
Yeah.
I broke it.
Mute
Yeah.
that or reset it if you like.
I'm gonna do this.
Run, stop, restore.
Oh, where's restore on?
Yeah, it's Vice. I don't know.
Yeah. Good question. List.
There's got to be a reset in the menu somewhere.
Well, what I can do is this kind of reset. Just do a reset.
Yeah, that's what I bet.
Yeah, reset the machine. Okay. All right. So we actually got a pretty good build path now because if we can just copy, paste, and make sure it's all lowercase,
Sure.
then we should be, good to go. All right. Let me swap this back. Okay. Since we know that,
New program.
so yeah, what do we want to do now? You think?
Let's do your bitmap thing. Let's see how far it gets
Okay.
with bitmap graphics.
All right. So we'll go back to here, and you're back to sharing this. Okay. Let's see, all lowercase version. You want an all lowercase machine language player to call with a sys?
Oh boy.
No. Do we dare try that option?
Well, it would be hard to debug what it provides us if it's giving us a.
Well, I think it's going to give
bunch of
you,
data.
it's going to be in basic, and then with data statements, and then sys it.
Right, exactly, and then we won't know what we would have to disassemble it to see what it did.
I understand that, but we could just try to see if it even worked.
Help yourself.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get a snack.
Okay. Let's go for this option.
Noodle says that this is Jim's 2026 Bitscape set. Playing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Too low a frequency.
I'm gonna rock the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star for sure.
That's right.
Thanks a lot, Lee. Okay, so it's going on. It's doing a machine language player. This is pretty ambitious, really.
Mm.
So creating a modest ML routine. That's what it says.
Hmm. It's not so bad. The only part that I see that's challenging is getting the delay right. Like, I mean, you'd have to either just loop a lot or use CAA timers or something like that.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Say, okay, writing the code, rebuilding assembly bytecode with address tracking. I think sometimes it just throws out words just to make itself look good. So I think in reality, I mean, we'll see what the bitmap graphics and stuff, but I know from my playing with it, if you have the patience and can steer the right directions for everything, it can pretty much provide about everything you ever wanted. There's a lot of wrong things. And of course, I didn't realize that you need like upper lowercase differences and stuff, but I think that given enough chance, if you weren't a coder at all, you'd probably be lost, I think,
Yeah.
if you didn't have
Yeah.
some kind of coding experience at all.
That's still state of the art, I think, is you have to
Yeah,
be
it's
as smart or smarter than the bot
yeah.
in order for it to save you time. I am noticing that I get stuck in loops. Like if I really stretch it too far, then it'll mess up and I'll tell it to fix it, and it'll mess up again and I'll tell it to fix it, and it'll just sort of you'll get more and more stressed out and start making weirder and wilder changes in order
Right.
to
Yeah.
address the problem, and it's not actually getting closer to a solution. You have to notice when it's doing that, and then you have to like dump it into the incinerator and get a fresh bot.
Right.
And
Yeah. Give me a summary, and then you put that summry into the fresh bot, and then you can
yeah,
try
or
again.
something. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So now it gave me the program. At least it shows you what every line does, and short gap the next note. So it doesn't say about how the gaps were done, does it? Read the table.
Busy waits.
Oh, yeah, busy wait, but it doesn't say duration loops. That's
No.
all. Okay, well, we'll just do a copy the code, and then we're gonna go.
We should ask it for a disassembly. Like I'm glad that it's explaining what it's doing,
Okay,
but
okay, let me do that. While
yeah,
we're doing that, I'll have us do in the background.
yeah.
Please give me a disassembly of the ML code. Okay, so then we're going to share this back here, and then I'm going to say paste, and it's here, and then we'll see what happens. Oh,
Nope.
I'd say no. It did something to the 64 screen memory. It relocated the screen. Nice.
Wow.
It's a pointer that's yeah, clearly this is wrong. Okay, well, that might be asking a bit much of it today.
I think that's it's hard to like we could try. I mean, we have like 23 minutes left or however long you want to spend on this.
Sure.
We
Yeah,
could try a machine language workflow, or we could just get it to do more cool things in BASIC. Maybe that's the better
yeah,
choice.
let's try to do some cool things in BASIC here first. Because speed doesn't really matter right now.
Yeah.
We're just trying to get something that actually works. So let me share this, go back to this screen here. Okay. Here, disassembly with comments.
Thank you.
Well, so it turns off the interrupts, sets the master volume register,
Yeah.
does ADSR, and then so there's a table of data at C60. This gets moved up to, you must poke this into 49152 up at C1000.
Oh yeah, you can see
Oh,
the
yeah.
address on the left-hand side there.
Yep. So duration loop. Well, this looks all right.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe that the values it's poking, because clearly it's poking like a VIC register to get the screen to wrap like that.
Yeah, something. And who knows if this disassembly is what matches those data statements. So
That's true. We don't know for sure. But well,
we can
actually,
dig
I
into it, or we could do something else.
I can tell you if it is for sure. So that's secure interrupt. That is a load immediate with F. That's a
Yep.
store to D418. That's a load immediate
Yeah.
21 store.
Right, but those the bytes in the basic program is my question. So
Well, that's I don't know, but this is
it says
definitely
these are the bytes from your data lines, but
yeah, they're definitely okay. So we can look at that. So 78 is 7 times 16 plus 8. You can look at your first one. That's correct. And 169 is A9, 15. And then this is AD. So that's correct.
This is good television.
Yeah, I mean,
let's spend the next 20 minutes.
This so it's funny is that that's what I was saying yesterday about my my experience with the pet when I learned assembly code. We didn't have an assembler; we had machine language monitor.
Yeah.
So I learned all these things, and it was funny when I met Bill Hurd for the first time at Convex. We chatted about well, what's A9, what's B8, and we of course we knew all the different assembly instructions.
Yeah, and that's a familiar thing for all Commodore 64 programmers, because BASIC did not have hex support, and
Right.
so you were constantly either converting binary or hexadecimal to decimal just to enter it into data statements, or even just pokes or whatever. Like that ended up being half of what you did while you were programming in Commodore 64. So
Okay.
it's
Okay, so okay, new program.
the Mega 65 has hexadecimal support in its BASIC. Just saying.
Yeah, I saw that in one of your things you had done.
Yeah.
Okay, so new program. Let's clear the screen. Actually, let's put the C64 into graphics mode. Which mode should we use? Like color, monochrome? Do we care?
Oh, I don't know.
Actually, let's just say graphics to see what it says.
Yeah.
It's graphics mode and clear the screen half black and half white,
Wow.
just for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. It's thinking. Okay, the user wants a 64 program, half black, half white. The simplest option is to use the high-res bitmap, which we
Yep.
don't really have. We got
Well,
bitmap in general.
Yeah.
I guess you could call it high-res. It's 320 by 200, so
It's fine. It's
not too
higher res
high.
than that's
Initially, I thought
usually what we're
half
talking
black,
about.
half bottom, half white. In text mode. In text mode? Oh, it wants to do Petsky?
But since the user requested graphics mode,
Let's see.
true
Yeah.
high res bitmap, that's fine.
Yep.
I'm usually high res in this context is in contrast with a low res multicolor mode, so it's probably just
Right, yeah.
it's going to choose
The default
res.
bank. So it's going to switch banks for the screen
Yeah.
after clearing out the memory.
Okay.
Well, it knows how to switch banks for the screen. Apparently, it did it last time.
The user wants working code. Okay.
Here we go. Okay, the top half will have to be set to bit 0.
Okay.
Bottom half will have to be screen colors and bitmaps. However, if I stick, let's see, messing with D018, so at least it knows register numbers. Coder provide the canonical bitmap example for graphics enabled bitmap. So the other thing it could do too is say, because there's options in ChatGPT to limit searching to what your their local LLM is, whatever it is. And there's also internet search too. You can actually turn on that'll actually go out and try to find programs that do what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so basic, all lowercase, so it knows still to do that.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's look at the explanation of what it thinks this should be doing. So we're going to put the bitmap address at 8,000, or I mean at 8192, so that's 4,000.
Yeah.
And turn bitmap mode on. Clearly going to clear 8K of bitmap space in the screen RAM. They're going to put the upper nibble to 1, so that the foreground color and the background color. And then go sub XY. So, well, theoretically, it's a nice idea, right?
I'm less
Okay.
familiar with a bitmap mode on the
Oh, okay.
C64.
So
I'll have to
copy, and I
figure it
will
out.
swap to this one, and I will say paste. Okay, so we'll list it to make sure it's really there, and we'll say run. Well,
No, this is fine. I mean, it's a good start because it has to clear out this stuff.
right.
And then, like, yeah, it has to. I think there was a second loop that will clear out the color memory. So
Yep. Yeah, it does
give it a chance.
the RAM and then the color RAM.
Yeah. Not too shabby.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
It's no summer games or anything like that. But okay. Black.
And
Oh.
all right. Do it, man. You have 16 minutes.
But you know what? It's actually doing it.
It is actually doing it. That's pretty impressive, actually.
That's crazy. Let's see if it wraps around like it's supposed to.
I don't know if it's doing it as fast as it possibly can, but it is doing it.
Yeah, it's not very optimized, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I would say that this actually is a success.
That was a win. That was in one shot win. We didn't
Yeah,
have to
one shot
give it
win.
further instructions.
Okay, so I'll let it do its thing, and I'm going to swap screens back to here. So we'll say, okay, here's what I want it to do now. I say, okay, that works, but please optimize it because it is horribly slow. Horribly slow. Let's see what it thinks it can do for optimization. Probably say, we're going to do this assembly language routine. That goes blap. Although they could actually do, if I look at the code above. Let's see.
If it's splitting vertically and horizontally, I think what it's doing is setting each bit individually.
Right, that's what I'm thinking, that you should be able to set entire bytes because the
Exactly.
data is supposed
Yeah.
to be all white
Yeah.
and all black.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's great they gave us a general purpose drawing routine, I guess, but
Sure, yeah, it is actually, it's bits. You can see
Yeah.
how it does it, it ands and ors, the things in. So that's exactly what is going on.
Yeah.
So yeah, all right. Let's see what converting and running. Let's see. Oh, it says pre-compute the address lines. Did I? Okay, there. Here's the new data. Here we go. It goes. Yeah, that first one was a 6054 torture test.
Wow.
Okay, here's optimize, half black, half white bitmap, all lowercase. Okay, what change and why it's faster. Sets the bitmap at 4,000, turns on the mode, clears 8,000 bytes,
Right,
and
40
then clears
bytes in
screen
entire
RAM,
loop. Yeah.
which is, so the big difference is that over a period of every pixel using a Go sub for each. Okay, because they were using a Go sub for every one of them before. And this is kind of inline flow that's direct. So, okay, we'll just
Yeah,
say
that's the right
copy.
idea.
Yeah,
I like it.
and we'll go back to Vice, and we'll share it. And this is how far it's gotten
Okay.
while we were talking. So I'm just going to do a reset real quick here. And then I'm going to do a paste. And I'm just going to do a run.
Still has to do this part,
Yep.
which
And
we can't really see now because
now, because you
it
know
is
what, I
clear.
could,
It has that the lines that it was drawing kind of in the middle there. Uh-oh.
let me do a reset of
Oh, okay. You were
a power cycle. So now it should be random RAM.
I guess whatever Vice does.
I think that you can do a random, yeah.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Yeah. So if you do a power cycle, it's just like turning off for real, and the RAM is all random patterns at that point.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
pretty
So
smart.
this is the Commodore logo at the top, or the boot menu, and then all the lines.
Yep.
Okay, so
Color memory.
yep.
And oh, what? Oh no. What?
I don't know.
Oh, it's got a different idea of what this should look like.
Well, not only does it have a different idea, I mean, you can see how fast the fill would be
Yeah.
if it was correct,
Why is that last one
but
so
it's like
slow?
missing a lot of data, that's for sure.
It must be, yeah, it must be trying to do the whole line, but it's actually like writing on top of itself on that. I don't know how many bytes in
Maybe,
that is.
yeah.
It's a miscalculation in the.
Yep, it is, because now we're back to the basic cursor here.
Yep.
If I do this, you'd see the program. Yep. Okay, so
Now we could. Okay, I guess we have to ask it to debug it for this to be a proper
yeah.
test.
Okay, so it's a big
It
difference.
said it
So,
could take a screenshot. I don't know if that's.
oh yeah, you can actually do that.
Can't imagine, but okay.
Yep. Let me swap back actually.
I have to run it again and give it a chance, but.
Well, I can actually say, actually, where is Vice at? There it is. For me, I can do this, and then I can go back to the screen here, and I can say, that's sort of works. The white clearing is wrong. I guess we do have to rerun the whole thing, huh? That's a bummer, because
To give it a proper screenshot, yeah.
yeah, I guess we don't need the CLI anymore. And I don't need this anymore. And let's go back to here. Whoa. Oh, Vice went away. It's interesting. Okay. Wonder why that happened. That's bizarre. Okay, I gotta go run Vice again. This is a different device. Yeah, I should be fine with it. So, okay. All right, so this is a different color device. This is NTSC, but this should still work, right? Except that I didn't copy the data. Let's copy that and then go back to Vice. All right, you see Vice still, right?
Not on the Zoom.
Oh, you don't?
No, I'm still on the chat
Let's
GPT
see.
window.
Huh. How about now?
Yeah.
Okay. That was a faux pas for Zoom.
Hmm.
Oh, now it'll run faster because we're on NTSC. Can you believe that? You know, I probably could have done it. I could just do warp. I don't have to wait for the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Is it Control W? Is that right? Or Alt W? Oh, Alt W.
There
Yeah,
you
well, let's
go.
do that. That makes it a lot easier. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm good
then
at that.
I'll do a screenshot of that, and then I'll go back to sharing this. Okay, now we're back into this, right? Okay, it's wrong. I'll paste the screenshot in, and so I pasted the screenshot.
Yeah.
And this actually works really well. I do this quite a bit on, so I was doing some stuff for the ESP32, and I was trying to get my HTML code to work correctly. It actually was JSON code, and it wasn't formatting correctly. So I went into ChatGPT and said, "Look, I got this problem with this formatting. I can't get this to move over." I said, "Here's the code, fix it," and it did. It was perfect. I'm like, "Oh, save me a lot." I said, "Yep, I see exactly what's happening. The white bar on the left is a smoking gun. The address math for the bitmap now, rows was slightly wrong. Okay, so this is the new code, and we'll go back to Vice, and we'll do a reset, hard reset, they call it on this one, and I'll do a paste, and I'll do a run. Whoa, that was my bad. I didn't mean to do that there. And I'll do Alt W, put it in warp mode.
Yeah.
We don't have to watch it every time.
Oh, so close.
It is close.
That's pretty close.
Yep, not too bad. And so I'll do a copy here. Okay. And then I will say close, but the screen is not, what do we call this? Split correctly. It draws white in the middle. And then I'll give it the screenshot so it
For
knows
the
what I'm talking
first
about.
row or something like that.
Yep.
Sure.
Let's see what it has
I'm
to
so
say.
used to meeting these bots halfway, like even before the generative AI, trend or explosion, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I'm like when I talk to my Amazon Echo or something like that, I speak with great diction, so it knows exactly what I'm saying because
I hear you.
I don't want it to to get
Yeah.
confused on my normal mode of speech.
Yep. And by the way, I don't want it to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's totally worth trying every once in a while to see if it just has it gotten better. Can I just sort of use my normal way of speaking?
Right. Optimizing the color fill for a faster approach. The approach per pixel worked. So it's trying to figure out now how it's going to do that small section. And because it has to, well, it should be even byte still though. The problem is that it's not an even 1K field. And that's what's going on is it's realized it's
Oh,
gonna
well, you told it to do half and half, and it did exactly half, right?
yeah, I did. Well, It didn't do half the screen. It did more than half of the top.
It's an odd number of rows. It's
Right.
25 character rows, or 8 times whatever that is in pixel
Yep.
rows. And so it did exactly what you
Exactly what
told
you
it
said.
to.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm kind of curious to see what it says now because I
Because
wanted, you know.
what we actually want is for that top row to be 4 lines of black and 4 lines of white.
Oh, let's do that. Okay.
Yeah,
So what I can do,
that's
I'm
right,
just going to
Travis.
stop it. I'm going to say cancel. Oh, I don't want to go on microphone. Hey, stop. Cancel. I don't want the microphone. Thank you. Okay. Say it. Okay. To make things more colorful, let's have 3, actually, let's do 10 pixel lines of black, 10 pixel lines of red, 10 pixel lines of blue, and the remainder of the screen be white. How's that?
Great.
And then we'll see what it wants to do. Stopped thinking. Okay, why?
It's exhausted. We've been going for
Maybe. It's
an
funny
hour.
is it wants me to turn on the microphone and it won't cancel out of this. Enable microphone settings and settings. I don't care about it. I don't want microphone. Okay. G. Hello? Well, I think Chat DTP is like hung. All
Quick,
right, well.
ask Google Gemini why ChatGPT is hung.
I could ask on my phone.
Can you
Yes.
fix? Can you fix
Can you
ChatGPT?
fix it, please? Okay, well, let's do this. Let's just stop the share. So you and I are back here. Okay, about out of time anyway. But so could you make a video game on it? Yeah, if you got 6 months to burn, maybe 8 months, 10 months, something like
Well,
that.
compare it to how fast it would take you to do it manually. I mean, that might actually be a progress, right?
I think what would be good for this is maybe doing algorithms for certain things, like for physics, for a ball bouncing or something like that, might be a good thing for it to do. Not the actual drawing the data or implementing it, but actually knowing what what physics is and how things react.
Yeah.
That would probably help you.
I'm pretty impressed that it had enough domain knowledge to do the things we asked it to do. I mean, that information is readily available. There's lots of easy searches
Sure.
you can do to get it, but it still managed to synthesize most of it into the task we were trying to perform. I guess like the day job, which is like enterprise software in an environment where you're writing large volumes of code with unit tests and in a unit testing environment. It's the unit testing that keeps it on the rails. Like it
Right.
can actually run its own tests, and so it can say, well, here's a version of this. Oh wait, it doesn't work. Here's another version of this. Oh wait, it doesn't work, and it can like do its own iteration, and that
Right.
actually can be really productive.
Yes.
Because
Sure.
then it's not me dragging it to the right answer. It's saying, oh wait, this is actually wrong, and here's why. And as long as the unit tests look like they're supposed to, like actually describe the intended behaviors, it can usually get to the right answer mostly on its own. But then it's a matter of like taking that one step at a time. Like you wouldn't say go build GTA 5, GTA 6, whatever, right? you would say draw a car and start with the wheels and say, okay, this is what a wheel looks like, and so on
Right.
and so forth.
If it was smart enough, it would just say, "Go get Lee out of retirement."
That's right.
And he can use
Hunting Lee. Says sending police. Yeah.
Okay, well, so we pretty much discovered it's possible to do certain things, and but I really think you'd have to be a coder of some kind in order to be able to do something. But I don't know. I mean, now we know the workflow. At least you could actually go cut and paste right from this into Vice and to experiment with.
Yep.
That's a lot better than having to go through a tool chain, really, except for assembly code. But you can do it with data statements as long as the data statements were correct,
Yep.
to make assembly. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't
I mean,
want to.
I like a good tool chain myself. So like,
Yeah,
I think what I would do in the real world is set up a modest thing that it can, hack on. And yeah, we would still be missing that unit, that the automated feedback loop necessarily, but
yeah.
putting ChatGPT or any of these other sort of agentic coding environments in your editor is really productive. And so, like, I would
Right.
probably want to put this in a place where it's more comfortable.
Sure. Like
And
I've seen, like in VS Code Studio, they actually have plugins now for ChatGPT and other types of AI things
100%.
that'll actually look at your code and correct things as you go and
Yeah. And,
interrupt you while you're trying to type. And
and that's like a really great way to ask questions, like if there's like a language feature I'm unfamiliar with, or just like a little thing I'm trying to do in the middle of a long piece of code, I
yeah,
can just leave the cursor where would type my next thing, and I'd say, hey, can you help me type this next thing, and it'll actually read the everything else about your project for context, in order to produce the next right answer. So
yeah.
that's super useful, and it might even be a better way to do it, even for retro coding. So
Yuri,
you're quiet.
we have no audio. There we go.
He's back.
He's back.
So, where are we at? Are we still, first of all, let's establish this. Can you hold up your hands like this? Fingers clearly visible? Yeah, it looks like, okay, AI has not taken over. I'm speaking to the real Dan and the real Jim.
Yeah, funny. So, did you see what we were doing at all while you
No,
were out?
not at all. Not
Oh,
at
okay.
all.
So here's what we did. First of all, we tried to establish a tool chain that would actually work because we tried to figure out how to get data into Vice. So
Okay.
first, it actually generated a program. Um, we did a Hello World, and it actually generated a Hello World program as a PRG file. And I drug it over on device, and it says syntax error.
Uh-oh.
And so if we found out that it doesn't tokenize correctly, but if I hit the return key over each line, which was just 2 lines,
Yeah.
then it was fine. It would ran. It was perfect at that point.
Okay.
So then we tried. Dan's like, let's make it play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. So it generated the code, and of course, it had the same tokenization problem. And then so we spent a little bit of time trying to make our own text to PRG and to fix that problem. And then Dan said somebody on, is it on our Discord? To do cut
Some
and paste.
YouTuber, like the YouTube chat was also pretty active. So
Oh yeah. So do cut and paste, and so we cut and paste over, and it works. So you can actually do a copy and paste or cut and paste over to Vice,
yeah,
and
it's a feature of Vice that you can just paste text in and it'll type it in. So it's as if we typed in the basic
yeah,
program.
by your hand,
Right.
and it worked.
Yeah.
We got
Oh, that's great.
yeah.
That's great. So if you kind of would say about the usability of the AI tools for a hobby project, or even professional coding on the C64 platform, go no
Yeah.
go at this present state.
Well, so after that, we actually did a graphics thing because I wanted to see if it would actually draw a bitmap graphic and all that. And it actually did. It was painfully slow at first because it was
Okay.
doing pixel by pixel in
Right.
BASIC. So it's like literally you could watch it. And of course, I didn't think about the fact that I can do warp mode in Vice. So
Oh
finally,
yeah.
I did
Yeah.
that so we don't have to sit there forever.
Yeah.
But we told it, hey, it's slow. And it went back and optimized the code. So it was doing basically bytes at a time instead of pixels at a time. And we have to do an and and ors on the bits to make sure that they didn't like overlap. So it did that correctly, actually. So, doing that, it could do its own masking, if you wanted to have a character swing. Obviously, it was capable of doing, the proper masking stuff. But I mean, it worked. Um, you
Yeah.
have to guide it. You've got to steer it to, get your
Not to be
result.
the resident skeptic as usual, but I would certainly caution about, like, well, once you're working on a real project,
Oh yeah, it's
the more project code you produce, the more context it needs to understand what you're trying to do.
yeah.
Right.
And we were doing really short basic programs from scratch
Yep.
that were basically tutorials you could find on the internet. So
Yeah.
it was able to do those pretty well. And as I commented earlier, like I think these tools are getting better at larger context coding, but it can also get really lost really fast. So,
Right. Right.
so I think to be determined really for retro coding.
So
Yeah.
what do you think? Would it be worthwhile to retry the same experiment next year?
Oh
Ooh,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah,
Kind of
just to
see how far it will come along.
Yeah.
Kind of make it like a little bit of a series, because we've already got like we have musicians that come back every year. Next year we're going to have Lee to see what he may or may not have picked up on this business idea that he's currently got going. We got a whole tracker on Stephanie, obviously,
Yep.
with regards to her product set, and then we've got AI as well. And then of course we're going to see if Trevor is going to, God knows, by the time that we get Trevor back on the meeting, he might be launching a Starship from his C64 cartridge. Who knows?
Travis. Yeah,
all
Travis.
based,
Yeah.
all based on the Teensy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe by then version 6. Who knows? Who
Well, we're
knows?
surprised because it did, a couple of things really well without much babysitting.
Yeah.
And once we figured out the workflow, but we were talking while you were just coming in that if we had a way to loop back so it could understand, the code, like an integration into an IDE, something like that, where it can
Yeah.
babysit itself, and that would be a much better way
Yeah,
of
we'll make it
doing
much quicker. So it's more a
Yeah.
tool chain issue even than perhaps than the AI per se. It's a multiple issues. Okay, well that's cool. Next year we're gonna have to try that again. I guess.
Yeah, it worked. So I mean, to a point.
Yeah.
So, not taking our jobs today though. So that's for
Not
sure.
taking job of. Well, it makes a nice bridge as well. I don't know how much time you guys had to actually discuss Dan and introduce Dan at all.
No, not
but
yet. We haven't done anything at all. We just basically
Nothing.
got you
So
in
he
and
just came in and all of a sudden
I just
started
showed up.
talking about AI, and everybody's been wondering that past hour, who is that dude?
Exactly.
yeah. So for the next hour, we have Dan, and in Dan's capacity, not the AI guy. And so Dan, why don't you tell us a little about yourself?
Absolutely. I happy to be here as always. Most of what I've been doing for the last few years has been on the Mega 65 project. The Mega 65 is a modern day recreation of the Commodore 65, an unreleased Commodore 8-bit computer that was intended to be a successor to the Commodore 64 and Commodore 128. They were working on it throughout the 1980s, intended for a late 1980s release, and then the schedule dragged into the early 90s, and then it was kind of too late for that. But the Commodore 65 was going to have lots of colors, 80-column graphics and text, 80-column text, 640 by 400, and I think they had planned some other resolutions that we didn't even implement. The Mega 65 is something you can buy today. Just go to mega65.org, and I don't know if the camera is on me. I can.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll let you. Okay, I'm gonna very. This is not, I've been wrestling with this Logitech camera forever, so forgive this camera work. But I did want to show off the actual keyboard. This is the Mega 65. It's got a built-in 3.5-inch floppy drive. This is a full mechanical key switch keyboard in a Commodore layout. This is the original layout intended for the Commodore 65. It looks and acts exactly like a Commodore 65. I've had an opportunity to put this next to a real Commodore 65 prototype. There are a couple hundred out there. Collectors have them. They're very rare and expensive, but and difficult to maintain because they're a prototype quality construction. But we got the case and the keys exactly right. This is exactly what you would have gotten for a Commodore 65, except inside here is an FPGA board. So it does have an FPGA bitstream, a core that replicates the Commodore 65 chipset, plus a few additions that we made to make it more fun and interesting for a modern audience. It has modern connectivity as well as vintage connectivity. I'm probably not going to pick it up and drag it around, but there are plenty of pictures online. I've got stuff on my website, and on the official website there are 9-pin joystick ports back here. There is a Commodore 64 compatible cartridge port. There's an IEC drive port and some other stuff, but also HDMI out, VGA out, and an Ethernet jack and a stereo audio, and some other stuff as well. So it's all there for like modern connectivity as well as all your vintage connectivity. So you can see here, this is its boot screen. And I can maybe switch over to a screen share. I have this going through a capture card, so you'll be able to see it in more detail. But I did want to show it off with the really nice Checkmate display because it really is a beautiful thing to look at. But okay, now I'm going to drag the camera back up here, and you're going to have to watch me do this.
Hey Dan, the Mega 65 is a beautiful system indeed, and it is the exact same as the C65 would have been. Very period correct design as well. I really love how they've integrated the 3.5-inch drive into it. It really looks really nice as a unit as well. How did this machine and project come on your path? Because you got very involved with it eventually, and lead us to that, how you found out about this thing versus how they roped you into all the great things that you're actually doing for the project.
I was listening to other people's stories today. Like Lee was talking about how the pandemic had a real effect on a lot of people in terms of deciding what they wanted to do with their lives and their time. And some of us, a little bit later career in our tech careers or artistic careers or whatever, had an opportunity, financially or otherwise, to step away from work after the pandemic and say, you know what, I'm going to focus on things I care about. And that's exactly what happened to me. I pushed through the pandemic working from home for a couple of years. And by the end of that, I had already been in tech for 20 some years. And I said, you know what, I need a break. So I took a break in 2022, sort of a self-funded sabbatical. And 2022 is when the Mega 65 launched their production product. The Mega 65 has been in development for 10 years. It's we celebrated the 10-year anniversary of this beginning of the project earlier this year. And they made it all the way to full production plastic and FPGA boards and all this other stuff 3 years ago. And so that's when I got started. It was like, well, I've got some time. Oh, my Mega 65 showed up. Let's start playing with it. And I think this is going to be a familiar story for a lot of people in our audience. Like I collect a lot of these things because I'm interested in a lot of these things. And when you have a day job and not a lot of time, it's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to stack them up in the closet and maybe I'll get around to it. And I really wanted to take this opportunity to say, I'm going to learn one of these things really deeply. And the Mega 65 just happened to be on my doorstep at the time. Right. So that's how I ended up taking it seriously and saying, I'm really going to dive into this and really tear it apart and learn it and all this other stuff. I'm still very interested in the Phoenix machines. As Stephanie was talking about, I'm one of those people that have kind of one of every Phoenix machine that she's made. I think the A2560K is a gorgeous machine. I cannot wait to really dive into that one at some point, but I've got so many of these now. I still have a Commander X16 that I've tried a couple times, a Spectrum Next, all these. So like the Mega 65, I think, I have a personal affinity for Commodore, and I think a real solid pitch for the Mega 65 as a modern retro computing platform is its root in history. It is derived from Commodore's project. We use our kernel ROM is based on their kernel ROM. We got the source code, we licensed it and everything, and so it's using Petsky and it's using a lot of the same stuff from the thing, but we also brushed it up a little bit because it wasn't finished. Commodore did not finish it, and it took our team to go in and fill in all the details and patch all the holes and stuff like that to make it really fun and useful to use. So it's an active project. It's in active development. That includes both the chipset for the FPGA and the kernel ROM are in active development. We can talk about that at some point. That's kind of an ongoing question for the community. It's like, are we converging on a platform that won't be changing or evolving or whatever? big topic there. I think we even talked about it last year.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you evolve a platform like this? But so regardless, though, the real point is it's a matter of quality and support. Like, we've got a community of people that continue to sort of polish this and make sure that everyone has the latest, and it's an upgradable machine. So if you have one of these things, you have all the future updates as well. The FPGA core allows you to, even if we're fixing the chipset, you get a new chipset when you install the new firmware. So, so that's great for our ability to deliver a quality product, and as well as an opportunity for people to get into FPGA programming if you want. It's a really great FPGA development platform if you want to like actually invent computers and play with chipset design and that kind of thing. It's really easy to do that, and you've got like a full keyboard and all these accessories that you can attach your custom computer to. So so I'm completing that thought. We have an active community of alternate core developers, and one of the things you can do with this is turn it into a Commodore 64, which is actually very, it's cycle accurate and a high quality core. It's based on the Mister core, so it's standing on the shoulders of giants that have been developing these
already.
recreation FPGA recreations of vintage computers. But that's kind of fun. The Mega 65 core is kind of the platform. Like, that's what the Mega 65 is, and then these alternate cores are like other computers you can turn it into as kind of a separate project. So the Mega 65, as you would normally think of it, is the Mega 65 core and its kernel ROM.
So when you purchased yours initially, you were purchasing it just as a user, a curious user, similar to how you've purchased other platforms. Obviously now you're way more involved in that. For people that don't know, you create the newsletter.
That's right.
You're the representative stateside.
That's right. I'm the head of sales for the United States department. I don't know. I like documenting things in order to learn them. I'm not alone in that. That's a common thing too. So I immediately wanted to get involved in the documentation. Like, they had a really great start on documentation. They had a first edition of this printed guide, this printed user's manual that comes with the machine. What I'm holding is the second edition, which I got to get my grubby little hands on and do some rewriting and some updating and stuff like that. So, but even the first edition was in really good shape. They really gorgeously typeset, and is a really huge value add for this, because it has a full basic reference in the back and some great appendices and stuff, as well as how to use the computer and its modern features. So you can just grab it and get started, and not even have to use any internet resources to work with it. But they had ambitions to really do like a full programming reference, developers chipset reference and stuff like that. So they had hundreds and hundreds of pages of documentation in various states of completion. And I thought it would be a nice opportunity for me to get involved and sort of take that over, because I think the previous generation of developers had kind of moved on. So I was happy to do that. And one of the things I noticed while I was doing that was that the kernel ROM and the documentation kind of go hand in hand. Like, they were finishing up the platform of it. And what I wanted was to have a really good documented developer API contract, effectively. Like, I wanted to be able to say, this is what is stable, this is what you can build on. Whereas, like, they were still working on some other things, sort of, construction zone, maybe don't build software that depends on these things yet. That was at the time, like in 2022. And so I wanted to get involved in both of those in tandem, and I had the opportunity to do that. And I'm now the maintainer of the kernel ROM as well. There's some, changes as people moved on to other projects. And so I took over the kernel ROM, and I consider those to be part of the same project. Effectively. It's like about understanding what people want to build and what they need to build those things, and stabilizing those things, making sure they're well understood and well documented, and so that people can feel confident about writing a piece of software, or a game, or something that they maybe something that they would sell for $30 or whatever. They will know that this will still run on the Mega 65 5 years later. Is an important part of that. Like, I know we like to think of these vintage platforms as fully stable, right? They're byte frozen. They are etched in silicon.
Yeah, yeah.
Because there's nobody pushing them forward. Nobody's fixing bugs in the Commodore
Right.
64 kernel.
Right.
Right, for
And
sure.
so it ends up being a complete API surface, right? Like
Yeah.
you can do some archaeology on your
Yeah.
own computer and write software on your findings, and other people can run them because they're all running virtually exactly the same thing with
Sure.
some
Right.
interesting caveats in the history of the Commodore kernel ROM. But for the most part, everyone has the same Commodore 64. And there's like an inherent tension there for these sort of modern retro platforms where you both want it to be frozen, like you want it to act like the Commodore 64 in the developer community that was built around it, but you also want it to be of decent quality and well thought out and fix bugs and stuff like that. And so I think our community in the Mega 65 is really experiences that tension a lot because so many Commodore 64 developers show up and I want to treat this as I do the Commodore 64, which is a totally reasonable thing to want.
So can you contrast that a little bit? Let's dive in that a little bit, because I think it's an interesting comparison in from multiple angles. First of all, you've had the opportunity to have at your table, because you displayed yours for instance, at VCF Midwest.
Yeah.
Legendary Jim Brain came by and said, "Here's 2 actual C65s. Why don't you put them on your desk?"
Yeah.
And I remember your face in shock and horror when there was, let's say, probably $50,000 worth of computers put on your table. Oh, and by the way, why don't we open one up so people can see what the inside looks like?
Right.
And the other one, we'll see if it works, and if it doesn't work, we'll switch a ROM or a keyboard. It was a fun thing to have you witness.
Yeah. Those are his machines to play with, but I was a little reluctant.
So what state was the C65 in at the moment the project for the Mega 65 started? And from 2 angles, both from physical and technical design and documentation, as well as the ROM sets, if you will, that go with that. Where was it? Where was it frozen in time, and where had it to be picked up?
Yeah. So my understanding, and there might be some, this is all history stuff, so I have the same sources as everyone else, but there are various prototypes out there, various board revisions that have like a number on them. Many of the chips have handwritten numbers on them too, to indicate, this is this prototype version of this chip or whatever. So like the prototypes themselves differ from each other quite a bit, and it's difficult to understand what is the Commodore 65, because these prototypes are all the references we have, plus some technical documentation that came out of Commodore. And so things like the DMA chip, which is a really amazing addition to the thing, I think was one of the later additions. And so it had some roughness and some incomplete features. I know that when we came to recreate the DMA, we were working off the technical specs and could not compare it to a Commodore 65 implementation. We had to make some of our own decisions to sort of fill in the gaps. At my talk at VCF West this year, I compared it to Jurassic Park DNA patching, which as we know always goes well. And it's like it's incomplete. We know generally what direction it's going, but we kind of have to do some invention to fill it in. VCF West was really fun. I got to meet Paul Lassa at VCF West, who was the inventor of the DMA chip for the Commodore 65. He worked on that team and did a bunch of work on that project. He was part of a 3-person team that did it. So it was great to meet him. And he promised me some notes. I think we're going to follow up with him to see. Can you give us some help on our DMA chip? But I think like the VIC-3 was mostly well understood. A big part of the story of the Mega 65 is we actually did not have direct access to a prototype for a very long time. Paul Gardner-Stephen, who founded the project, owned one of the original prototypes since 1994 when Commodore went bankrupt. And so he owned one. It was kind of his main recreational computing platform for like over a decade, and got very familiar with it because there was very little documentation. He just kind of had to reverse engineer the thing. And and he had to sell his own model before he started the Mega 65 project. So there was no overlap between him owning a Commodore 65 and him starting the Mega 65.
Wow.
So he was kind of doing it all from memory, plus all this, the documentation that we could find. And he got most of it right, like very impressively close to some of these things. What we've discovered very recently, like I've been writing a series of articles for my newsletter. I've been running, as you mentioned, I've been running a newsletter on a monthly basis for 3 years. And you can go subscribe to it now at dansanderson.com/mega65. You can get it by email, RSS. I also do a read aloud podcast. If you want one, that's why I've got the fancy microphone. If you want to hear me read a bunch of technical information to you through your podcast player, you can do that. Some people seem to like that, so I guess I can recommend that. But I'm currently writing a series on the character graphics system because that's one of the things that we upgraded in a major way. Like a lot of the main sort of extra powered features of the Mega 65 above the Commodore 65 are in the area of character graphics. And one of the things I started to notice as I was researching those articles is that there was some like odd API design. Like if you just sort of go through the Mega 65 and try these registers out, they behave in kind of an inconsistent way. And I thought, oh, that's kind of weird. I would have done it this other way if I were designing this. And very recently, a member of our team got a hold of a Commodore 65 to borrow, and he went and tested the Commodore 65 version of that. And they sure enough did it in a different way. And so now we're in like a spot where we have to decide, okay, do we fix it so that it's more like the Commodore 65, or do we like have some kind of compromise solution where we do it the way that we've been doing it for the last few years, and then make it maybe an option or something to do it the Commodore 65 way.
Right. Is that a law of decision by committee? Yeah, you said that back in the day you must have had a team that worked on this, a fairly small team, I would imagine, that was under intense time pressure to deliver an end product.
I don't know if there was intense time pressure, given that they spent 7 years getting to the production
7
line.
years. They spent 7 years. Yeah. Holy moly!
I mean, it's 10 years total for the project, and we've been in production for 3 years. So yeah, it's 7.
No, okay, hold on. Maybe I'm giving the wrong context. Maybe that's why. Back as a Commodore C65.
Oh, okay.
That was a small team, and the Commodore C65 presumably would have had limited time.
Okay,
to create
Commodore
this entire unit.
Yeah. So my only knowledge of the sort of company internals comes from Brian Bagnall's book, Commodore: The Final Years. I recommend it. It's a great read and very well researched. He got lots of great first-person interviews, primary sources for how all that goes down. So my understanding is it was kind of a bottom-up project. Actually, a lot of projects at Commodore were bottom-up, where the chip designer said, okay, we know we're going to need some chips to be successul in the market, so let's just design some new chips. And then later they say, okay, I guess we should make a product based on these chips. And that was one of those. The legendary 6502 processor that's in all the machines that we know and love, with the 6510 system on a chip version of that. They were coming out with a successor for that when WDC was doing the 65816. I want to make sure I get the numbers right. Commodore knew that, well, we could adopt that, or we could go our own way and make sure we have our own chip that's competitive. And so the 6502, I think a lot of people know the 6502 became the 65C02, which added a few features. That was relatively widespread and used in a bunch of ways. The next version of that was going to be the 65CE02, actually known as the 4502 originally. And that was mid 80s or something like that, had a lot of great features, really useful, fun to program. And that was the basis for the Commodore 65 project. The Commodore 65 was going to be the big launch of the 65CE02 chip. And I like to, at this point in the story, I like to hold up this mouse pad that I sell. I sell products. I have merch. But I really like this mouse pad. I spent some time on it. This is an assembly language reference that has all of the 6502, 65CE02, and what we call the 45GS02 CPU instructions, 45GSO2 being the version that we have in the Mega 65. You can find these online, but it's actually a really nice mouse pad. I like the way it came out. But all those instructions are there, and it's really fun to kind of browse through them and see, oh, these are the capabilities of the CPU. And so yeah, like by mid 80s, they knew they wanted to do something with it. By the late 80s, they knew they wanted a desktop computer. I'm getting that wrong. It depends on what the lead times are on these kinds of things. The VIC-3 video chip was going to be the successor to the VIC-2.
Yeah.
And it was, kind of, I mean, I love my Commodore 128. I think it was actually a pretty popular machine, but it had a VIC-2 in it. So as a successor to the Commodore 64, it was not, that much more graphically powerful as far as the VIC was concerned. And of course, the 128 also has the VDC underutilized, but so the VIC-3 was meant to be kind of the next upgrade for that, and it would have the 80-column graphics and things like that. I can switch over real quick, and so you get the colors and the it's like 12-bit color and a bunch of bit plane graphics features were going to be a part of that. You could actually access the bit plane graphics from BASIC, and so it's kind of a nice way you can draw circles and all this other stuff in the way that you couldn't before on a Commodore 64. It's a nice way of doing that. That ended up taking a while, is my understanding. Like the VIC chips, testing the chips, making the chips, and sort of iterating on them until they were all accurate. I think took extra years and made it a little bit problematic. It was thanks to those extra years that they had some development time to work on things like the DMA. Like I think the DMA was not originally intended for the design, and ended up being a huge value add. Like if you just look at the design of the Commodore 65, like the ideal version of that, if they had finished it, the DMA would have been a big part of that and made it more competitive with the Amiga, and would have made the bit plane graphics more accessible and stuff like that. And so like we're getting a lot of value at the Mega 65 level in 2025. We're getting a lot of value out of the DMA. It's one of the coolest features of the machine, and enables a lot of really cool capabilities. But
probably wouldn't have been a part of the original design if the misfortunes with the VIC-3 had not taken place.
I think so, yeah. They had a little extra time as a result of that, but then, of course, the extra time is also why they decided not to launch the machine.
Right.
That's one thing that I still have a hard time visualizing when I think about the story of the Commodore 65, is that the idea of taking the parts that they have and turning it into a product had a really short lead time. Like chips themselves have a really long lead time. But then Commodore would just say, all right, 3 months from now, we're going to have a computer. So throw together an operating system and let's go. So they had all these plans for all these different things. And that's how you end up with like the C64 GS and things like that. It's like, we have the parts. Let's make a product. We need a product. And so presumably, even though the Commodore 65 was left in the state that it was, they were months away, like literally single-digit months away from launching the Commodore 65. Like that's why they had prototypes. That's why they had hundreds of prototypes that made it out into the open market during liquidation, is because they were that close to actually mass producing these things.
Where would it have sat? So play it out a little bit. Where would it have sat? Where would it have? It would have launched. It would be in the market, competing at that very moment. If you kind of would have played that out,
right? Anyone in the room is allowed to correct my history. So 91 is like as late as they could have done it. And the idea was they were trying to get something at the lower end of the market below the Amiga 500. At the time, in the late 80s, the Amiga 500 could not get to a lower price point.
Right. It was a very expensive machine compared to the previous series.
In 1980s dollars, it was like $500, something like that. So they needed a $300 or a $200 machine. Well, like $199, they needed a new 8-bit to be competitive. Bill Gardai, my understanding, the chip designer, originally imagined the VIC-3 and the 4502 to be a Super Nintendo competitor, or actually an NES competitor, since it was, back in the 80s before the Super Nintendo. And so like if he could get a game machine out on the schedule that he wanted, they would have beaten the Super Nintendo to Super Nintendo quality graphics and capabilities. So by the late 80s, early 90s, then it really was the Amiga was you was kind of competing with yourself at that point. But yeah, if they had their way, then it would have been a low end machine. Something that I want to like emphasize more of these days, especially to people who are modern day people who are familiar with the Commodore 64 and develop for the Commodore 64. The architecture of the Mega 65 and really the Commodore 65, this is Commodore's idea, was that it's really just the Commodore 64 architecture with switchable upgrades. So like once your program is running, it's very familiar. Like a lot of things are in the same places you would expect them to be, from hardware registers and memory and all this other stuff. But then like the simplest thing you can do to upgrade a Commodore 64 game, like you've got that Commodore 64 fixed palette of 16 colors. Okay, snap your fingers. Now your program with a couple of extra pokes can change any of those palette entries to any color you want. Right? So like take your 16 color game and now think about what you would do if you could just change those colors. Like that's the simplest thing you can do if you port your Commodore 64 game to the Mega 65 or the Commodore 65 for that matter. It's a really easy upgrade, and it's the same as like using more memory or the Commodore 65 would have had 2 SID chips. The Mega 65 has 4 SID chips. So like you can imagine, okay, right now my program only uses 1 SID chip. Now what could it do with 2? Stuff like that. Just like these incremental upgrades to every single subsystem of the machine. So you get this a porting target like really easily. Like the concern the Commodore had was they knew what they had with the software ecosystem for the Commodore 64, and they knew that if the new machine was too compatible, well, okay, this is debatable. I suspect that some people at Commodore, and this is the way the story is told, felt that Commodore 64 compatibility was both necessary and achievable. Other people were like, and the engineers in particular, were like, can we just like leave that behind? Can we like make some sacrifices in compatibility and give people new things? And the Commodore 65 was a pretty nice compromise on that, like especially with people pushing for both of those outcomes. So there is a Go 64 mode. I call it Go 64 mode, but like this is the same command you would run on a Commodore 128, and it switches to this. And what's special about this is that it's the Commodore 65, or in this case the Mega 65 chipset, is still available. It's just running the Commodore 64 kernel on that hardware. With a couple of mode switches in it. So I could actually do like full color here if I wanted to, but I can also just run Commodore 64 programs. And it's just
it's really an enhanced mode. It's giving some of these features. It's giving some of these features that you wish a C64 would have had as a next generation into that mode. That's very cool indeed.
So from an architectural standpoint, there's a really cool story there that I think applies to modern developers, but at the time was also meant to say, okay, well, any third-party software company who has invested in making games or libraries or peripherals or productivity software, all that, maybe it's not the case that you would run the exact same Commodore 64 software on this machine, but you can exploit that investment that you made in that code and understanding the architecture and get a little more life out of it before upgrading your company to the Amiga or wherever else you think you're going. So there was a story there that I think made a lot of sense and would have been really compelling had they launched it. I don't know. I'm it's easy in retrospect to say, oh yeah,
sure, and but that's the interesting thing as well. Like as part of kind of like figuring out where would it have fit. Now, as far as artifacts that were created that would lead you to believe that it was getting ready for market, was there anything? Was there a lot of commercial marketing material? Was there any manual starting? Had anybody started writing a manual yet, or anything like that you found?
I haven't seen a manual artifact. That would have been interesting. I don't know how quickly they try to turn those things around.
Right.
Most of the documentation that I'm aware of, you go to zimmers.net and slash C65. That's most of what there is.
That's really what is available as such.
Yeah, and which is to say, like, there are some amazing text files, like, that go into really deep detail of how the whole system is specified and how it's all supposed to work. So there was a lot of detail produced as a result of that. The code for the original kernel, I mean, the you would see the Commodore 65 kernel, we have that. They were working on that all the way up to 1991. And in fact, like, after Commodore was falling apart and they were about to cancel the project, the people who were working on that were like, can I just finish this? Can I have more features in this kernel, please? And so we actually have a couple of extra revisions on top of, like, I think it's post cancellation. I don't know what they were thinking, but it's like they were really attached to the project and wanted to keep working on it. That's really interesting. But we have all of that, and we've been able to fold that into the Mega 65 kernel as well. So we do have a sense of what it would have been like in pretty good detail as a result of these artifacts. But you have to, vivify these designs to know what they would do in the real world, and so that's what we've done with the Mega 65 project.
Well, then I'm sorry, please, Jim.
So that time of Commodore's history, so 90 to 91 was an interesting time, because I know for me that was my phase out period for 64. So I think 1990, end of 1990 was the last time I actually released any new software for 64, because it was on its way out in a big way, and the Amiga was in a big way coming up. But what's interesting, though, what I thought was really strange, and what made me second guess things quite a bit through 91, was there's a lot of new hardware that was coming out for 64. Like CMD was producing, like, the RAM link and those hard drives and the floppy drives, and I was thinking, man, are we making a mistake here? Is Commodore 64 really not going out, or is it going out? And I know that about the project, the 665 project, when that went out the window, I thought, okay, well, that really is the final straw for the 8-bit line at that point. And so once I found out from Commodore that they weren't going to do that machine, that's when I basically just, abandoned.
No, I think what was interesting, obviously, is the build or buy decision that Commodore at some point took, with the Amiga being a purchased entity, if you will. Is the entire ecosystem that existed and the installed base of the Commodore 64, and with CMD especially. CMD had a very specific range of products that catered to a very specific audience.
Yes.
I don't think that audience at that moment in time necessarily had a lot of options yet. They were heavily vested into an ecosystem that they may be running for their shop, small business, BBSs, otherwise. There was not something like that would allow you to convert from A to B very easily.
True.
And therefore, there was still a market for, let's get one more year out of it before I have to make the decision.
I try
right?
to be charitable with the retrospect on that too, because we're talking about a period of time when A and B were so radically different.
Right.
Just because technology was so, moving so fast. It's from a modern perspective. I spent a lot of my career thinking about how to evolve developer platforms, so that you can carry your customers with you to new things and all that. And ripping off the Band-Aid was the real solution. That made a lot of sense historically, back in the 80s at least. So, like, I totally understand that. It's sort of an accident of history that there were that Commodore held on to the Commodore 64 for so long, and it makes the Commodore 64 the exception that proves the rule for many rules in things, right? Like the Commodore 64 is still popular today. It, like, made it over the hump, or it had some orbital velocity that carried it all the way to 2025, and we're still talking about it, and still playing with it.
Well, it's interesting. It's actually so interesting. I was just before I hopped on reading a quick article on someone that had bought the CMD product right now. Someone is recreating some of these, licensed ROMs and all of that. And there's a whole bunch of people that are actually purchasing these things, which weren't cheap then.
Right.
And definitely aren't cheap today either.
Sure.
make no sense whatsoever other than historic value. And I'm thinking like there's all kinds of modern solutions, much cheaper, that will do it so much better. But yeah, people will still go to that. They've held a certain value, even in memory, if you will, which is obviously hard to put a price on, right? That the historic value and good thoughts are different here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not to jump ahead in the discussion too far, right? But like, I'm into this because I want to know what this new thing is. Nostalgia, whatever, right? Like, I believe that there is a vibrant and budding category of recreational computing that we had back in the day and don't have now because we're alienated from our computers through the way we've built our technical economy and so forth. I think it makes a lot of sense to know that that's a thing that's valuable and is worth promoting and propagating and caring about. And it's something that we don't really have a lot of today. But the one thing I want to hold out for is that recreational computing in 2025 does not look like recreational computing in 1985.
Right.
It is, I think it's a really interesting path to take a historical ecosystem, including, some of that ecosystem is still vibrant and alive today just because there was so much of it that we were able to continue it in kind of a niche form and revive it in a modern context. But it's important to understand that it is a modern context. It's going to be a different thing now, and we're going to do things for different reasons. I think the tricky part is not falling for the trap that we should do things today in this space the way they were done back in the 1980s. I don't believe the new Commodore should be run like the old Commodore was run. I'll say that on camera, I guess.
You mean into the ground?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's
I think we all agree with that.
Yeah. Well, it means something different now, right? Like we're entering into a new space, recreational computing in 2025, and I do think that Commodore and all the Commodore stuff that we know and love can be a big part of that, and that's why I'm here. I'm here because I believe in it. But I do want us to understand that this is a new space that needs to be explored, and to say, how do we put this into a modern context? How do future generations relate to these ideas and that kind of thing? So even just sort of in a practical sense, that's why I'm happy with the FPGA part of this, where there are plenty of people, and more power to them, that think that using the vintage hardware is the best way to do this. And that's there's real truth there when it comes to preservation and accuracy and all that other stuff. But you can't make said chips anymore. So we need FPGAs to be a part of that story and capture and carry these things forward. And one of the reasons why I think, my favorite is the Mega 65 is that it has a really nice blend. I think it's in that sweet spot of being both old and new, of being connected to history and something that you can attach onto, something you can enter in from multiple angles. Like the best thing about, I think my favorite thing about retro computing is how it's got lots of different people in it with lots of different interests coming in with lots of different levels of experience and things like that. And the Mega 65 is like one platform where people can come in and learn how to program, or just play some games, or get really into assembly language programming, or get into the FPGA part and start hacking on the core.
It's an exciting platform that has basically a mix of all of it. It doesn't exclude any one of it. It has a bit of all of it. I do agree, and it is with the manual and with the community around it, a pretty polished overall offering. How many of these units are currently in the wild, Dan? Do you have any idea about that?
It's more than 2,000. I don't have an updated
but that's a pretty significant amount.
Yep. We basically don't promote it very much. I'm not the only one taking it to conventions and stuff. So there are people sort of showing it to people, but I'm meeting lots of people that have never heard of it, and I think would really enjoy it. So I think there's some untapped stuff there. we can always talk about pricing. Like it's an expensive thing compared to other things in this hobby. It's made in Germany, so it's very high quality. But especially to get it in the United States is pretty expensive.
But for a post-pandemic, it's on the higher end of the pricing. Of the pricing.
And that alienates people. So like that's something sort of front of mind. Like if I were to talk about, I really don't want to like make any promises or anything, but it's definitely what we've been talking about in terms of, okay, what's the next step for this? I really want this to, I want 10,000 people to have one of these.
Right.
And
what about free, and as part of that is freezing chipset and freezing, or maybe freezing chipset, but at least freezing documentation, which in turn may mean freezing chipset. Unless you go all virtual, obviously.
I think we'll converge on a 1.0 target that's very stable, just as out of necessity. Like we don't have a lot of development resources; it's all volunteer.
Right.
And so, like we have lots of anyone who comes into this space comes with a bunch of new ideas, right? Or even an interest in old ideas is actually much more common. And I'm well, not even guilty. I was going to say I'm guilty of that, but I think that's actually a really fun part of this hobby is to say, I want to walk in the footsteps of someone who invented a programming language for an old platform. And I'm just going to re-implement that programming language. I'm going to build a logo interpreter or something like that.
Right.
But it's for a platform that doesn't have a logo interpreter.
Right.
So I can feel like I'm digging new ground. That's great. I love that stuff. I'm personally very motivated by that kind of thing. I wrote an assembler last year and I loved every minute of it. It's an on-device assembler for the Mega 65. There are other on-device assemblers for the Mega 65. And I would not stop anybody who was like, hey, I'd like to write an assembler. I'd say, go for it. Don't even consider the fact that people have done it before. Do it. It's a really gratifying.
Well, I could imagine, for instance, that you think like in case to get this to a much larger scale, you could say, okay, I'm going to take an educational system type of approach, which means that I'm not going to use the same case anymore. I'm going to use a Visa size box that connects a standard keyboard and a standard mouse, because it's going to be in a more rugged environment.
To classroom edition in the Commodore sense,
right? Exactly. That's I'm thinking like
and it's less expensive, so that more people can buy them.
Right. Well, less expensive and more rugged, because you wouldn't want to have a machine with a 3.5-inch floppy drive opening on a school desk. That's that's going to last a week or two.
Yeah, you get a peanut butter sandwich in there.
Right. Exactly.
Sure. So that's like three goals wrapped into one, right? Like, do we want it to be an educational platform? Whatever. That's where I would go back to my little spiel on recreational computing being its own space. I think a big mistake that we see pretty often is, well, in order to fund this, I need to sell a lot of them, and the only way to sell a lot of them is to convince schools to push them on children with curricula and all this other stuff. And I'm not saying that that's anathema to recreational computing. I think there's a lot of overlap. Recreational computing is about learning, but it's about exploring. It's about intrinsic motivation and finding your own way and learning how to use these things in ways that appeal to you, and leveraging computational power for your own interests, and not towards filling out a test or meeting a goal that somebody else gave you. So I make that distinction pretty clearly, and I think just price reduction in this space is really just about getting it into more people's hands.
Just lowering the barrier to entry.
Propagating, recreational computing as a goal in and of itself. It's a good in and of itself. More people should have it. That said, so like we can talk specifically about how you would reduce the price of one of these things, and I think that's another really interesting question, because if you just sort of stare at it and you say, well, what if we just cut off the floppy drive, which is actually what Commodore had intended to do. They already had plans for a classroom edition of the Commodore 65 where they would cut off the floppy drive. In reality, that doesn't actually save a lot of money. Like it makes it smaller, I guess, and that's cool. And a lot of people like that. I mean, some of us are really attracted to the floppy drive, and some of us are like, I'd like it to take up less space on my desk. I'm just going to use the built-in SD card, which it has with the virtual disk drive images on it. but if you really want to get the price down, you have to talk about like the FPGA. The FPGA is an expensive component,
the core expense.
and we like the first production version of this was intended for people who wanted to explore, and we thought that they would want to explore the FPGA, so we put in a really big one. Like we put in kind of the most expensive FPGA that you could find, and specifically, so this is the Arctic 7 line. And I want to call that out specifically because I think this year we're going to hear about the Arctic 7 a lot. We're getting a lot more projects that are based on the Arctic 7 line, including the Commodore 64 Ultimate, including some Phoenix machines, and on and on. Spectrum Next, the AMI Cube, the mini big AMI Cube is going to be Arctic 7 based. So like that's really interesting. To me, that like I think each of these platforms will provide unique value. I don't think they're going to eat each other's lunch or anything because they're all using the same FPGA. Honestly, just because of the plastic and the shapes of the keyboards and stuff like that. That's actually a really important part of these projects. But because we're all using the Arctic 7, we can start sharing a little bit in really compelling ways and really fun ways. And that's the sort of the rising tide lifts all boats for retro computing. If we can start sharing a little bit more and running our cores on each other's platforms and things like that.
Well, there's great examples in the Mister community on how well that can work out if the community starts rallying behind the platform, right?
And the Mister, especially, like if you want accuracy, like if you're going to criticize FPGA as an emulator, which is not a totally fair thing to criticize, the criticism, what's behind that criticism is an interest in accuracy. That it's not exactly the same as vintage, so it can never be exactly what it needs to be for preservational purposes or whatever. But the more attention it gets, the more accurate it's going to get, right? Like Vice is an amazing emulator for the Commodore series of computers. It's because it's had so much attention over so many years. I think the same is true for a lot of these cores. I think they'll get more attention. They'll be more accurate. I think many of them are very, very accurate already, kind of miraculously so. And this is like the path forward for a lot of those recreations.
Dan, I think what we're going to do is we're going to try and wrap it up there because it kind of gives us enough to ask for next time as well. Because next year we're going to do another check-in. There's going to be very interesting stories about the Mega 65. Where might that be?
I agree. I'm again, no promises, but I think the next year, like we're already set up for lots of big changes over the next year, and we're already hearing about that from Phoenix and from Commodore and from everything.
It's just a very dynamic retro scene right now, and I think that's exciting. I think it's very exciting.
I agree.
Dan,
the end users for sure.
Thank you for joining. Thank you for all the work you do on the Mega 65. It is actually very, very impressive, and it's really a labor of love. The amount of time you spend in that, and now even publicizing as part of the magazine as well. I think
I was going to mention
pretty cool. It's a hobby. It's a hobby that's gotten completely out of hand.
So let's mention that. So the new Computes Gazette, another way of reading my Mega 65 newsletter is now syndicated in the Gazette. You can find it in every issue, and I'm sort of picking, kind of doing the issues out of order, but to appeal to a broader audience. But it's a new way of reading the newsletter. Again, subscribe, email, RSS, or by podcast in your podcast player. Or subscribe to Computes Gazette. Do that anyway. It's a great magazine. And I'll call out the emulator. Like if you can't afford a Mega 65 today, just download the emulator. It's free. There's some a little bit complicated setup instructions on how to get the kernel ROM, but beyond that, it's free, and it's a great way to enter the community, join the Discord, and learn the machine and play with it. You can do all of that for free today, and I strongly encourage it. We have people who just never bought a machine and they just play with the emulator, and they've made major contributions to the community.
Which is cool as well.
We have a website on mega65.org where you can download things that people have made, and then you can make your own things and upload them to share with the community as well.
That's cool.
There's a lot there to play with.
All right.
Thanks a lot, Dan.
Cool. Thank you.
So
Jim, bring us home.
We're going to discontinue for the day and send everybody over to Bitscape. That party's about ready to get going right now. So
Excellent.
thank you for day 2. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Dan, again for hanging out with the AI part. So I
That
could
was
hang.
fun.
That was fun. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna put up a banner with a QR code. You can scan it. You can go right to Bitscape, or you can look at Discord. We got links for there. So
Bitscape,
until
Bitscape.
tomorrow, I will see you guys later.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.